Chapter 1091. Female literature. This was Su Yan's attitude towards himself. His power had already reached its peak. This time, he didn't rely on the Taiji sword. Instead, he used himself as the core. Bearing this terrifying power with one's own body was already an extremely painful experience. At this moment, his body was trembling violently. The power of the radiance had already condensed to the extreme. At this moment, the sky seemed to begin to tremble. Originally, there was only that terrifying power of darkness in this place. However, the situation was far from that now. Su Yan's power was already able to resist this power of darkness and even tear it apart. Die for me. Su Yan roared with the last of his strength. Then, his attack finally landed. The terrifying 3 rays of light bloomed at the same time and condensed into a single terrifying energy ripple. That frightening and terrifying strength, at this moment, was truly frightening to the extreme. The world turned dark, silent, and fallen. All the power started to reach the extreme at this moment. The two powers started to converge and then started to clash. In the endless darkness, a terrifying roar was heard. That existence was infuriated by Su Yan's strength, so it directly let out the most terrifying roar. It wanted to let Su Yan know who the real master was. However, Su Yan definitely wouldn't back down now. The power in his body had already reached the extreme, and his aura was constantly rising. The fusion of the power of laws was becoming more and more intense, which meant that his control of the laws was becoming more and more profound. This was a frightening tempering in the face of a life and death crisis. Su Yan's aura was still circulating crazily. Everything he had was focused on this point. At this moment, he definitely wouldn't give up in the slightest. That violent and terrifying power had already formed a terrifying demonic cloud. The confrontation between the two great powers had already caused the space to start to tremble. At this moment, Yang Tai roared, "That damned idiot! Why didn't he leave? Why did he have to fight here?" At this time, Yang Tai was flustered and exasperated. He had planted a seed in Su Yan's heart, and that was the Buddha's dual swords. He was right. If Su Yan could obtain the dual divine swords of the Stupa sect, his strength would increase again. He might even be able to break through the shackles and become a true Dao master. Of course, he wasn't done yet. The moment the Stupa dual swords reappeared, his power would be awakened, and he would truly break free from this damned shackle. The host didn't expect that Su Yan wouldn't leave immediately. Instead, he would confront that terrifying existence. Originally, this terrifying existence should have just been in a state of awakening. It was a subconscious awakening. Perhaps its Benyuan consciousness was still in a deep sleep. However, Su Yan's actions had directly stimulated its true consciousness. This would only make him wake up earlier. Yang Tai was actually taking a gamble. He was betting on whether he or that powerful existence would be the first to wake up. He had originally been very confident that he could be faster than the other party. However, Su Yan's disobedience had disrupted his plan. He had actually provoked that fellow directly. Su Yan obviously didn't know what Yang Tai was thinking. His mind was completely immersed in this battle. He had always known that his body was a huge treasure trove. Even now, he still hadn't discovered the limits of this treasure trove. In order to truly discover and explore, he had to give himself a lot of pressure. Only then would he have the opportunity to see the depths of this treasure trove. Only then would he be able to become even stronger. Godslayer sword intent. At this moment, Su Yan once again roared in anger. His power once again condensed at this moment. This time, he wanted to use his strongest power to condense the Godslayer sword intent. Then, he would directly defeat this power in one fell swoop. No matter what, the Godslayer sword was the #1 killing divine weapon. This was something that couldn't be disputed. He had imparted his own sword intent, which possessed great killing power. This was the purest destructive power. Su Yan had used this sword intent to overcome many dangers in the past. Every sword technique in the Regal Sword Codex was extremely exquisite. They even contained the principles of heaven and earth. But to be honest, among so many sword intents, none of them could be compared to this one. The power of this sword intent was truly terrifying to the extreme. That terrifying brilliance had simply reached the peak of terrifying. This power was so resolute. The violent aura was vivid on paper. The violent power was even more terrifying to the extreme. Perhaps the final part of the Regal Sword Codex had even more terrifying power than this. However, among the powers that Su Yan had comprehended, even the revered Nirvanic Rend had not reached this level. This was a power that was violent to the extreme. It had already reached the pinnacle of power. When the will of destruction was unleashed, it was simply earth-shattering. Even Yang Tai could feel this terrifying power. In the battlefield where Su Yan and the terrifying demon were fighting, only the area covered by his power could be safe and sound. However, at this moment, he was unable to fully focus his divine consciousness on this area. He could only see some of the aftermath. This incomparably valiant power had already thoroughly shaken him. How can it be? How can it be so powerful? Such a resolute sword intent. Could it be that guy? He was afraid in his heart because this terrifying killing intent reminded him of an existence. Yang Tai had already become a venerable sovereign. He was also one of the few experts in the world. When he was at his peak, he was even a pinnacle powerhouse. However, at this moment, he was also beginning to feel afraid. This was because he thought of an extremely terrifying existence. That existence's battle achievements were truly brilliant. The great demonic dragon, the great demonic heaven lord, and other terrifying powerhouses were all pinnacle figures. Yang Tai knew that he could not compare to them. However, Yang Tai's fear of them was completely incomparable to God Slayer. No matter how powerful those powerhouses were, God Slayer was still a terrifying monument in front of these people. Which of the people mentioned before was not an earth-shattering existence? However, in front of God Slayer, they were all overshadowed. Damn it, why did this power appear? Could it be that brat? Damn it, this brat's strength has increased too quickly. I can't even see his secrets. Yang Tai's heart was filled with hatred. The last time Su Yan came, Yang Tai could clearly see the situation in Su Yan's body. To him, it was as if Su Yan had no hidden secrets. He could clearly see the power in Su Yan's body. However, it was completely different this time. He knew that Su Yan's strength had increased too much. Therefore, this time, he did not even dare to release his divine consciousness to probe Su Yan. However, at this time, Su Yan's terrifying strength suddenly appeared in his body. This made him extremely shocked. If this was really his own strength, then it was a little too frightening. This kind of power was almost terrifying to the extreme. The strength of this violent power was already unimaginable. Su Yan had very likely obtained the power of God Slayer. The God Slayer sword. Although this was extremely inconceivable, what if it was really so? In this world, what kind of power could be compared to God Slayer? What if Su Yan really obtained the power of the God Slayer sword? This was his best chance. If he could obtain the power of God Slayer, even if it was only a part of it, it would be enough. His strength would definitely improve further, and he would become a true sacred venerate. In such a world, even sovereigns did not have any sense of security. This was because he had seen too many sovereigns fall. They were completely annihilated and could not be reincarnated. In comparison, he was only suppressed. This was much better than those who had completely dissipated. However, if he could become a sacred venerate, then he would be qualified to jump out of the chessboard and become the person who set the trap. Only then could he truly control his own fate, and even the fate of all living beings. Of course, it was useless no matter how much he regretted it at this time. This was because he knew that it was impossible for Su Yan to turn back at this time. Now, Yang Tai-yi only wanted Su Yan to leave as soon as possible. This was because he knew very well that if Su Yan did not leave at this time, it would only further provoke the terrifying tyrant. At this moment, Su Yan had used all of his power of the laws to blast out that horrifying radiance. That berserk power was truly horrifying to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, everything had been annihilated by this power. All of the power surged at this time, and a terrifying aura directly rose at this time. All of the power directly converged at this time. God Slayer, the most important thing was to slay. Heavenly Slayer. All of the power gathered together to launch the most terrifying attack, annihilating everything in its path. This was the essence of this sword. Therefore, even the supreme Nirvana slash could not be compared to this power. After slashing out with that sword, Su Yan had a new understanding of his own power. He was constantly pressuring himself in the face of difficulties, awakening his potential and transforming it into true strength. He clearly knew that if he wanted to become stronger, this was the only way. If a person did not put pressure on himself, it was almost impossible for him to live a stable life. In this world, everyone had to bear pressure, and it was even more so for a cultivator like Su Yan. Chapter 1092. Female Literature. That terrifying power was like a long river, constantly flashing with extremely terrifying light. Such a sword was truly terrifying to the extreme. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes shone even more brightly. His aura continued to rise at that moment, and all of his power at that moment had reached an indescribably terrifying level. When his power was completely condensed, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the dark sky. It was an extremely dazzling beam of light. That beam of light was truly terrifying. It was because it was a huge sword. The sword condensed between heaven and earth, and it seemed to be able to make the gods tremble and the world tremble. Originally, under the power of darkness, the glacier had been continuously shattering. At that moment, when Su Yan finally condensed the sword's will, everything turned into dust. It was as if they didn't even have the courage to continue living in front of that sword. God Slayer. Is this what the God Slayer sword's original form looks like? At that moment, Su Yan was also shocked. He didn't expect that when he condensed the God Slayer sword's will to such a degree, such a change would occur. That sword existed so proudly in the sky that it was simply unimaginable. Such terrifying power reverberated in the sky. The God Slayer sword didn't have a hilt at all, because it didn't need one. It was the most terrifying and terrifying existence in the world. Nothing could become its hilt. It was imperfect, not because it couldn't be perfect, but because it didn't need to be perfect. It existed for the sake of killing, to slay all demons. That was all there was to it. When the sword's shape finally took shape, the world began to shatter. Almost at the same time, in a place where light and darkness couldn't be seen clearly, a will suddenly opened its eyes. This will was none other than the spirit of the God Slayer sword. Not bad. You can actually manifest my original form. This kid is indeed the one chosen by the regal sword. Good, good, good. You can reach such a level. It's not a waste for me to impart my sword's will to you. Humph, kid, your fate is already entangled with mine. Don't die so uselessly. Just then, an unimaginably powerful force came crashing down on his body. Humph, you really know how to seize the opportunity. You can even seize such a small moment to launch an attack. Unfortunately, compared to the previous generation, you're simply too weak. The will of God Slayer growled, and an extremely sharp power erupted, blowing up the surrounding chaos. At that moment, Su Yan had already manifested his original form and used extremely terrifying destructive power. However, the sword chi he unleashed was far inferior compared to this power. It was simply like the difference between the clouds in the 9 heavens and the dust on the ground. The difference between the clouds and the dust was not an exaggeration at all. This kind of battle was simply not something that Su Yan could imagine. Godslayer sword, annihilation. The terrifying giant sword shadow directly fell from the sky. The violent and resolute power had already destroyed all the darkness. Such terrifying power, such a terrifying sword. And it was also with this sword that Su Yan's aura reached its peak. At that moment, he was truly the invincible Su Yan. 3 origin, I understand. Su Yan was already a 3 origin supremacy, but he had always thought that as long as his power reached a certain level, he would be able to reach that level. However, he now understood that the advancement of a supremacy was far from that simple. He was wrong, and perhaps the other supremacies were also wrong. Even the false claim that he had reached the peak of 5 origin was wrong. The true understanding of a supremacy was perhaps only known by those Dao sovereigns. However, these principles could only be understood by oneself. It was impossible to obtain information from the descriptions of others. At that moment, Su Yan's heart was even more disappointed. Every time he obtained a Dao source, it meant that he would advance by 1 level. This was the current common understanding of supremacies, but in reality, this was not the case. The real thing was that every time a Dao source was completely fused with one's body, it could be considered a single origin. It was actually extremely difficult to completely fuse a Dao source with one's body. Perhaps only when one became a Dao sovereign and relied on the power of a powerful nomological law would they be able to fuse all of this into one. The reason Su Yan still followed his original cultivation path was not that Yan Shao did not want to tell him. It was because Yan Shao himself believed that this was how a supremacy's cultivation should be. However, today, Su Yan knew the true path. Dao source, shatter. Su Yan was simply in high spirits. He knew very well that the more they reached this point, the more they could not think of retreating. At their level, everything was actually a battle of the heart. If they retreated in the slightest on the path of cultivation, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, at that moment, he definitely did not have such thoughts. Under the powerful force, his sword directly rushed into the darkness. He was like a brave man who was searching for the truth, wanting to see through everything in this world. Such power was simply terrifying. At that moment, a power slowly rose in the sky. It was a powerful force that Su Yan forcibly tore through with the powerful Godslayer sword's will. Under this power, everything began to retreat, and no power could stop it. It was also at that time that he felt the threat that Su Yan posed to him, despite the fact that there was clearly a terrifying existence within. He originally thought that this was a small bug that he could easily get rid of, but he did not expect this bug to show off its power at that moment and directly attack him. This was a provocation and an insult to him. He was originally still in a coma, but at that moment, his consciousness gradually woke up. Another wave of even deeper darkness appeared. The moment this wave of power appeared, Su Yan felt as though his entire body was being devoured. After all, such a powerful existence was incomparably terrifying. Even if he had forced himself to the limit at that moment and was able to suppress his previous power, or even beat it back, as long as more of his opponent's power awakened, he would immediately fall into a huge passive state. However, at that moment, Su Yan still had no intention of backing down. He bravely moved forward and directly chose to go deep into the darkness. This was a borderline crazy decision, as he had clearly been forced into an extremely difficult situation. The power of the Godslayer sword's will was almost swallowed up by that terrifying and dark existence. At that moment, he should have turned around and left. After all, he already had the experience of fighting such a powerful existence, and his power had also become more powerful. It would be a good choice to retreat and leave. However, at that moment, Su Yan did not do so. Instead, he went against the flow and directly moved forward into the darkness. Damn brat! Why aren't you running away? After repeated attempts, Yang Tai finally released his divine sense from the place of imprisonment, and took a panoramic view of Su Yan's situation. However, he just happened to see Su Yan resolutely throw himself into the darkness. He was courting his own death. Su Yan was his hope, and he had already staked his chips on Su Yan. If Su Yan died at this time, then all his chips would be in vain. He knew that the change of the world was coming. When that time really came, those powerful ancient almighties and tyrannical holy sages would most likely reappear in this world. He was just a small venerable emperor. In this era, he could still dominate, but when those powerful existences all woke up, it meant that he was no longer a venerable emperor. For him, the only chance was to leave in advance, appear in this world, and then set up a trap. Only in this way could he seize the opportunity and win an extremely precious opportunity for himself. However, if Su Yan died here, then his possible advantage would be directly ruined. If he did not leave in advance, no, even if he did not leave in advance by too much, he would not have a chance. Perhaps the best outcome would be to hide like a mouse. For him, who had experienced that terrible disaster, he knew better than anyone how terrible it was. The great tribulation of heaven and earth was the real great tribulation of heaven and earth. At this time, he directly used his divine sense to send a message to Su Yan. Su Yan, do you want to die? Hurry up and leave here, you idiot, hurry up and leave. He did not hesitate to use his divine sense to send his message over and over again. At this time, Su Yan had already sunk into the darkness. At this time, Yang Tai-Yi's voice appeared in the depths of Su Yan's heart. Su Chun, do you want to die? Hurry up and go back, that is not an existence you can fight against. Yang Tai-Yi found that he could finally sense Su Yan and immediately shouted. At this time, Su Yan was very calm. He was clearly in such a dangerous situation, but he was still calm. Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Although he said so, he still had no intention of leaving at this time. Yang Tai-Yi roared again, you idiot, you still have the inheritance of the Godslayer sword in your body. He is definitely not your opponent. Why do you have to be stupid here? He was filled with rage. If it wasn't for the fact that he was being suppressed, he would have immediately appeared and tied Su Yan up. Su Yan said indifferently, Senior, you are not me. Naturally, you don't understand me. After he finished speaking, he immediately sealed off his divine consciousness. No matter what this person was thinking, he could not care less at this time. The next situation was a life and death situation, and there was absolutely no room for carelessness. Chapter 1093. Female Literature. Su Yan's path was one of fearlessness and bravery. He would never back down in the face of challenges. Moreover, he had already found the right path. He would not give up on this path no matter what. Su Yan wanted to make himself stronger. Once a person had the right position for himself, he would work hard. He knew that if he continued to follow the current situation, no matter how much his realm increased, there would never be a true path because it would not be perfect. In order to become a true peerless powerhouse, he had to do so. He had to destroy himself and then create a new self. This was the meaning of destruction and creation. At this moment, the three great laws appeared again. Under the control of his powerful divine consciousness, the three great laws transformed into three giant dragons that began to revolve around his body. Since it was destruction and creation, he could not abide by the rules. He had to destroy everything that had been there before. The power of the utmost supreme began to circulate wildly. This terrifying circulation speed had even exceeded his original limit. However, Su Yan still did not have any scruples. His actions had even made it difficult for his meridians to bear. The power of his entire body began to tremble continuously. At this moment, a terrifying curtain of light directly descended. That was the light released from the darkness. This light was extremely resplendent and also extremely dazzling. However, such an intense light not only didn't give people any sense of warmth, it even gave people an extremely cold feeling. It was as if it was the source of the coldest coldness in this world, the source of evil. This power was extremely fast. It was as if space had no meaning in front of it. It had crossed the distance in an instant. Oh no! Su Yan's heart immediately skipped a beat. The sudden appearance of the light made him feel an extreme sense of danger. This terrifying aura actually made him shudder. He did not think too much and directly mobilized all his power of the utmost supreme. The moment he mobilized his power, the dragon of law that was driven by his divine consciousness shattered. The dragon of ice, the dragon of raging fire, and the dragon of decay were all shattered. After all, it's just a simulation of my own power. It's not a real dragon body. If I could cultivate a real dragon of law, would I still be afraid of this? Fortunately, Su Yan had been alerted. In an instant, he had formed all his power into a defense. Using the powerful power of the utmost supreme, he formed and condensed the utmost supreme shield. Otherwise, he really did not have the confidence to block this power. This power was simply too strong. However, if this power was not strong enough, he would not have come here. Be strong when faced with strong. This was Su Yan's principle. At this moment, his aura surged. His essence, qi, and spirit had risen to the peak. At this moment, his source was directly forced out of his body. Su Yan's source of law. This was already an extremely terrifying thing. At this moment, he was already at a level that the other venerables did not dare to imagine. Ordinary people would only have their own laws when they became Dao masters. The source of law was just a foundation for the laws. It could be said that it was the embryonic form of a law. After 6 consecutive evolutions, it would finally evolve into a law. However, at this moment, Su Yan already had 3 laws. This law had become his source of law. His combat strength was almost on par with that of a Dao master. This was already a level that ordinary Dao masters could not reach. However, Su Yan was not satisfied. His power was still rising at this time, directly impacting his source of law. He was using his powerful source of law to resist this terrifying power. Since it had already come to this point, he would definitely not take another step back. At this time, his aura had reached the peak. The terrifying power was constantly reverberating at this time. The terrifying and violent aura had risen to the peak. The suffocating feeling appeared again. Such power was already extremely powerful for him. The source of law had become a part of his body's strength. Generally speaking, venerables would never let their source of law suffer any damage unless it was a last resort. This was because if it reached that point, it meant that his life was in danger. Only then would he give everything he had and then raise his power to the extreme, erupting the most terrifying power. However, Su Yan directly operated his source of law. Fortunately, Yang Tai could no longer see Su Yan's situation at this time. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death. He hoped that Su Yan would not act recklessly, but Su Yan did not care and was even more deranged to this point. At this time, Su Yan had raised his power to the peak. The terrifying aura was constantly at this time. He had already reached the pinnacle of power. He would not die trying if he did not succeed. The madness and risk-taking in his bones were once again vividly displayed. His power incarnated into a terrifying ray of light. Such power had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. The 3 great Dao sources, ice, raging fire, and decay, were more powerful than any other venerables. How could ordinary venerables have such terrifying Dao sources? As soon as the Dao sources appeared, they fiercely collided with the terrifying light. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit that this power was really too strong. Even though Su Yan's strength had reached an extremely terrifying pinnacle, this power was still a little weaker compared to before. At this time, Su Yan was so determined that it felt like a moth flying into a flame. Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. Even if he knew that his power could not defeat it, he still wanted to try. This was cultivation. This was the path of life and death. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed as if he had become a god. The three great Tao sources and the terrifying light fiercely clashed. Gradually, the terrifying power's impact on Su Yan became more intense. He even felt that his body was about to shatter. Such power was simply terrifying. The change in power was as if there was a world suppressing him with all its might. Although his strength was not bad, it was already difficult for him to hold on. However, even at this time, the crazy Su Yan still kept moving forward. At this time, his power was constantly changing. All of his willpower was madly operating at this time. At this time, he had reached the point of madness. Cracks began to appear on the Tao sources, and so did Su Yan's body. At this time, he was like a tile that began to shatter. Even at this time, he had no intention of giving up. His power was constantly fluctuating and increasing at this time. Under such stimulation, the power of the utmost supreme circulated even more crazily. The powerful power was constantly repairing Su Yan's body. It was a kind of rebirth after destruction. At this time, Su Yan had exceeded the imagination of many people. No one would have thought that his madness would reach such a level. Under the stimulation of these two extreme powers, the torture Su Yan's body and mind were simply unimaginable. Roar. At this time, he heard a terrifying roar. It was the roar of an incomparably terrifying demon. This roar came from the depths of hell, wanting to destroy everything. At this time, Su Yan's three great Tao sources bloomed with the most dazzling light. At the same time, the power of the utmost supreme released the most terrifying light, sweeping everything up. Su Yan's entire body was wrapped in it. At this time, Su Yan directly entered a new stage, which was to destroy and then rebuild. Only by completely destroying the original self could a brand new self be born. Su Yan's original Tao source began to shatter. He had cultivated to the level of 3 Tao sources with great difficulty, but at this time, he had completely destroyed all his power. This was simply madness that no one could imagine. Even if there were other people like Su Yan, who had such ideas, it would be extremely difficult to achieve. This was because the amount of power required for this was simply terrifying. How could an ordinary person possibly accomplish this? In order to achieve this, Su Yan directly used his own Tao source to resist the terrifying light of destruction. If one's own Tao source was not strong enough, then it was possible that one would directly die. At this time, his power finally began to shatter. At this time, the endless brilliance accumulated bit by bit. The shattered Tao source did not disappear. Instead, it was attracted by an invisible force and circled around Su Yan. At this time, the dark storm was clearly so terrifying, but Su Yan did not care about it at all. The shattered Tao source was not blown away at all. Instead, it continued to revolve around him. At this moment, his aura had been raised to the extreme. After another moment, a giant energy cocoon formed around his body. This thing directly wrapped him up, making him one. The surrounding dark storm was still terrifying, but it couldn't hurt Su Yan in the slightest. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was simply unimaginably strong. His strength was increasing bit by bit, and his aura was becoming more and more natural. However, this terrifying energy gradually began to conceal itself. All the power dissipated directly. If it were not for the huge cocoon in this terrifying energy, perhaps no one would have discovered that Su Yan had existed in this place. Chapter 1094. Female Literature. The dark storm suddenly quietened down. The terrifying existence seemed to be puzzled. He could not imagine why Su Yan's aura would disappear at this time. After all, this was not the true awakening of that terrifying existence. It was just a primitive instinct. However, even if it was the most primitive instinct, the ability that he possessed was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he finally discovered the existence of the giant cocoon. Then, his power began to attack the cocoon formed by Su Yan. The lovely dark energy formed a terrifying sword at this time. The ferocious sharp sword fell from the sky and slammed into the cocoon. Such a power was extremely terrifying. It could kill a supremacy instantly. Even a 5 essences supremacy would be severely injured by such a power. However, at this time, it was unable to break through the terrifying cocoon. The power of the cocoon was truly terrifying. Its aura was like an unchanging boulder that had been released since ancient times. The dark sword was so frightening, but it could not do anything to it. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the cocoon, seemed to be completely dead. His aura had completely disappeared without a trace. Not even the slightest bit of it was left behind. If it were not for the extremely powerful energy circling outside the giant cocoon, no one would think that Su Yan was a living thing. The impact of the dark energy became more and more violent. Terrifying power fell one after another. The violent energy was constantly activated. The terrifying aura was so strong that it was indescribable. Time continued to pass just like that. After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying dark waves finally subsided. That terrifying existence seemed to have had enough and went back to sleep. At this time, the huge cocoon that Su Yan had turned into was lying there quietly. At this time, Yang Tai Yi released his divine thought again. Without the terrifying dark energy blocking him, his divine thought could scan the area again. He was very concerned about Su Yan's life because Su Yan was the most important chess piece to him. He had the stupa sects layout on him, which was what he needed. However, after scanning the area with his powerful divine thought, he did not find Su Yan's aura. Not at all. What's going on? Is that brat really dead? In fact, at the moment when Su Yan had rushed into the dark storm, he had already predicted that Su Yan would most likely die under that terrifying power. However, he still felt that Su Yan wouldn't die so easily. After all, Su Yan had too many destinies. That was the child of destiny. No matter what, the child of destiny should not die so easily. That was why he couldn't wait to use his divine sense to investigate. He wanted to know the final result. However, he did not expect that when he released his spiritual force, Su Yan's aura would disappear. He had completely lost his aura, and had not concealed himself. No, that kid won't die. Absolutely not. Yang Tai Yi suddenly calmed down. Because Su Yan was too important to him, he had been overly excited. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan would definitely not die so easily. For no other reason than the fact that he was the child of destiny. Then, where did that kid go? The spatial barrier of this damned place is terrifyingly strong, so it's definitely not because of a spatial crack that suddenly appeared and swept that kid away. In that case, there's only one possibility, and that's him. Yang Tai Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. That was that terrifying existence who had directly taken Su Yan away. Although they were both suppressed, that guy enjoyed a much more grand treatment than him. It was not because of anything else, but because that guy was much stronger than him. Although he had previously speculated that he had only awakened ahead of time, and his true consciousness should not have completely awakened. However, in the face of such a terrifying existence, who could say for sure? His strength was too terrifying, and his every move had an extremely terrifying majesty. Back then, he was suppressed only because he had encountered an existence that was stronger than him. This time, the heavenly secrets had changed, and the time had come. Their game had begun once again, and he might have awakened ahead of time. Even he could see that Su Yan was the child of destiny, so this powerful existence would definitely be able to see it. Su Yan's body had already been set up by many experts. Perhaps that guy also wanted to join in the fun. Thinking of this, he became more and more certain that this matter must be so. Thinking of this, he immediately took a deep breath. Whatever, if Su Yan has really been taken down by that guy, then before Su Yan reappears, his fate is not something that I can interfere with. Damn it, this guy really deserves to die. Why didn't he just peacefully look for the two great divine swords, Futu? Why did he have to do so many things? The divine swords of Futu sect, 9 heavens and Futu. These two divine swords were definitely extremely powerful. They were first-class divine weapons. Although they could not be compared to the God Punisher and Frost Jade, they were already rare in the world. Now, he really could not understand Su Yan's logic. Damn it, the thinking of young people nowadays is really scary. Can't they just quietly be a chess piece? He complained indignantly. Then, he could only leave silently. After all, freeing his divine consciousness from that damned place of imprisonment required a lot of his power. His divine consciousness completely retreated, and the place returned to calmness once again. However, he still did not realize that within the range of his divine consciousness, Su Yan's cocoon was undergoing such a huge change. At this time, the huge cocoon's size had completely changed, and the power within it was completely different from before. There was obviously an extremely huge amount of energy constantly flowing on this huge sword, but even someone as powerful as Yang Tai did not notice it at all. It was obvious that this power had undergone the most complete transformation. At this time, Su Yan's entire body was completely scattered. Everything began to be reassembled. This was a transformation of power. It was also the most fundamental transformation of the essence. This was the effect that he wanted. He wanted to break everything and then create a brand new version of himself. At this time, he was so powerful that it was terrifying. At this time, Su Yan could only be considered as a half-finished product at most. In other words, the real him had not been fully formed yet. Even so, he now had such terrifying power. If he could completely condense and take form, how terrifying would that be? He would probably immediately become a heaven-defying existence. At this time, Su Yan was constantly changing. With every minute that passed, his power would become stronger. At the same time, in the deepest part of the cold land of the far north. The cold land of the far north was not simple. It was filled with unimaginably terrifying power. The violent aura was simply indescribable. At this time, the terrifying power had reached an absolutely terrifying level. With such power, not to mention Su Yan, even if Yang Tai was suppressed, he would immediately die. It was impossible for him to survive. However, under this terrifying power, there was an existence that was sleeping. If someone could see it clearly, they would find that it was an existence that was the size of a child. However, it was not a person, but a puppy. The puppy gently turned over and even looked a little cute. After a while, his eyes opened a slit. Then, a will appeared at this moment. It seems that I've been sleeping for a long time. It seems that I've found something fun. As soon as this thought appeared, an image immediately appeared in front of him. In the image, it was Su Yan who had transformed into a huge boulder. Unknowingly, the originally huge cocoon had turned into a boulder at this time. It was undergoing an extremely long and vicissitude change. Under normal circumstances, it might have taken thousands of years or even more to evolve. However, at this time, it was only a moment. Oh my, this is a moment of youth, the true essence of time in a snap of the fingers. I'm really surprised that the one who can comprehend this true essence is actually a young man. At this time, his eyes opened a little wider. Originally, he had only opened a thin line, but at this time, he could already see a little bit of light. In this faint light, there was actually an extremely terrifying destructive power. The terrifying aura that had shattered Su Yan's 3 great Dao sources had come from this. Such a terrifying aura, an aura that could destroy everything, was actually just a wandering light in his eyes. If Su Yan knew, who knew how shocked he would be. However, at this time, Su Yan was undergoing a process of breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. His power was constantly changing, and at this time, it was different from before. There were too many tyrannical things in Su Yan's body. The great demon dragon's heart, the demon god's heart, and the Buddha's heart. His 3 hearts were already things that many existences, even sovereigns, could not look up to. Moreover, he also had the great demon god's finger bone, the will left behind by the God-Slayer sword, and most importantly, the power of the Supreme. These powers each had their own way and did what they wanted. Su Yan had long wanted to soften these powers together. However, one could imagine how difficult it would be. Back then, he had tried to fuse these powers together and almost felt that he could fuse them together. However, in reality, he found that it was just an appearance and was not a true fusion at all. Chapter 1095. Girls' literature. This kind of fusion was fine under normal circumstances. Defeating those who were weaker than him or on the same level as him was as easy as flipping his hand. However, once he faced an opponent who was stronger than him, this power would be easily defeated and even become a breakthrough point. The reason was very simple. It was because this was not a real fusion at all. Su Yan used his own divine thoughts to forcibly squeeze the power together. When his spirit and divine thoughts were enough to support it, he could naturally exert his true power and defeat everything. However, once his divine thoughts could not support it, his fused power would directly disintegrate and even become a breakthrough point for a powerful opponent to deal a fatal blow to Su Yan. However, it was different this time. This time, Su Yan used the terrifying power to directly break his 3 great Tao sources and even his other abilities in one go. Under such a shattering, although the arrangements of those powerful existences would not be completely destroyed, the power they produced at this moment was directly crushed by Su Yan. Then, these powers were smelted again. This process was like forging a sword. No matter how good the meteoric iron was, it would still have a lot of impurities. Perhaps these impurities were already very precious and had an unimaginable value. However, when these impurities were fused together, it would affect the whole of the sword. In this way, these impurities could only be discarded as residue. At this time, Su Yan's so-called was actually the same principle. He wanted to abandon everything and then smelt them together again. At this moment, his aura directly rose. However, even he himself did not realize that in this process, he had actually come into contact with new laws, which were the fleeting youth and the fleeting time. These were the laws of time. In this world, the most revered things were time and space. Of course, that was for the truly strong. For those who were not strong enough, it was more or less the same. Regardless of whether it was fire or ice, both could take their lives. However, for those who were close to immortality, these 2 laws could really make them disappear forever. However, among these 2 laws, many powerhouses had dabbled in the space law. As long as one reached the Tao Master level, one could directly tear space. Although it could not be said that they had grasped the law of space, they could carry out simple uses. Even those stronger venerables had such abilities. However, even Emperor Realm Masters were unable to grasp or understand the laws of time. Because that was the domain of the heavens, the most mysterious and powerful existence. But at this moment, this law directly appeared beside Su Yan. If Su Yan could master the law of time, he would immediately become an extremely terrifying existence. He might even become a true almighty. Of course, this was impossible. It was already extremely rare for him to be able to come into contact with this law and not die. At this time, the cute puppy that had just opened its eyes seemed to be interested in Su Yan. Seriously, is this considered good luck? He actually discovered the auras of so many old friends. He, the great demonic dragon, the great heavenly demon master, and the great pagoda. Even the fiend god king's aura was present. TSK, how interesting. However, in comparison, the fiend deity king is still too weak. He was actually killed by someone else. That was someone else's plan. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. This so-called truth was not the truth, but the source. It was the truest source of power in this world, such as the heart of the demon god. If Yang Tai saw it now, he would be able to discover that it was the power of the demon god, but he would not know that the heart of the demon god was no longer pure and contained the power of someone else. This meant that the powerful great demonic god was already dead. The great demon god, in terms of rank, was a powerhouse on the same level as the great demonic dragon. However, in this world, it was never based on the level of an existence. Victory and defeat were determined by life and death. He was already dead, and even his heart had been used by someone else. Naturally, he was the real loser and was completely eliminated. In his eyes, such a person was not valued at all. A person who was eliminated was naturally a thing of the past and was not worth paying attention to. Therefore, in the eyes of this unknown but powerful and lawless puppy, the demon god was directly ignored. Such an existence naturally could not be an old friend of his. Pagoda, the great heavenly demon master, the great demonic dragon, the three of you shouldn't have died. If you were also dead, it would be too boring. However, who was the one who killed the demon god? To be able to give away his heart as a gift is also very generous. Although he was a loser, his own strength could not be ignored. At the very least, it was impossible for him to achieve this step. This kid is interesting. He also has his own ideas. He wants to completely shatter the power of these old friends and then merge them again. At this time, he saw all of this clearly. It had to be said that even he admired Su Yan's ideas and actions. After all, to have the courage to calmly accept the layout of these guys was already a kind of courage in itself. Moreover, Su Yan was directly facing them and trying to subdue their power. Strange, this kid actually has 3 laws on him. 2 of them don't seem to be from the Wuji world at all, but from the Shura world. In other words, this kid has been to the Shura world and plundered 2 laws from there. How did he do it? At this time, his sleepiness seemed to have dissipated a little, and even his eyes opened a lot at this moment. The moment his eyes widened, the originally calm and restored sky suddenly changed again, and a terrifying storm suddenly swept through. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but this storm actually directly bombarded the place where Yang Tai was imprisoned. The powerful force directly hit Yang Tai's large formation, and immediately Yang Tai felt a huge wave of pressure. He immediately activated his own aura and directly offset this force. Damn it, he must have done it on purpose. He roared fiercely. At this time, he actually wanted to say that this damn dog must have done it on purpose. However, he did not dare to say it out loud. Because of power. Such powerful existences had their own perception of everything in this world. If he spoke carelessly, they would definitely be able to sense it. At this level, they were already existences that could come into contact with karma. At this time, Su Yan's transformation had reached an extremely critical moment. He had already reached the final step, and that was when his own power clashed with that terrifying aura. His power was already very strong, but the layout that those powerful existences had set up on him was definitely not weak. The previous ones were still fine, but this was the final step. This had already reached the foundation of those powerful existences. Naturally, they would not let Su Yan complete it so smoothly, so at this time, they directly erupted to obstruct him. These powers immediately became Su Yan's obstacles. Su Yan wanted to merge them, which would directly shatter their independence, thus affecting their layout. Therefore, they naturally did not want Su Yan to succeed. At this time, their powers directly rushed over, and the powerful forces continuously baptized their bodies. This caused Su Yan to be in great pain. At this time, Su Yan's consciousness had also awakened, and he directly snorted, "At this time, you still want to stubbornly resist? Impudent!" He directly shouted angrily, and then at this time, the powerful force rolled down. At this time, the God-Slayer SwordWill was directly mobilized. The moment the SwordWill appeared, the will of those people was immediately suppressed, but that was only temporarily. Su Yan guessed that these tyrannical existences could not have fallen. Since they had set up on him, they would have been watching him secretly. Since this was the case, Su Yan would naturally be on guard against them. The God-Slayer sword was the first defensive force. With extremely fierce and powerful sword will, it directly cut off their consciousnesses. At this time, Su Yan was also bold, because this was a fight on another level, almost reaching the level of karma. Amazing, that is the God-Slayer sword will. No wonder that kid was able to wake me up. What did I say? It made me feel like there was a knife at my back. He actually has the God-Slayer sword will on him. At this time, the terrifying little dog finally opened its eyes. The God-Slayer sword will was a powerful existence that dominated an era. Even people as strong as they were could not compare to it. Previously, he felt that there was something watching him secretly, and at this time, he finally understood that it was the God-Slayer sword will. With such a terrifying existence, it was no wonder that he felt so uncomfortable. Unfortunately, this sword will is too weak, and is not the real sword will. Otherwise, those guys would have been at a disadvantage, he thought to himself. At this time, as the battle continued, the violent aura moved again, and the cold land of the far north became turbulent again. The power of the sword will was strong, but after a while, it was slowly suppressed. At this time, Su Yan again shouted, "Great!" As the two words appeared, a light immediately appeared, and an extremely mysterious power appeared. Then, the Taiji sword suddenly appeared next to Su Yan. At this time, the great sword spirit was hidden in the Taiji sword, and at this time, a terrifying majesty rushed to the sky. What, a divine sword? That mysterious and powerful little dog was shocked. At this time, it saw a brand new divine sword. However, after that battle, in theory, it was impossible for this world to be born with a divine sword. Even a subdivine sword was extremely difficult. Chapter 1097. Female Literature. He did not expect Su Yan to be able to take out a divine sword at this time. Of course, with his realm, a divine sword was not much. However, he knew very well that since the ancient war, the world had changed. It was very difficult for a new divine sword to be born. However, the divine sword in front of him was brand new. He had new power and new laws. Perhaps the power of the Taiji divine sword was not very strong at this time, but he saw a future path in this sword. For a moment, he was tempted. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Interesting, really interesting. I really want to know what kind of tricks these old friends of mine have up their sleeves. This brat is quite an interesting person. He actually has such a trick up his sleeve. Previously, even he felt that Su Yan was too rash. His actions could be called courageous, but in fact, he was just courting death. However, now, he finally understood that this was definitely not the case. Obviously, before Su Yan did this, he had thought of all the possibilities and considered all the situations. It was also because of this that he had the courage to fight. To be able to catch the eyes of these old friends, they are indeed not ordinary people. Now, I want to see what other methods and abilities they have. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed once again. At this moment, his aura had skyrocketed. After the appearance of the Taiji divine sword, Su Yan's final killing move finally appeared. The other party's strength was indeed extremely frightening. That was to be expected. After all, these existences were all frightening characters that could pierce through the heavens and earth. However, so what? The more he was at this time, the more he knew that he could not back down. Because once he did, he could only become their puppet. If that was the case, no matter how strong he was, so what? He did not like the feeling of being manipulated by others. What was the meaning of a strong person? First of all, they could be free and unfettered and follow their heart. However, if they could not do this, it would be too boring. Taiji divine sword, destroy. At that moment, his essence, qi, and spirit merged into one in an instant. His body reappeared, and a beam of light began to display the cycle of reincarnation. That terrifying power rolled over at that moment. Such a berserk power began to sweep out at this moment. That power was terrifying to the extreme. At this time, all the power was poured into this sword. The rolling power was simply terrifying and unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan's aura rose again. At this time, his strength had been displayed to the extreme. The powerful sword will condensed, and the shadow of a dragon condensed again. What a powerful sword intent! At this time, the mysterious puppy no longer had any intention of sleeping. To him, what was powerful was naturally not the power of the sword intent, but his essence. To him, this seemed to be an extremely unfamiliar path. Such a change in power was truly terrifying. If Su Yan's cultivation could increase again, or if he could become an existence at their level, then he would definitely be a terrifying overlord. Interesting, interesting. Woof, woof, woof. This is really interesting. I have to think of a way to get this power. At this time, his will had become extremely vigorous. He even directly stretched out his little paw. However, the moment he stretched out his paw, there was immediately an extremely sharp and terrifying light that directly charged towards him. Such a cute aura was really endless. The powerful power was to the extent that it was unstoppable. His power was rolling, and his aura was constantly changing. However, he could not take half a step into the lightning pool. Damn it, do you think you can trap me forever? I've already awakened. Your power won't be able to trap me for long. This short contact had already caused an extremely terrifying power fluctuation to erupt. If it was not for the existence of the extremely powerful and terrifying seal, how much damage would this power cause? However, he was still sealed in the end. After a while, he finally accepted reality. This won't do. I've just awakened, and I'm really too hungry. I can't use all my power at all. What should I do? He directly muttered to himself. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. That's right. My original body can't go out, but I can let a clone leave this place. Although I'll have to pay a certain price, and even let my original body fall into a deep sleep again, it'll definitely be worth it because I'll obtain that kid's power. Just as he was thinking, there was a huge change in Su Yan's battlefield. After the sword aura appeared, the few wills indeed felt an extremely strong threat. That extremely powerful power directly descended at this time. That was the descent of wills. Su Yan directly sneered, no matter how glorious you were in the past, it's just yesterday's flowers. Since that's the case, you still want to show off here. Humph, since you're treating me like a chess piece, then I'll flip the table. At this moment, Su Yan was in high spirits. His sword suddenly slashed down, and sword aura madly appeared. Then, the Grand Supreme Qi directly exploded. At this moment, the Grand Supreme Sword Qi directly turned into a giant wolf and suddenly opened its mouth. The first will to arrive was directly swallowed by the giant wolf. At this moment, Su Yan did not give up. His arrogance grew even stronger, and his strength was raised to the peak. That terrifying power had become the most dazzling radiance at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying power was constantly trembling. Everything between heaven and earth had lost its color, and that sword was the only one that was eternal. At this moment, that powerful power directly swept over. Those few wills were extremely terrifying, and when they pressed down, they had supreme majesty. Their majesty went straight into one's heart, as if they wanted to make Su Yan kneel down. However, Su Yan did not care at all. He knew clearly that the most important thing in this world was self-esteem. If one wanted to become a strong person, one must have a self-esteem heart. If one felt danger and fear towards those existences, then it meant that one's heart was not strong enough. How could a soul not strong enough become a true super strong person? At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly rising. At this moment, his power had reached an extremely berserk level. At this moment, Su Yan was like a person standing on the edge of a cliff. He had no way to retreat, so he fought with his life. The power of that sword was fierce. The power of the Grand Supreme and the will of the God-Slayer sword merged, directly activating Su Yan's most powerful move. These two words represented the pinnacle of destruction. At this moment, that violent power showed its most terrifying power. The wind blew, and the world was dark. In the midst of that terrifying power, Su Yan's last bit of power was finally crushed. He had won in the end. After those wills sensed this, they all seemed to be extremely angry, and they were even vaguely transmitting their thoughts. They were high and mighty existences, and all living things bowed to them. However, they did not expect to be played like this by a junior. The arrangements they had left behind were all destroyed, although they would not disappear just like that. However, the energy that they had set up for so long would be directly dissipated. This was an extremely huge price to pay for it. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not stop. "Humph, you old guys. Since you've transmitted your wills, don't leave." At this moment, the terrifying wolf head directly rose into the air and headed straight for those wills. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted to do was to directly devour those wills in one go. At this moment, he was simply audacious. Those were the wills of giants. No one wanted to have such karma with such tyrannical existences because they were simply too powerful. Yang Tai was a peak venerable emperor. However, when facing these powerful existences, he had countless scruples in his heart and did not dare to act recklessly. However, Su Yan was unscrupulous. This time, he had not only offended one of them, but all of them. He was a complete madman, but in fact, he did not need to have any scruples. This was where Su Yan's brilliance came from. He clearly knew that he had already planted his karma with those powerful existences. If he waited until they appeared in the future, these people would definitely not let him go. Since that was the case, there was no difference between them. That was why he was so bold. Those wills were the most powerful existences. At this time, due to various reasons, they had become weak and could not be compared to when they were at their peak. This was exactly what Su Yan wanted. Su Yan's goal was very simple. He wanted to use the power of the Grand Supreme to analyze their essence. He knew that this would be an extremely difficult process. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to take that step first. If he did not even have the courage to take that step, how could he make himself stronger? The huge wolf head was constantly struggling. The wolf head was the evolution of his aura. If the wolf head was destroyed, he would definitely suffer a huge backlash. However, Su Yan knew that he would definitely be the winner of this battle. He was scheming against the unsuspecting. Although it was risky, he would definitely succeed. Time passed by once again. When everything was over, Su Yan's entire body was filled with fatigue. However, there was a flame-like brilliance flickering in his eyes. This time, he had succeeded. This was the joy of surviving a disaster. It was also the joy of winning a challenge. No matter what, he had to succeed. This was simply unimaginable. Even now, when Su Yan thought about it, his heart was filled with lingering fear. Chapter 1098. Female literature. Even though he had confidence in himself at the beginning, he was still confident in himself. But having confidence was one thing, and actually doing it was another. Those powerful existences were really too terrifying. If they had more power in their arrangement, then Su Yan would have to die. Su Yan dared to do this based on his own speculation. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally stood up again. At this time, the energy between heaven and earth was still very chaotic. No matter who was here, it was actually very dangerous. Some of the chaotic energy was like a violent hurricane, and some were even extremely terrifying sharp blades. With such a powerful energy surging, the destructive power was extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, one would be directly shattered. However, Su Yan was not affected at all. When the powerful energy landed on his body, not only was it not directly shattered, but it was even absorbed by his power. At this moment, his aura was constantly surging. It was as if his entire life was ushering in a new life. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were filled with unprecedented brilliance. It's time to leave this place. Su Yan looked at the mysterious underground. After he had obtained a new life, his strength had become even more terrifying. Naturally, he was able to see even more things. At this moment, he was so powerful. However, he soon frowned. Even now, he could still see a blurry area. He was simply unable to see the face of the underground existence clearly. It seems that this is still a little too powerful. My strength is too weak, so I can't see it clearly. However, sooner or later, I will be able to see it clearly. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, Su Yan was not discouraged at all. Instead, he had an unprecedented confidence. He believed that he could do it. However, there was no point in continuing to stay here. Su Yan looked at Yang Tai Yi. Now, he was even more certain that there was something wrong with Yang Tai Yi. Although he was in the midst of his transformation, his 5 senses had not disappeared. They had only quieted down. Therefore, he still saw Yang Tai Yi's flustered and exasperated appearance when he rushed out. Humph, no matter what, I, Su Yan, will never be a chess piece of fate. Moreover, even if I'm just a chess piece, I'm not someone you can manipulate. After he finished speaking in his heart, he was finally about to leave. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was an additional puppy by his feet. The puppy seemed to have just been born and was full of cuteness. At this time, it was circling Su Yan step by step. Puppy? How could a puppy appear in a place like this? Su Yan felt incredulous at first, because he could feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in this place. Not to mention a puppy, even a powerful demonic beast might not be able to survive. No, that's an elemental demon beast. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked because he clearly knew what kind of existence that was. An elemental demon beast. Demon beasts were an extremely powerful race between heaven and earth. They were born with extremely powerful strength, and they could even be compared to the terrifying Void Invaders, the Demon Clan. Countless years ago, demon beasts were the rulers of heaven and earth. Even now, their existence was still a problem that humans could not ignore. Powerful demon beasts could directly transform into demon saints and run rampant between heaven and earth. There were many species of demon beasts, and among these demon beasts, there was a very special type of demon beast. That was the elemental demon beast. They were different from other demon beasts in that almost all demon beasts reproduced. However, elemental demon beasts were not. Elemental demon beasts were born from heaven and earth. They were the favored children of heaven and earth. Elemental demon beasts could only be born when the right time and place were used to the extreme. In ancient history, there was a dark elemental demon beast and a light elemental demon beast. Back then, they had even become the most terrifying rulers of heaven and earth. They had already surpassed the sacred Venerate realm. As for other known elemental demon beasts, they had also reached an extremely terrifying level. Of course, for human cultivators, if they were able to obtain an elemental demonic beast and subdue it, then their cultivation would become almost unstoppable. When they formed a contract with an elemental demon beast, they would have the characteristics of an elemental demon beast. In human history, there was also such a powerful sacred Venerate. In recent times, the words elemental demon beast had never been heard of again. If Su Yan had not been so knowledgeable and had not read so many ancient books when he was in the Taihang sword faction, he would almost not have known about the existence of this demon beast. He had never thought that such a rare elemental demon beast would appear in front of him. How is it possible? An elemental demon beast has actually appeared. Could it be before? He immediately thought that before, when the cold elements in the extreme north were rampaging, the terrifying elemental power was constantly attacking, and then it might have formed this elemental demon beast. Because the conditions before were indeed somewhat similar to the conditions in the records. Su Yan squatted down. When the elemental demon beast saw Su Yan squatting down, it immediately took a few steps back. However, it seemed to be very weak, and even its walking was a bit shaky. Just as it took a step back, it almost fell. It looked at Su Yan with a bit of curiosity in its eyes, as if it was wondering why the existence in front of it was different from itself. At this time, Su Yan was also looking at this little thing. He fully activated the Eye of Truth, and saw everything about this elemental demon beast. It's actually a real elemental demon beast. How surprising. Under the Eye of Truth, he could see that this little thing's body was very pure and contained extremely rich elements. The existence of such power was simply the creation of heaven and earth. He stretched out his hand and then condensed a bit of elemental essence. At first, the little dog was a little scared, and it unconsciously took a step back. However, when it felt the power in the elemental essence, it immediately went forward. Su Yan did not make any movements, and he watched as the little guy directly absorbed the elemental essence. The little guy's speed of absorbing the elemental essence was terrifying. Although the elemental essence was only the size of a fist, it was filled with an extremely large amount of elemental energy. Even a Dragon Realm expert would need to spend a lot of time to absorb it. However, this little guy did it effortlessly. With just a few munches, it finished absorbing the elemental essence. The little guy immediately raised its head and looked at Su Yan with a cute face. It was obvious that the elemental essence just now was not enough for it. Su Yan condensed the elemental essence at an extremely fast speed, and the little guy took it all and ate it. At this time, Su Yan stretched out his hand and directly hugged it in his arms. The principle of, whoever has milk is mother, seemed to be the same everywhere. Not only did the little guy not have any resistance towards Su Yan, it even showed an extremely affectionate attitude towards him. You little guy, since you've appeared beside me, then it means that we're fated. Come with me. Su Yan finished speaking and looked at the little guy. Elemental demonic beasts were formed by the heaven and earth, and they were extremely intelligent. Su Yan knew that this little guy would definitely be able to understand his words. The little guy directly snuggled into Su Yan's arms, and it seemed to be extremely happy. Su Yan said, "If that's the case, then let's leave this place." After speaking, Su Yan directly left. Damn it, what exactly happened? Yang Tai was really angry at this time. He knew that a huge change must have happened outside. During the battle just now, there was a huge elemental fluctuation. That powerful energy seemed to have caused even him to be somewhat afraid. Unfortunately, he was actually unable to sense it. This was because a whirlwind had directly hit where he was, and then, his spiritual sense was forcibly interrupted. At this time, he was simply blind. Burial Sword Tomb. After Su Yan left, this place fell into silence again. The once mountainous area had become so desolate at this time. The Great Era had just arrived, but at this time, the Burial Sword Tomb had already been eliminated in advance. On the 5th day after Su Yan left, a figure appeared in the Burial Sword Tomb. This was an old man. His figure was lonely, and his whole person seemed to be silent in infinite sorrow. He was none other than the old man Su Yan had been searching for. He looked at the familiar place and suddenly knelt down. His eyes were blazing with anger, and finally, he said in a deep voice, "Ancestors of the Burial Sword Tomb, this unworthy disciple, Wei Qing, kowtows. I failed to protect the foundation of the ancestors." On that day, a disaster suddenly came. He received the news that Celestial Dual City was massacred, so he immediately rushed to Celestial Dual City, but he didn't expect that not long after he left, the Burial Sword Tomb would suffer such a blow. The entire sect was directly destroyed, and in Celestial Duel City, he saw Sun Yan. Sun Yan had already become an idiot back then. Logically speaking, in front of him, Sun Yan wasn't even qualified to be in his eyes, but on that day, this old man who had run amok for a lifetime finally knew what despair was. Sun Yan's realm had already reached such a terrifying level. His sword was simply unstoppable. When the sword fell, he didn't even have the strength to resist. At that moment, he knew that things had gone beyond his expectations. Sun Yan's sword was evil and violent, and would inevitably take away many lives. Celestial Duel City was directly slaughtered by him alone. At that time, the old man felt that he would also be killed by him. But when Sun Yan's sword fell, a mysterious figure appeared and directly took him away. Chapter 1099. Female Literature, That's Enough, Wei Qing, Let Bygones Be Bygones. If you can't let go of these things, you won't be able to reach a higher realm. A young man suddenly appeared next to Wei Qing. Judging by his appearance, he was around 17 or 18 years old. He had a strong physique and looked like the sun. Senior brother, that's our sect, our home. Wei Qing still couldn't let it go. For the sake of this sect, he had sacrificed too much. But now, everything had been destroyed. He called the man senior brother. Not anymore. The existence of the burial sword tomb is meaningless. So what if it's destroyed? You should know that we belong to the Buddha sect, said Lin Feng. The man looked at the desolation and said, These things don't have any meaning. It's ridiculous to think that I fought with you for the position of sect master back then. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. Time always passed by. 100 years ago, he and Wei Qing were still young. They were the most outstanding geniuses back in the burial sword tomb. At that time, the previous generation's head teacher had also reached the end of his life, so naturally, the position of head teacher was decided between the two of them. In order to compete for the position of sect leader, the two of them were almost fighting to the death. In the end, Wei Qing won and obtained the position of sect master. At that time, he left the burial sword tomb with great reluctance. His mood was gloomy at the time. But later on, he found that going to the burial sword tomb was too small. So what if he became the leader of the burial sword tomb? Look at Wei Qing, he was able to defeat him back then. It was clear how good his talent was. But now, he looked like an old man with a cultivation base at the peak of the origin state. Wei Qing, on the other hand, was at the peak of the dragon realm, ready to become an origin state cultivator at any time. This was the difference, because the two of them were in completely different environments. Wei Qing had become the new sword burial elder, but in reality, he was only trapped in this tiny burial mound. Wei Qing, on the other hand, had entered that mysterious place, the Buddha Gate. Just thinking about the greatness of the Stupa sect still filled his heart with excitement. This could also be considered his own luck. If he hadn't left in despair, he probably wouldn't have been able to reach his current level. Senior apprentice brother, perhaps our struggle back then was a bit laughable, but this is our sect, the place where we grew up, our home. The children in the burial sword tomb are the future of our sect. But now, everything is gone. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. His entire body was trembling, and his aura was flickering constantly at this moment, as if he wanted to burst out. At this time, his senior brother said, Wei Qing, I know that you are very unwilling and angry right now, but have you thought about it? What can you do right now? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but your strength is too weak. You haven't even reached the dragon realm yet. Let me tell you, that day in Celestial Shuang City, the one who attacked was at the peak of the dragon realm. Even I might not be his opponent. Li Zhao's heart was filled with indignation as he spoke. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years to reach his current level of cultivation. But the kid he met last time was actually not any weaker than him. How could he accept this? Alright, if you have nothing else to say, then come back with me. Return to the Stupa sect. Only then will you have a chance to take revenge. Sword Burial Sword asked in a daze, Stupa sect? You mean return to the Stupa sect? He couldn't believe it. Did the Stupa sect really exist? Li Shao said, of course. You have to know that although the Devil sect was strong in the ancient times, the Stupa sect was not weak. You're just too shallow, that's why you don't know. Let me tell you, the Stupa sect is stronger than you think. His eyes shone with pride as he said, after so many years, the curse of the 5 counties has not disappeared. That's why the true experts of the Stupa sect have not come out. They have been hiding in their own small worlds, waiting for the arrival of a revolution. Today, the opportunity has finally arrived. While the two of them were talking, a black shadow suddenly crept towards them. Yes, who is it? Li Xiao's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Then, without any hesitation, he struck out with his sword. His sword chi was like a raging wave. The powerful sword chi flew out at this time, and the terrible power directly hit the shadow. However, the shadow was not destroyed by him as he had imagined. Instead, it floated around for a moment before it let out a sneer. Not bad at all. With such strength, no wonder you're from the Stupa sect. Now, tell me, where is the Stupa sect? At this moment, the black shadow finally appeared. It was not a human, but a monster that looked like a kobold. Li Xiao was startled at first and then said, I didn't expect to see a half-demon. Have you all begun to awaken? Compared to Wei Qing's shock, Li Xiao was extremely calm. It's no wonder. With the recovery of the world, all kinds of monsters have awakened. I just didn't expect the Stupa sect to be your first target. What? Do you think your strength is enough to fight against the Stupa sect? Or is it that you people can't wait to be destroyed? Li Xiao had absolute confidence in his Stupa sect. Those half-demons might not be ordinary and their strength wasn't weak, but so what? The kobold said, the Stupa sect is so arrogant. You really annoy me. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked. The kobold was very powerful. The moment he attacked, the terrifying ripples were enough to show that he was an extremely terrifying expert. His powerful aura suppressed Li Xiao and Old Man Zong as if he wanted to crush them. Old Man Zong felt extremely uneasy when he sensed the terrifying pressure. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Not long ago, he was a big shot in the 5 counties. Now, he realized that he had become a weakling. In front of these experts, he did not even have the chance to attack. The battle between Li Xiao and the kobold was extremely intense. A battle between 2 Dragon Realm experts was extremely terrifying. The kobold's realm was actually lower than Li Xiao's, but his body was extremely terrifying. His terrifying strength was almost unparalleled. That violent strength was simply indescribable. Therefore, Li Xiao could only fight to a draw with him at this moment. The battle between the two sides finally stopped. At this moment, the dog-headed man looked at Li Xiao and sneered, "You're not bad to have such combat strength. Let's call it a day." Don't worry, the elites of my tribe will destroy your pagoda sect very soon. Li Xiao said disdainfully, "Idiot." Although the outcome of the battle earlier had been determined, he had actually already won. The kobold was able to rely on its powerful body to fight against him, but as time passed, its advantage would gradually be eroded by its flesh and blood. This was the benefit of having a strong realm. At that time, the kobold would be killed by Li Xiao. Evidently, the kobold knew this as well, so at this moment, he stopped and did not continue to fight. "Junior brother, did you see that? Even if that mysterious faction did not appear, the buried sword tomb would still be destroyed. Do you know why? Because you're too weak. Alright, follow me back to the Stupa sect." Old Man Sword Burial seemed to have lost his soul. However, in the end, he could only accept reality because he knew that Li Xiao was right about one thing. Without enough strength, one could only be bullied by others. Just as Sword Burial Elder left with Li Shao, a new guest arrived at the Heaven and Earth organization. After this person appeared, his powerful aura suppressed the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun rushed out at the same time. There was only one person outside the formation. It was a young man. His aura was very strong, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. He was also quite handsome. Yi Xingxing of the Stupa sect invites the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization to come out and meet me. His voice quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Cloud sect. He didn't directly attack, but the meaning of his demonstration was extremely obvious. He was clearly telling everyone that in front of him, their formation was useless. Wanqing, wait a little longer. Wait for Su Yan to come back. Yun Wanqing was about to leave when Lei Wanjun pulled her back. His opponent's strength was so strong that it made him feel a sense of despair. He, Lei Wanjun, had been unhindered in his life, but he did not expect to be so sullen at this time. When he saw someone, he felt despair. This was a humiliation to him. But this person was strong. Yun Wanqing said, "It's fine. Let's go and see what's going on first. If it really doesn't work, we'll retreat into the formation." Of course, she had also felt the extremely frightening strength of the other party. If such a powerful person was truly angered, when the other party directly attacked, the entire Heavenly Cloud sect would have to bear an enormous calamity. Chapter 1100. Female Literature. Yun Wanqing stepped out of the array and her gaze fell on this person. She had to admit that this mysterious expert who suddenly appeared in front of her seemed to have an unusual charm. His aura was very strong, but it wasn't overbearing. Instead, it gave people a very calm feeling. Such an aura made her feel very comfortable. I really didn't expect that the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization is even more beautiful than the rumors say. I am Yi Xingxing, the successor of this generation's Stupa sect. I am very honored to meet Sect Master Yun. He spoke elegantly and politely. It gave people a very good feeling. Wanqing greets Senior Yi. I wonder what Senior is here for. Yun Wanqing was neither servile nor overbearing. The other party's strength was above her expectations, so other thoughts were meaningless. Of course, he would not give up on himself because of this. Even if his cultivation was not as good as the other parties, he still needed to maintain his integrity. At this moment, Yun Wanqing only felt the space in front of her shake, and a figure appeared 2 meters away. And she did not notice his movements at all. For such an expert, not to mention 2 meters, even 200 meters was an extremely dangerous distance. It was very easy to kill someone at this distance. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but she forced herself to suppress this thought. Because she knew very well that it was meaningless. The other party's strength was far above hers. Just this point alone was enough to dispel all of her thoughts. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's eyes swept across her beautiful face and figure without any scruples. This made Yun Wanqing feel very uncomfortable, and the little bit of good feeling from before disappeared in an instant. She said, "Senior Yi, if you have something to say, just say it. I believe that Senior Ye's time is precious, so don't waste too much time with me." Her words were soft and gentle, but the unwillingness to keep others at arm's length was fully expressed. Yi Xingxing was naturally not a fool. He also understood why the other party was like this, but he did not care. On the contrary, this made him very interested. However, this time, he was here for proper business. Thus, he said, "Lord Yun, I'm actually here for the safety of the Heaven and Earth organization. I'm sure Lord Yun is aware that the world is about to change. So everything has started to change. This world is far from being as safe as it used to be." His gaze remained fixed on Yun Wanqing's body, especially on Yun Wanqing's towering twin peaks. Yun Wanqing said, "Indeed." Yi Xingxing continued, "The Stupa Gate is willing to protect your sect. As long as your sect is honest and cooperates, then the Stupa Gate will protect the heaven and earth organization from harm. When he spoke of the Stupa sect, his eyes shone with an intense light. It was clear that he had already taken this sect as his religion. Although Wanqing is not talented, she also knows that there is no free lunch in the world. If your sect protects us, then what price will we have to pay? Yun Wanqing was concise and went straight to the point. He knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. How could the other party be so generous and offer protection to the heaven and earth organization for no reason? Yi Xingxing said, Lord Yun, you must be joking. The Stupa Gate has always been a sect that fights for the world. Back then, when the demonic sect wanted to sacrifice the continent, it was the Stupa Gate that did all we could to stop the catastrophe. Thus, you must believe that the Stupa Gate is sincere. At this moment, he suddenly paused, then continued, of course, I personally admire you, Lord Yun, so I really want to become your Dao companion. I hope you can give me a chance to perform. As soon as he said this, his purpose was laid bare. The so-called giving him a chance, the so-called no conditions, those were all bullshit. This was his true goal. Yun Wanqing was the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. If he married Yun Wanqing, then everything in the Heaven and Earth organization would belong to him. Was this not a price that he would have to pay? No, that would be equivalent to selling himself away. At this moment, Yun Wanqing was about to explode. At this moment, Lei Wanjun appeared from within the great array. Who are you? Don't go too far. Lei Wanjun could not stand by and watch Yun Wanqing be humiliated for the first time. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attacked. A bolt of lightning exploded and rushed towards Yi Xingxing. The corners of Yi Xingxing's mouth curled up slightly. It was obvious that he was very dismissive of this power. The moment the lightning arrived in front of him, he directly reached out his hand and grabbed the light in his hand. Since this is your first offense, I will not pursue it. If there is a next time, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's elegant aura was no longer there. His entire person exuded an extremely terrifying and violent aura. He had transformed from a scholar into a tyrant who could kill and seize people's lives. Humph, kill me? Come on then. You will definitely regret being so arrogant today. Lei Wanjun did not back down at all. His temper had always been violent. How could he admit defeat at this time? Even if there was a life-threatening danger, he would not do this. Very well, it seems that I still need to teach you a lesson. At this moment, his power suddenly rose, and an extremely powerful ray of light fell directly. Such power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, his aura was so strong that it was extremely dense. Under this attack, his power was incomparably violent. Lei Wanjun did not have time to attack at this time. The extremely violent power had already rushed towards him. His expression immediately changed. His opponent's attack was truly terrifying. In that instant, he was directly defeated. He did not even have the chance to react. Intense pain spread through his body. This is just a small punishment. Sect Master Lei, when you speak, it's best to think before you speak. I am a kind person. However, if the bastard of the devil's sect was here, then you would be a dead man now. Yi Xingxing smiled faintly. It was obvious that he did not take the previous incident seriously. Sect Master Yun, I am indeed a little presumptuous. However, a fair lady is a gentleman's dream. I could not help myself. However, I think that you can still consider my request. After all, I believe that there is no one in the 5 counties who is worthy of you. His smile was still as bright as the sun. His calm tone was filled with absolute confidence. This was because he had absolute power. Just you wait, brat. When Su Yan returns, he will definitely teach you a lesson. Lei Wanjun said indignantly. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's expression became extremely interesting. Su Yan? You mean the brat who appeared for a fleeting moment? Huh, based on what you said, it seems that he has already returned to the 5 counties. If he is really as powerful as you say, then let him come out. Why hide like a tortoise? Since the Stupa sect had reappeared in this world, they had naturally conducted a thorough investigation of everything. Su Yan had played an extremely important role in the 5 counties. Since that was the case, how could they let Su Yan go? On the contrary, Su Yan was the most important person they had investigated. Yi Xingxing had come to the Heaven and Earth organization to meet Su Yan. Firstly, he wanted to see what abilities Su Yan, who was known as the most powerful person in the 5 counties, had. Secondly, he knew that Su Yan and Yun Wanqing seemed to have an inexplicable relationship. Do you want to see me? Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. This made Yi Xingxing's heart skip a beat. Who is it? The sudden appearance of the voice was clearly out of his control. He did not even know when the other party had appeared. How was this possible? How could there be such a terrifying powerhouse in the 5 counties? He immediately turned around and threw out a punch with all his strength. He punched out, and a terrifying aura fluctuation appeared directly. The violent power directly expelled all the air in the area. Perhaps it was because he was too afraid, but this punch was already his strongest attack. Such a powerful and terrifying power made him feel surging. However, such a powerful punch did not have any effect. He only felt that his punch had suddenly dissipated. Even his body was about to be swallowed up. At this moment, Su Yan was standing calmly behind Yi Xingxing. He had just rushed back and happened to see this scene. This guy was really bold. Not only did he have designs on Yun Wanqing, but he also directly attacked Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun had taught Su Yan the thunder technique in the past, so the two of them had a close relationship. This time, Lei Wanjun had been injured in order to protect Yun Wanqing. Ho Yi felt a little guilty towards him. At this moment, there was even a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Who are you? Yi Xingxing was also extremely panicked. No matter who it was, he would be shocked to suddenly have such a strong powerhouse behind him. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Didn't you just say that I'm a coward?" Yi Xingxing's eyelids twitched. At this moment, if he still did not know who was standing in front of him, then he should really bang his head against the wall and die. At this moment, his entire body's strength directly increased. He did not want to attack Su Yan, because he clearly knew that he had no chance at all. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to leave. He wanted to get away from Su Yan as soon as possible. The farther the better. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move his body at all. Chapter 1101. Female Literature. Su Yan said, "Do you really want to leave?" Yi Xingxing saw Su Yan's sneer and knew that things were not going well. In the next moment, Su Yan suddenly exerted his strength. An extremely powerful and terrifying force erupted at this moment. The terrifying aura had reached its peak. The terrifying force had turned into a huge cloud of smoke. At this time, Yi Xingxing could no longer control himself. His whole body was directly blasted away at this time, and then directly smashed into the ground at an incredible speed. Boom! A terrifying loud sound was heard. Yi Xingxing only felt that his body was about to shatter. He clearly had powerful strength, but he could not protect himself just now. It was as if the strength in his body did not belong to him. This raised the sense of danger in his heart to another level. In fact, before he came, he had already thought that Su Yan would be very powerful. After all, Su Yan could become the most powerful person in the 5 counties. How could such a person be simple? But he definitely did not expect Su Yan to have reached such a level. After all, this continent was cursed. No matter how talented one was, one could not break through the shackles of this continent. Are you from the Stupa sect? Yi Xingxing felt that the whole world was trembling. And at this moment, Su Yan had already arrived by his side. His voice was so calm. "Answer me." Su Yan's voice was heard again. This time, his voice was incomparably majestic. Yi Xingxing's heart was filled with fear. It was as if he was just an ordinary person kneeling in front of a high and mighty emperor. That's right. What was left of his dignity made him struggle to get up. Then, he lifted his head and looked at Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's body seemed to be constantly shaking. "I am from the Stupa sect." "Su Yan, you should have heard of the Stupa sect. I advise you not to act recklessly." Yi Xingxing wanted to say a few harsh words, but at this moment, he no longer had the confidence to speak. After all, Su Yan's previous majesty was too strong. "Humph, the Stupa sect? So what? Did they really think that the Stupa sect was invincible? Moreover, do you think someone like you can represent the Stupa gate? Do you believe that even if I kill you, the Stupa sect will still want to work with me?" Su Yan looked down from above with boundless majesty. Yi Xingxing's heart skipped a beat. Because he knew that Su Yan's words were absolutely not empty words. In front of the interests of the sect, the life and death of these disciples actually didn't matter. If Su Yan's strength was ordinary, then he naturally wouldn't be qualified to say such words. Even at this time, he would have been directly trampled under his feet. However, it just so happened that Su Yan possessed extremely terrifying strength. Just a moment ago, he had already displayed his most terrifying power. That terrifying and berserk power made him feel fear. A venerable, he has actually become a venerable. He was at the peak of the dragon realm. However, Su Yan could easily send him off. It was obvious that Su Yan's strength was definitely that of a venerable. However, he couldn't sense what level Su Yan was at. This was because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. "Su Yan, I didn't mean to offend you just now. Furthermore, I know that there is karma between you and the Stupa sect. This time, I am only here to work with you. As for the other matters, I acted on my own accord. I hope you can forgive me." If Su Yan's strength was inferior to his, then he naturally wouldn't mind trampling Su Yan under his feet. However, Su Yan's strength was much greater than his. At this point, he didn't dare to do so. What he was most afraid of now was that Su Yan would directly kill him. Just as Su Yan had said, if he really did that, then his death would be in vain. This was because Su Yan's strength was enough to make the sects pay attention to him. At this time, the sects had just awakened from their sealed state. Those who were truly strong were still unable to appear in this world. Therefore, they needed a new force to replenish themselves. The Heaven and Earth organization was one of the largest sects in the 5 counties. If they could control this sect, then it would be the best thing to do. Although the world had started to change, it was still just the beginning. Those strong existences had all awakened, but not all of them had yet to awaken. In order to be able to seize the opportunity in this great change of the world, they now needed to obtain more resources. Under the premise that their own people couldn't come out, controlling the large sects was the best choice. This was the Stupa sect strategy. Some sects that had been sealed, such as the Dark Demon sect, were truly evil sections. What they needed to revive was not resources, but human lives. Moreover, they needed the life spirits of strong people. Therefore, they took action and massacred the sects to gather power. After all, this was the time when the gap between them was the greatest. However, as time passed, the cultivation of the people in the 5 counties would gradually increase. When that time came, the gap between them would not be so great. By then, their advantage would no longer exist. These powerful evil sects saw this point. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to harvest the sects that would threaten them in the future. This way, when they officially appeared, they would be able to seize the initiative directly. Su Yan looked at Yi Xingxing. Yi Xingxing also looked at Su Yan. At this time, he was actually very afraid. He was really afraid that Su Yan would kill him directly. The terrifying aura that Su Yan had just suppressed towards him had already made him tremble uncontrollably. It was an unimaginably powerful force, and the terrifying aura had become incomparably violent. At this time, Su Yan suddenly walked in front of him. Yi Xingxing's heart was beating even faster. He thought that Su Yan was finally going to kill him. No, Su Yan, you can't act recklessly. I am the envoy of the Stupa sect. If you kill me, the Stupa sect will not let you go. When he met someone stronger than him, he would become the weak person who could not control his own fate. At this time, the only thing he could do was hope that Su Yan would let him go. He hoped that Su Yan would be afraid of the Stupa sect behind him. Yi Xingxing's body began to float slowly. This was not his own will, but Su Yan's powerful spirit consciousness supported him directly. At this time, he finally felt the terror of Su Yan. That powerful force was not something he could compare to. Do you know that you are very lucky? You haven't done anything that you will regret. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Don't think that the Stupa sect behind you can intimidate me. Su Yan's voice was calm, but every word was branded in Yi Xingxing's heart. This made Yi Xingxing even more afraid. Forgive me, he said with difficulty. No, although I won't kill you, you can't escape punishment. At this moment, Su Yan pointed his finger. In an instant, incomparable pain engulfed Yi Xingxing's entire body. That terrifying feeling rushed directly into his mind. At this moment, he felt as if his body was no longer his own. That moment was really too long. After an unknown amount of time, the pain finally passed. At this time, Su Yan's gaze was still calmly looking at him. What did you do to me? Yi Xingxing's voice had become extremely weak. Nothing much. I just crippled one of your hands. Now, take me to the Stupa sect. Shall we cooperate? I do need a partner. Su Yan had changed his mind. After returning from the Arctic land of the far north, he had become even more powerful. He also knew some other things. He knew that when the heavens and earth changed, everything would become an unknown. Therefore, he had to make preparations early. Right now, he and the Heaven and Earth organization were too passive. No, it should be said that the entire 5 counties continent was in the same situation. They could only wait for these ancient sects to wake up one by one and cause trouble for them. However, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. If this continued, they would be exhausted. Therefore, Su Yan had to take the initiative. He needed a partner to help the Heaven and Earth organization get through this period of time. This was also a period of weakness for the 5 counties continent. He had naturally thought of this point. The 5 counties continent was currently undergoing a transformation. He had to fight for this time. Yi Xingxing's arrival had given him this train of thought. Thanks to this, Yi Xingxing did not need to die. The price he had to pay was only one of his hands. Yi Xingxing felt immense pressure as he looked at Su Yan. You're saying that you want to go to the Stupa sect? He did not want to bring Su Yan there. After exchanging blows with Su Yan, he knew how terrifying Su Yan was. Although he had absolute confidence in his sect, he did not know why he did not want to bring Su Yan there. That's right. You don't need to talk so much nonsense. I don't care whether you're willing or not. You just need to lead the way. Of course, if you really want to resist, that's fine too. I'll kill you and get what I want from your soul. When he heard Su Yan's cold threat, the fear in his heart grew even stronger. After a slight struggle, he finally said, "Okay, I will take you there." Su Yan nodded. Then, he said to Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun, "I will make a trip to the Stupa sect. Before that, I will do my best to upgrade the Great Array. At the same time, I will call a few helpers." After this lesson, Su Yan knew that even with the Great Array, this place was no longer safe. There needed to be a powerful existence to protect the heaven and earth organization. After all, he would never forget the tragedy at the burial sword mound. Chapter 1102. Girls' Literature. Su Yan's power had reached a whole new level. Now, his battle strength was strong enough to defeat an ordinary Dao master. He might even be able to defeat a genius Dao master like Wuxia Xianxia. This was because the current him had transformed to a whole new level after he had broken and re-established himself. Moreover, after that, his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had also improved completely. After he finished speaking, he began to set up the formation. A large formation required a huge amount of accumulation. For example, the terrifying formation of the Taihang sword faction had extremely terrifying lethality. It was a formation condensed by the Taihang sword faction's hundreds of years of accumulation in the sword pool. Back then, when the Limitless Demon sect attacked, the Sublime Flow sword sect was able to turn the tables and win because of this formation. Naturally, the formation of the Heaven and Earth organization could not be compared to that large formation. However, the power of the formation was not small either. At this moment, Su Yan waved his hand, and an extremely terrifying power appeared directly at this moment. In an instant, the large formation was completely destroyed. Yi Xingxing saw all of this with his eyes. Naturally, he was capable of destroying this formation. However, Su Yan did it so casually, as if he was just tearing a piece of paper. Such a method was extremely terrifying. This was his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Could it be that he's already a Dao master? Yi Xingxing was shocked. If that was really the case, it would be too terrifying. Then, Su Yan's power emerged continuously. At this moment, his power had been exerted to the extreme. The terrifying power kept accumulating, and the mysterious laws kept condensing. In the end, one formation after another fell directly. Yi Xingxing knew a little about formations, so he could estimate the power of many formations in his heart. If he had faced this formation before, he would have been directly devoured the moment he attacked, and then he would have been seriously injured, let alone shaken it. However, this formation was not only powerful and terrifying, but it also began to devour spirit qi at this time. That was the terrifying speed of a giant whale swallowing water. That terrifying throughput would cause the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth organization to skyrocket. It wouldn't be long before the heaven and earth organization would be as abundant as their holy land. How terrifying! At this time, he was even more afraid of Su Yan. He didn't even have the slightest thought of revenge in his heart. At this point, it was no longer a matter that could be resolved through anger. The gap between the two of them was so big that he could not see any hope. He originally thought that after coming out of the arcane realm at such a young age, he would definitely be able to dominate the 5 counties. In fact, this was indeed the case in the beginning. Before coming to the Heaven and Earth organization, he had already been to many sects and challenged their most powerful people. Almost none of these people were able to block a single attack from him because the gap between the two sides was simply too great. He enjoyed the despair and anger of those people, but today, this despair and anger fell on him. Su Yan looked at him condescendingly as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. At this time, his heart was really pained, but at this time, he could only silently accept this anger. This was because he was indeed no match for Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan did not care about Yi Xingxing's thoughts. This was the truth. In his heart, Yi Xingxing was nothing. What he really cared about was the Stupa sect behind him. Yang Tai-yi was a member of the Stupa Gate, but Su Yan didn't know what kind of relationship Yang Tai-yi had with the Stupa Gate. Moreover, whether the Stupa Gate was as benevolent as the rumors made it out to be, this was already a very questionable matter. At Su Yan's level, he absolutely would not easily believe any rumors. He could only trust his own judgment. Therefore, it was very necessary to go to the Stupa sect at this time. Moreover, he also needed to find the 2 divine swords of the Stupa sect. 9 heavens and stupa were the 2 divine swords that Yang Tai-yi had mentioned. If even Yang Tai-yi, a venerable sovereign, wanted them, then they must be good things. Regardless of what effect they had on Yang Tai-yi, Su Yan did not care. Now, he was more and more aware of one thing. No matter what, as long as he was strong enough, he could deal with any situation that arose. In other words, Yang Tai-yi's plan was actually not important at all. What really mattered was Su Yan himself. Only when he was strong enough could he deal with all kinds of changes by remaining unchanged and directly sweep through everything. There were too many people in this world who did not understand this principle. They were always opportunistic, thinking that as long as they were given enough opportunities, they could take advantage of the situation. There were also many people who blamed their failure on fate. They always felt that they were targeted by the heavens. If not for this, they would have definitely succeeded. However, they did not know that the reason they failed was not because the time and place were not on their side, but because they were not prepared. Without great strength, when the opportunity presented itself in front of you, everything would be so empty. Everything would be fake. It was precisely because of this that these losers would always be losers. Many people might have heard of a lot of principles because too many people would talk about them in cliché. However, these principles were useless just because they had heard them. Everyone in this world was like this. If they had not personally experienced it, then these things would just be a kind of talking point and a kind of capital for them. However, when they really experienced it, how many people would be able to remember these principles that they had heard before? At this moment, Su Yan's aura had risen to the peak. His power had reached an unimaginable level. That violent aura was like a flame, making people feel fear in their hearts. Under the operation of his power, the powerful array was constantly accumulating. At this moment, Yi Xingxing was even a little numb. At this moment, he was extremely regretful that he had actually wanted to snatch this man's woman. Perhaps only those old monsters in the sect would be able to deal with such a terrifying character. Time passed little by little. Su Yan finally finished setting up this array. At this moment, an extremely powerful majestic aura descended from the sky. Then, there was an extremely terrifying low cry. The moment this sound appeared, everyone felt an immense pressure. Sacred beast. Yi Xingxing was shocked again. He was an outstanding disciple of the Pagoda sect. How could he not recognize such a powerful and terrifying sacred beast? According to the Realm 2 wheel, a sacred beast was equivalent to a Dao master. However, under normal circumstances, a Dao master would not be able to match a sacred beast of the same realm. The reason for this was very simple. Sacred beasts were originally existences with extraordinary talents. When they evolved to this stage, their talents would become even more powerful and terrifying. The curse of the 5 counties had just been lifted. At this moment, even supremacies would find it difficult to exist. Those powerful supremacies could only stay in their own small worlds. However, at this moment, he saw a sacred beast that was comparable to a Dao master. This was already beyond his understanding. At this moment, Su Yan looked up. The sacred beast that had suddenly descended was an Oriole. After so many years, the Oriole had finally reached the level of a saint beast. This was an extremely difficult task. A sacred beast's strength was really terrifying. The appearance of a sacred beast at this time would have a huge impact on those ancient sects that had just recovered. The Oriole arrived directly in front of Su Yan. At this moment, Yi Xingxing was even more in disbelief. A sacred beast was actually obeying Su Yan. Then, what level had Su Yan reached? At this moment, the Oriole's aura was no longer complete. After entering this place, its strength was directly suppressed. The curse of the 5 counties had not completely disappeared. Otherwise, it would have been a huge disaster for this world. However, Su Yan was an exception. His grand supreme power directly weakened this suppression. The Oriole was his demonic beast, so Su Yan used the power of the Taishang to cover up its aura a little. Although it was still unavoidable to be suppressed by the will of the continent, at least it could enter this continent. Take the Feng family's supremacy from the Taihang sword faction for example. After entering this continent, his strength had already reached the point of transforming into a dragon. However, under Su Yan's grand supreme power, although the Oriole's strength was still suppressed, it would definitely not be as miserable as that supremacy. The current grand supreme power can only barely allow one sacred beast to enter the 5 counties continent. However, one sacred beast is enough, Su Yan said in his heart. In fact, according to his idea, he wanted to bring all of his sacred beasts over and then gather them together. That would be an extremely terrifying force. Unfortunately, there was always a limit to one's strength. Although he was extremely powerful, it was impossible for him to defy the heavens. In this world, there were always many things that could not be done as one wished. Of course, even so, he was already very satisfied. After all, having one sacred beast to suppress the Oriole was enough to deal with the current situation. If he had not gone to the Arctic land of the far north, he definitely would not have been able to do this. This also showed the benefits of facing difficulties head-on. If he had directly retreated in the face of everything, then at this moment, he probably would not have the ability to do this. Therefore, it was said that only by constantly moving forward and fighting for things could one bring enough protection for the future. Don't worry, Master. With me around, I will definitely protect this place. Unlike the blood-winged flying dragon that had already betrayed him, the Oriole and the other demonic beasts were already completely loyal to Su Yan. Their bloodline talents were actually very powerful, but it was still very difficult for them to become sacred beasts. However, after they signed a contract with Su Yan, they received great benefits. Chapter 1103. Female Literature. After Hou Yi had done all this, his gaze fell coldly on Yi Xingxing. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's entire body was trembling. He simply could not imagine what level Su Yan had reached. The deterrence of a sacred beast was strong enough. If Su Yan had been in a hidden sect with a huge foundation and support, Yi Xingxing would have found it easier to accept. After all, the powerful Stupa sect also had top geniuses and experts. Their cultivation had even reached the Dao master level. They were all extremely powerful existences. They could not have come here because everything here was too low level in their eyes. Heaven had set his sights on those extremely powerful worlds. He was looking for places to fight in other parts of the world. But this Su Yan, how exactly did he reach this step? Su Yan ignored him and went directly to Yi Xingxing. Then, he pointed his finger at Yi Xingxing's forehead. Tell me where the Stupa sect is. Su Yan's words pierced his mind. Yi Xingxing immediately knew that things were not good. Even so, he still could not control his thoughts and started to move towards the sect. Before he could react, Su Yan had already reached out and lifted him up. Then, he rushed into the distant sky. Su Yan was extremely swift and decisive. He did not say the slightest bit of nonsense. At this point, he knew that there was not much time left. The continents of the 5 counties were constantly changing. This would cause the world to change as well. Those sects hidden in the dark would reappear. Their existence was like that of criminals locked up in a prison for serious criminals. They had extremely powerful destructive power and could cause tons of damage. Once all of them escaped, the continents of the 5 counties would be in complete chaos. At this moment, Su Yan's power was surging. His aura was extremely powerful. He broke through layers of space and headed towards the place he had sensed earlier. This was an extremely remote place in the 5 counties. It could be said that there were no birds in the mountains. As soon as he arrived, he could feel an extremely terrifying aura surging towards him. This terrifying aura was like the burning of an endless volcano. Of course, this aura was much stronger than the aura of the volcano. Demonic Qi. It was an extremely terrifying and dense demonic chi. That terrifying aura rolled out, and its powerful power could easily kill a person in the spiritual sea realm. One had to know that the spiritual sea realm was still considered as the top battle power in the 5 counties. Apart from the top-notch warriors of the square sphere realm, they could almost do whatever they wanted. However, it was extremely difficult to even survive in this place. It was obvious how terrifying this place was. This place actually has such a terrifying devil chi. Su Yan exclaimed. Yi Xingxing said cautiously, in order to suppress this terrifying devil chi, my sect paid a great price. In the end, we even established our sect in this place, using the powerful force of a small world to suppress this place. At this time, he was quite proud. It could be seen that he belonged to the kind of people who had grown up in this small world from the beginning. He treated this place as a holy land and the people of the 5 counties as pitiful creatures. As far as he knew, everything the Stupa Gate did was to save the common people. Of course, powerful people like Su Yan did not count as such. Su Yan did not speak. Instead, he released his divine thought. At this time, Yi Xingxing witnessed Su Yan's power again. His divine thought appeared in the air, and at this time, it directly captured the black clouds in the sky. At this moment, the terrifying clouds were directly condensed and finally formed a huge long sword. The appearance of this long sword exuded an extremely terrifying aura. At this time, Su Yan did not look like he was here to pay a visit. He was clearly doing this to forcibly take over the sect. Humph, I want to see how great the Stupa sect is. As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer held back. Such a terrifying sword fell directly at this time, and the violent brilliance burst out with endless light at this time. This seemed to be the most terrifying power in the world. When this power fell, the pitch-black mountain entrance flickered with extremely frightening energy waves. Su Yan's eye of truth was completely opened at this time. His gaze was fixed on all of this. This power was really too terrifying. At this time, the endless radiance had reached a stage where the power between heaven and earth had dyed the entire sky red. Then, a huge sword appeared. The embryonic form of the huge sword did not seem simple, because there was a hint of the power of laws in it. This must be the Stupa sect's great formation. I don't know where this great formation came from, and how its power was condensed. However, this sword chi and karma were condensed from the embryonic form of one of the 2 divine swords of the Stupa sect. If my guess is correct, I just don't know whether it is the 9 Heavens sword or the Stupa sect. Yang Tai Yi had let Su Yan obtain the 2 divine swords because they were of great significance to Su Yan. The Stupa sect and Su Yan had a very close relationship because Su Yan had obtained the inheritance of the Stupa pagoda. The soul-suppressing seal and the square seal both existed in his body, and he had turned the Stupa seal into the Stupa's heart, which was stored in his body. Until now, he still did not know what happened in the battle back then. However, he could guess that the current Stupa sect was definitely not complete. He did have a relationship with the Stupa sect, but it was more likely that there was a conflict between them. Even so, he still wanted to try to cooperate with the Stupa sect. This was because he needed more power. However, whether this cooperation would succeed or not was not something he could predict. However, he was willing to try. He knew that the Stupa sect and his fate were already linked, so no matter what, the 2 would come into contact. Instead of waiting for things to happen slowly, he might as well take the initiative to attack. This guy wants to take on the Great Formation head-on. At this time, he looked at Su Yan and thought that Su Yan had gone crazy. How crazy was this? Did he not know that the Great Formation's power had reached an extremely terrifying level? As for the Berserk aura, it was already boundless. This Great Formation was the faith of the Stupa sect, and they all knew how terrifying this Great Formation was. It was almost heaven-defying, but now Su Yan wanted to challenge this Great Formation directly. This was really crazy. The violent and terrifying power was constantly changing in the sky, and the aura of the confrontation between the two spread directly. Gradually, Su Yan felt that it was difficult. The sword that he had condensed also started to crumble bit by bit. Not bad, it actually has such power. My power is almost unable to hold on. Su Yan felt an incomparably fearful power in this great array. He was also clear that the power that was colliding with him now was definitely not the strongest one. However, he could also see that such a great formation consumed a huge amount of energy each time, which was why his power was like this. In fact, Su Yan really wanted to test the limits of this power. However, he did not continue, because he knew clearly that it was meaningless. His target was not this great formation, but the interior of the Stupa sect. He immediately retracted his power, and then his spiritual consciousness pressed down. Su Yan has come to pay a visit. I hope that the senior of the Stupa sect will not hesitate to meet me. This spiritual consciousness was still extremely overbearing. Although his words were polite, this politeness displayed his strength incisively and vividly. Su Yan, you have guts. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind the mysterious great formation. As soon as the shadow appeared, a violent and terrifying power rose directly. It was an old man. He was as old man Zhangjian, but his power was much stronger than old man Zhangjian's. He was an antique that had lived for hundreds of years. He immediately displayed the powerful majesty of a venerable when he attacked with his palm. Moreover, Su Yan could acutely sense that he was also a venerable, but his combat strength seemed to be stronger than the venerables of the Jianghu continent. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, everyone's cultivation situation was different. For example, Yan Xiao was already more outstanding than everyone else, but he was still defeated by Wuxia Xianxia. However, Su Yan felt that this old man's power was extremely condensed. It seemed like this old man wanted to take him down a notch. However, how could Su Yan let him do that? Even if this old man wanted to take him down a notch, his strength was not enough. Let your Dao master talk to me. Su Yan immediately slapped out, and a terrifying radiant power soared into the sky. That terrifying power displayed an extremely violent majesty at this moment. The power that the old man had unleashed was actually repelled in an instant. The people of the Stupa sect don't seem to be as benevolent as the legends say, Su Yan said softly. Yi Xingxing immediately broke out in cold sweat. After witnessing Su Yan's violent power, he would not be as ignorant as he was at the beginning. The guy in front of him was really a dangerous person. If the seniors in the sect who were cultivating in seclusion did not wake up, they would not be able to suppress Su Yan. However, in that instant, he suddenly thought that since Su Yan was so arrogant, the experts in the sect would definitely not be able to tolerate it. If the seniors in the sect could suppress Su Yan, then he would have a chance to take revenge. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about what he was thinking. Instead, he went straight down. The old man's face turned green and white after being defeated by Su Yan. He immediately passed on the news. Chapter 1104. Female literature. Just like that, Su Yan walked in openly, and that person didn't make a move again. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he knew that there was no point in him making a move. Apart from provoking Su Yan's counterattack, there was no other effect. In fact, he'd already received a notice that Su Yan was allowed to enter the pagoda world. He did this to dampen Su Yan's spirit and make him recognize his position and situation. Unfortunately, he was the one who needed to recognize his own situation and status. So this is the pagoda world. At this time, Su Yan's consciousness spread out to the surroundings. He was so unscrupulous that he didn't put anything in his eyes. His way of doing things was already extremely absurd. One had to know that this small world was the place where the pagoda sect had lived in seclusion for thousands of years. It was their home, and who knew how many of their disciples were born and died here. What he did was to investigate other people's secrets. It was a blatant violation. But Su Yan didn't care. He didn't even want to care about this. In fact, he was doing this on purpose. His goal was to provoke the paragon into coming out of hiding. The first to lose it was the old man. Su Yan, you've gone too far. This is not what a guest should do. He wanted to release his power again and teach Su Yan a lesson. However, in the end, he did not dare to do so because he would never forget how effortlessly Su Yan had repelled his power. Su Yan's gaze fell on him again. It was an extremely cold gaze. That kind of indifference made the old man's heart tremble. I've always been a bad guest. He was so overbearing that he wanted to know what kind of attitude the other party would have towards him. Evil guest, these two words made the old man unable to utter a single word. Su Yan continued, besides, I wasn't the one who started it. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew what Su Yan meant. He was the one who started this. In fact, when he went to the Heaven and Earth organization, the Great Elder had told him to be polite. Yi Xingxing remembered his words in his heart. To him, this method was indeed very polite. After all, in some sects, he had directly destroyed the large arrays of other sects before attacking them. Although this pocket world was suitable for cultivation, it was not a real pocket world after all. He had stayed in this place for too long and had just arrived in the outside world. Naturally, he could not control his temper. He immediately said, Lord Su Yan, just as he was about to say something, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the depths of this world. That faint wind gently rotated, causing the leaves to flutter. The ripple slowly emerged at this moment. Su Yan said, finally, someone important has come. Interesting. He did not move. Instead, he waited for that gust of wind to arrive in front of him. That gust of wind was so gentle that it was like a gentle breeze in spring. It could not even crush a leaf. However, Su Yan's vision was naturally different. He saw an extremely terrifying power in it, the law. The law of wind. It possessed the power of the law. The one who attacked was a Dao master. Although Su Yan's strength had increased greatly, when he really faced a Dao master, he still directly raised his attention to the extreme. He could not afford to make any mistakes in this fight. The power of the law quickly engulfed Su Yan. At this moment, the power and horror of this power were directly displayed. Su Yan's surroundings were directly isolated, as if Su Yan had been directly locked in a mirror. In fact, that was the power of space. It directly separated Su Yan from this small world by means of space division. If Su Yan's strength was not enough, he would have been directly crushed by this power. He was locked in a mirror. If the mirror was broken, he would naturally be crushed to pieces. It was clearly a gust of wind, but it had such a terrifying power. This was really shocking. The Great Elder has made a move. Yi Xingxing was immediately very excited. The Great Elder was a Dao Master expert. Among the experts who had awakened from the seal at this time, he was second to none and his battle strength was terrifying. He already knew that Su Yan was very strong. However, when he saw the Great Elder make a move at this time, he still hoped that he could directly suppress Su Yan. Even if he could not suppress him, it would be good to at least defeat him. If he could vent his anger, it would also dissipate the feeling in his heart that Su Yan was invincible. Young friend, what do you think of my law of wind? The Great Elder's voice rose. It was neither soft nor light, but it concealed a murderous intent. Su Yan laughed. Not bad at all. Such strength was enough to make him excited. At this time, he raised his hand and a faint light pattern appeared. The light pattern changed and soon turned into a grayish sword qi. Su Yan slowly raised his hand and the sword qi was gently lifted. Finally, the sword qi and the wind mark directly met. At this moment, the movement was extremely strange. It was as if two streams of water had met, and there was no movement at all. But was there really no movement at all? No, Absolutely not. The confrontation had already begun. The power of the wind mark was constantly being corroded and dissipated. Su Yan's sword directly used the law of decay and turned it into sword qi. It had both the sharpness of the sword qi and the terrifying corrosion and destruction of the law of decay. He was able to use the law in this way, which was already a true master. If it was before he went to the cold land of the far north, although he could also use the law of decay, he would definitely not be able to do it so easily. The power of the law of wind became more and more violent at this time. Obviously, the Great Elder had discovered that Su Yan's attack was not simple. This time, he attacked not only to test but also to frustrate Su Yan's spirit, so he did not want to lose. The powerful force was constantly rotating at this time, and the terrifying light directly suppressed at this moment. In an instant, the light dissipated. The aura of the wind mark seemed to have slowed down. In an extremely deep place, the Great Elder's eyes suddenly widened. Su Yan, what a destiny's child. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless shock. It was because he was at a disadvantage in the collision of the laws this time. At this moment, he was still extremely unwilling, but there was no other way. At this time, the outcome was set. He was no longer able to reverse the situation. Su Yan's power moved again, and the long sword formed by the law of decay directly pierced through the boundary of the wind. The mirror-like boundary was directly torn apart, and Su Yan walked out of it. When Su Yan appeared in front of Yi Xingkong and the Great Elder again, the two of them retreated at the same time. Su Yan's aura at this time was really strange and terrifying. They were like two weak prey without any power, and Su Yan was the terrifying king of the beasts. In front of the king, how could they have any other way? At this time, Su Yan said again, "The power of the law of wind is powerful. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Please guide me." At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes, and his body emitted endless cold air. The cold air spread out from his feet and spread in all directions. "Not good, let's go." When the Great Elder saw this scene, he was immediately shocked. He directly grabbed Yi Xingkong, and then directly went into the depths of the Buddha world. He was stronger than Yi Xingkong, so he could see more clearly. That power was really too terrifying. If they had left a little later, they would not have had to leave, and would have been killed directly. If they were even slightly contaminated by this cold air, it would be a huge problem. Not to mention Yi Xingkong, even the Great Elder, a Great Elder, would have an unpredictable ending. And Su Yan's counterattack was far more than that. The really powerful cold air went directly to the Great Elder in the depths. He did not know the exact location of the Great Elder, because there was an extremely magnificent power in the depths of this world that prevented him from prying. But it did not matter, because his power directly traced the source, and directly went forward along the path of the law of wind. Good, what a domineering young junior. The Great Elder snorted at this time. At this time, he did not have the slightest contempt for Su Yan. He directly struck out with his palm, and a golden light directly appeared at this time. Great Pagoda Palm, destroy. The light was as brilliant as the sun, and it directly exploded in an instant. The place that the strong light shone was immediately filled with infinite warmth. Su Yan's ice power was extremely powerful, but the power of this golden light was even more scorching. The endless cold was directly dispelled at this time. In an instant, the ice melted, and the earth returned to spring. This time, he immediately had the absolute upper hand. However, the Great Elder's expression did not look good. In fact, at this time, he was the one who was really at a disadvantage. Previously, the two of them had a contest of laws. During the contest, Su Yan's auxiliary law had directly destroyed the Great Elder's law of wind. Then, the Great Elder's law of ice had directly attacked. His scorching sun was extremely powerful, but it was activated by the secret method of the Pagoda sect, which was why it was so powerful. Young friend, you are indeed amazing. At this moment, his body flickered, and then he appeared in front of Su Yan. This was a means of space power, and he directly projected his avatar, while his original body was still in seclusion. Su Yan looked at the great elder who appeared in front of him, suddenly smiled, and then said, "Actually, I don't like to talk to an avatar." Chapter 1105. Female Literature. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he stretched out his hand. A faint light began to emerge. After the light appeared, it immediately formed a flame. The flame flickered, giving off an extremely oppressive and suffocating feeling. The doppelganger immediately frowned. A wave of power was released directly. He immediately knew that this was Su Yan's second attack. He did not expect that Su Yan would still refuse to give up at this point. "Little friend Su Yan, this is too much." Without giving him a choice, the second exchange of blows had already begun. Su Yan said, "I've already said that I don't like talking to a doppelganger. Besides, I'll treat you the same way you treat me." Su Yan had seized an excuse to display the most direct and terrifying power. This time, he was actually here to negotiate. However, he had his own understanding of the art of negotiation. During negotiations, the bottom line was an important thing. If his side's bottom line was known, then he would be in a passive position during negotiations. Everything would be very difficult. However, if he could know the other party's bottom line, then everything would be different. All the problems would not be a problem. Su Yan happened to have an excuse at this time, and that was Yi Xingkong. Regardless of Yi Xingkong's status, he represented the Stupa sect when he went to the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan treated his attitude as the Stupa sect's attitude, and the Stupa sect naturally could not say anything. They did not know that Yi Xingkong would directly make such a request. If Yi Xingkong had really succeeded, then not only would he not have sinned, but he would have done a great service. However, the problem was that he did not succeed. Instead, he failed. Not only did he fail, but he also gave Su Yan an excuse to make a fuss. At this time, Su Yan released the flame, and the Tao Master Doppelganger immediately showed a shocked expression. Nomological law. It was actually another nomological power. This guy. As a Tao Master, he was actually very sure that Su Yan had not reached the level of a Tao Master. However, Su Yan's continuous release of the power of law caught him somewhat unprepared. In this world, could it be that the power of laws was so insignificant? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Of course, being surprised was one thing. At this moment, he had no choice but to face such a blow from Su Yan. The palm power directly floated over. The violent power rolled, as if the world was changing. No, this is not the law of this world. The look in his eyes changed again. He was an old antique who had lived for a long time and understood many things. The previous ice laws had already made him feel a little strange, but now, Shura's fire laws had appeared, shocking him even more. "Young friend, please show mercy. I've lost." At this moment, he suddenly sighed and finally admitted his loss. This was because he knew very well that if he didn't admit defeat at this time, Su Yan would really attack, and then his clone would be destroyed. Even for a Tao Master like him, a doppelganger was of great significance. If it was destroyed so easily, the damage to him would be immeasurable. Therefore, he couldn't continue to hold on at this time. He could only admit defeat and surrender. Su Yan smiled faintly and withdrew his power. He felt that it was a pity that this old man was too careful. If he had held on for a little longer, then he would have an excuse to directly destroy this old man's clone. Of course, what he wanted was not just simple destruction. His supreme power would also directly analyze this power, so that he would have more confidence in future battles. However, this couldn't be done now because this time, Su Yan came here not to start a war, but to negotiate. Now that the Heaven and Earth organization was guarded by Oriole, they would be safe for a short period of time. However, the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Sound of Thunder sect couldn't hide inside forever. They had to go out sooner or later, and it was naturally impossible for Oriole to follow them. This stage was the most difficult time. Sects that had been in hiding appeared one after another, and their strength was generally higher than everyone else. Not only that, but extremely mysterious and powerful demonic beasts were also beginning to awaken. At this point, the demonic beasts in the 5 prefectures were facing a disaster. Therefore, fighting alone was no longer a solution. He didn't know the truth of the past, but Su Yan was still willing to try and see if the Pagoda sect was willing to ally with him. Not long after, the real body of the Tao Master arrived. Although his clone was almost destroyed by Su Yan, he didn't show much anger. This was because he knew very well that the reason for this was because his skills were not as good as his opponents. He said directly, "There may have been a small misunderstanding earlier, but this old man guarantees that this is definitely not the intention of the Pagoda sect. We welcome Su Yan very much." He immediately expressed his goodwill as soon as he came up. Su Yan smiled faintly, then said, "I believe you." At this point, there was no need to say too much. He just expressed his attitude. Little Su Yan is really a heaven-defying talent. Under the situation of the 5 prefectures being cursed, you can still raise your cultivation to such a level. Moreover, at such a young age, you seem to be on par with the Pagoda Lord. The Tao Master had a very high opinion of Su Yan, directly comparing him to the Pagoda Lord. The Pagoda Lord was one of the strongest saints in the world back then. His strength was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. It was an honor for Su Yan to be compared to the Pagoda Lord. After all, this came from the mouth of a Tao Master. However, Su Yan didn't care in the slightest. These were all empty words. It would be ridiculous if he became complacent just because of a few words. He nodded calmly, then asked, "How should I address you, Senior?" The Tao Master was slightly disappointed when he saw that Su Yan didn't care about his words. This was because he could see that Su Yan was definitely not an easy opponent to talk to. For cultivators, the one with the highest attainments takes precedence. "I am Fu Qing. You can just call me Elder Fu." "Elder Fu, I heard that the Pagoda sect wants to discuss a collaboration with me. However, it seems that your sincerity isn't enough." Su Yan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Fu Qing smiled bitterly, then said, "This is all because of Yi Xingxing's momentary arrogance. On the contrary, the Pagoda sect is very sincere." As he spoke, he took out an object. This is the Pagoda Lotus of the Pagoda sect. It only matures once every 2,000 years. Once consumed, it can improve a cultivator's physique. It can even directly raise a cultivator's cultivation level. It is extremely precious. Of course, Brother Su Yan, you don't need to consume it. However, you can give it to your friend. There were a total of 5 Pagoda Lotus seeds in this small jade box. Every single one of them radiated extremely powerful and objective energy. At this stage, Su Yan had many treasures of his own. However, there weren't many that could truly compare to this item. Su Yan didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the item. The Tao Master's mouth twitched when he saw Su Yan accept the gift. He didn't intend to give this gift away. He just wanted to appease Su Yan's anger, so he wanted to show it. According to his original plan, just 1 lotus seed would be enough. However, Su Yan was too fast. He took all of them in one go. Su Yan didn't see his expression at all. He just continued, "Elder Fu, you're too kind. I'm not such a petty person. Let's get back to the topic. I already know how powerful the Pagoda sect is, so I don't understand why you still need to cooperate with us." At this point, Elder Fu couldn't care less about his treasures. He said directly, "The Pagoda sect is indeed powerful, but there is also a huge threat. I won't treat you as an outsider, so I'll be frank. During this long period of time, our small world has been separated from the 5 continents. Although we've been proud of not letting the spiritual energy escape, now that the world has changed, our small world is difficult to return to its original state. Instead, it has a tendency to float towards the void. When he said this, his expression became somewhat solemn. Actually, it's not just our pagoda small world. Most of the small worlds of other forces are also like this. I think you've already noticed that these guys often kill directly, right? That's because they urgently need to solve the current situation. They need to plunder energy to stabilize their small worlds. Of course, there are also some who simply give up on their small worlds and take over their own territories. Because everyone knows that our power is only temporary. After the world changes, the living beings of the 5 continents will become much stronger. When that time comes, we won't have any advantage. The pagoda sect isn't a demon, so we don't want to kill too much. Therefore, our decision is to cooperate with the Heaven and Earth Organization. We hope that the Heaven and Earth Organization will give our disciples a place to live. Of course, in return, we will transform the Heaven and Earth Organization and build the Origin Returning Formation. This will greatly increase the spiritual energy of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then said, "If that's all, then there's no problem. However, there's a problem. The people of your sect seem to be proud and arrogant. Their cultivation is above the Heaven and Earth Organization. What if something happens outside?" Su Yan directly brought up the main point, because Yi Xingxing was the best example. Perhaps he wasn't simply evil, but his nature had been nurtured. They were powerful, but the Heaven and Earth Organization couldn't compare to them. Naturally, they would look down on them and even treat the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization as servants. Then, they would turn from guests to masters. Chapter 1106. Female Literature. Su Yan's burning gaze seemed to be able to see right through Fu Qing's heart. Fu Qing cursed Su Yan's craftiness in his heart. In fact, he had indeed thought of this earlier. As long as Su Yan agreed, they would definitely cooperate properly in the beginning. However, as time passed, many things would slowly unfold. He didn't have to do this deliberately, because he knew that this was inevitable. This was because their strength had always been above this level. This was human nature. However, Su Yan had mentioned this in advance. This meant that they couldn't allow this to develop freely. Instead, they had to restrict it. What advantage would they have if they did this? Su Yan's gaze seemed to become even scarier. Fu Qing could clearly feel Su Yan's impatience. It seemed that if he didn't agree, Su Yan would turn around and leave immediately. At this point, he could only agree. Fortunately, this was within the boundaries of his bottom line. Of course. Since the disciples of the Stupa sect have become friendly with the Heaven and Earth Organization, we definitely won't do such things. We will definitely restrain our disciples and allow everyone to develop together. If the devouring power of the void hadn't gotten stronger, they wouldn't have been so anxious. Developing together is a must. However, in the early stages, we still need the disciples of the Stupa sect to put in more effort to suppress the demonic beasts and eliminate the demons. This way, we can develop on friendly terms. Otherwise, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization are still a little weak at this point. Su Yan's intentions were very clear. He hoped that the disciples of the Stupa sect would be able to fight for them. At this point, the demonic beasts were growing too quickly. If the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization went to suppress them, they would probably suffer a lot. However, it was different now. The disciples of the Stupa sect immediately became the best fighters. They weren't weak. At the very least, they were much stronger than the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization. If they were the vanguard, the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization wouldn't have to suffer so much. That wasn't all. With the Stupa sect leading the way, the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization could follow behind. Then, he could learn and improve. This was extremely beneficial to the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Sound of Thunder sect. Su Yan looked at the other party. He believed that the other party would definitely agree. He added, I think the Stupa sect is indeed powerful, but they don't have many opportunities to display their strength. This is a good opportunity. Fu Qing thought about it and finally agreed. Alright, let's do that then. In this way, the two of them finally reached an agreement, and then the two of them began to discuss some other issues. Su Yan knew too little about the various secrets of the ancient times. There were many things that he was unable to inquire about. After all, even in the prosperous 9 provinces continent, many inheritances had been lost. However, the Fu Qing holy man before him knew a lot of information. Su Yan asked him one by one. Senior Fu, I've heard a senior mention the realmless battlefield before. What do these words mean? Su Lai had told him these words. He said, is the realmless battlefield the 5 counties continent? Fu Qing said, you can put it that way. Actually, the 5 counties continent that we're in isn't the continent of the Wuji world. It came from the void. It was a world that fell from the void. After countless years of evolution, it became what it is today. Later on, during the war on this continent, 5 extremely powerful and terrifying sovereigns appeared. They were the demonic sovereign, the holy sovereign, the inferno sovereign, the underworld sovereign, and the heavenly sovereign. These 5 people directly divided the continent into 5 territories. From then on, this continent became the 5 sovereigns' continent. No one knows what the realms of these sovereigns are. I can only say that the Stupa sect back then didn't reach the realms of these sovereigns. Even the great demonic dragon, the great demonic heaven master, and the others were pursuing the ultimate realms of these sovereigns. The realmless battlefield actually refers to this continent. After the 5 sovereigns separated the continent, they actually disappeared completely. The connection between this continent and the void reappeared. The invasion of the void actually started from this continent. It was the unique nature of this continent that actually connected the void and the Wuji world. Back then, the experts of the 9 provinces continent and the 5 counties continent launched an extremely terrifying war with the void invaders. It was the best that caused this continent to reach such a state. If he hadn't heard Fu Qing mention it, Su Yan would never have thought that the 5 counties continent had such a history. At this time, Su Yan began to humbly ask for advice on many things that he didn't know. At this time, Su Yan's strength was already considered good. As a Dao master, he could settle down in the current environment. However, he was very clear that all of this was far from enough. He had to make himself stronger. Only in this way could he make his abilities more profound. Of course, compared to strength, those legendary secrets were also extremely important. The wider a person's knowledge, the stronger his strength would become. Su Yan's attitude was extremely sincere, completely different from his previous aggressive attitude. However, to this old man, these secrets were actually nothing. These were all things that were recorded in the sect's records. The two of them kept talking and finally reached the point where the devil sect wanted to sacrifice the entire continent. Back then, did the devil sect really want to sacrifice the entire continent to resurrect the great devil heavenly lord? Su Yan attached great importance to this matter. One had to know that this continent was incomparably huge. If the devil sect really had the strength to sacrifice the entire continent, how could they have declined in history? Fu Qing said, that was the most dangerous battle for the Wuji sect. Back then, the devil sect did indeed have such an idea. However, this sacrifice of the continent was not like what you think, where the entire formation was set up in the continent, but to find the heart of the 5 sovereigns. Back then, when the 5 sovereigns divided the continent, in order to directly cut off the connection between the void and the 5 counties continent, they worked together to refine the heart of the 5 sovereigns. The heart of the 5 sovereigns was the core existence of the 5 counties continent. Back then, the devil sect had gotten this information from somewhere. They wanted to directly dig out the heart of the five sovereigns and use its extremely terrifying power to resurrect the great devil Heavenly Lord. This was because they firmly believed that the great devil Heavenly Lord was the reincarnation of the demonic sovereign. The heart of the five sovereigns was the core of the continent. If it was really dug out, it would be a huge disaster for all living things on the continent. The moment the heart of the five sovereigns left, the entire continent would directly return to the void. At that time, not many people would be able to survive. In that battle, the Buddha saint reappeared and resealed the heart of the five sovereigns at the terrible price of losing his reincarnation. This also caused the Devil sect and the Buddha sect to suffer heavy losses at the same time. If the Buddha sect did not have the ancestor of the nine heavens to move the sect away, we might have been completely annihilated at that time. When he said this, his eyes were filled with helplessness. That piece of history could be said to be an honor for the Buddha sect, but it was also a huge crisis. If it were not for the ancestor of the nine heavens, the Buddha sect might have really been annihilated. Even Su Yan couldn't help but sigh when he found out about this part of history. He believed Fu Qing's words. This matter must have happened before. Of course, in the deepest part of his heart, he still had his own doubts. Senior, there is one more thing I would like to ask you. Do you know of the Monster Palace? This was one of the questions that Su Yan was concerned about. His brothers were in the Monster Palace. However, at this time, they were all nowhere to be found. Even their karma threads were affected. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a Tao master to do this. Monster Palace? Fu Qing pondered for a moment and said, if it's only the Monster Palace, these three words are indeed unfamiliar to me. However, in our era, there was an extremely powerful force called the Ancient Monster Shrine. The ruler of that place was the primordial monster god, who had great power that could penetrate the heavens. Back then, there was another reason why the Devil sect dared to touch the hearts of the five lords, and that was because of the help of the primordial monster god. The primordial monster god was a half-demon. He was a hybrid between the monster clan and the human clan. He was even the son of one of the five lords, so he was extremely powerful. What? Could it be that they've woken up? No one would be able to ignore such a force. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. When they fully awakened, they were simply one of the most terrifying existences. They had the strong physical body of the monster clan and the powerful spirituality of the human clan. They were proficient in all kinds of techniques. Of course, there were not many half-demons who could grow up. This was because many half-demons would die in the dragon transformation realm. However, if they could pass this stage, their strength would definitely be extremely terrifying. In the same realm, if one was not an extraordinary person, one would not be a match for them at all. Some of my friends have gone missing a few days ago. What's worse is that it seems that a powerful person took action and disrupted the karmic threads, causing me to almost forget about them. Su Yan recounted the incident. Fu Qing sighed and said, young friend Su Yan, you have to know that the world is changing this time. The entire world is filled with huge changes. Our Stupa sect is only one of the sects in this era. However, who knows how many powerful sects have been in hibernation for so long? I'm sure of one thing, and that is that at this time, those who are in hibernation will probably wake up one by one. Unfortunately, during the battle back then, our Stupa sect's Stupa pagoda disappeared. If we can retrieve this pagoda, our Stupa sect's strength will increase again. At this time, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. The Stupa Pagoda. Chapter 1107. Girl literature, of course, he knew about the pagoda. Back then, he had obtained his inheritance from this pagoda. This pagoda seemed to have great power, but Su Yan could not comprehend it back then. He could only obtain the inheritance from it. However, at this moment, it seemed that the pagoda itself was the most important thing. Perhaps its importance was more important than the Buddha's heart. Back then, the great ancestor of the 9 heavens wanted to find the pagoda, but in the end, he could not get it. Fu Qing sighed. Su Yan heard the words, great ancestor of the 9 heavens, again. Yang Tai-yi had said that the Stupa sect had 2 divine swords, which were the 9 heavens and the Stupa. Great ancestor of the 9 heavens? Is this person also the patriarch of the Stupa sect? Fu Qing said, the great ancestor of the 9 heavens is the brother of the Stupa saint, and he wields one of the 2 divine swords, the 9 heavens. However, the Stupa saint did not become a saint, but with the power of the divine sword, he was invincible. The foundation of the Stupa sect was left behind by him. The battle back then was too terrifying, and now the great ancestor has fallen into the deepest sleep. After hearing this, Su Yan was silent. He always felt that there seemed to be a line that connected everything, but he could not tell what that line was. Well, Senior, I have learned a lot from today's conversation with you. So, I will take my leave first. If you are ready, please contact me at any time. Su Yan left after saying this. Fu Qing did not ask him to stay. At this time, the venerable realm elder Moe came. Great elder, this boy is too arrogant. Why did you let him leave just like that? He was really unwilling to accept this. Previously, when he attacked, he was suppressed by Su Yan in an instant. Moreover, Su Yan's attitude was also extremely terrifying. Fu Qing said, because I am afraid that I am not his match, so this is the only way. Fu Qing directly admitted that he was not his match, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Elder Moe was still unwilling to give up and continued, our Stupa sect has a strong foundation. As long as we use our divine implement, we will definitely let this brat know how powerful we are. Damn it. Fu Qing glanced at him and said, so what? So what if we let him know how powerful we are? We can't kill him. What's more, even if we killed him, what good would it do us? You have to understand that the world's transformation this time is of the utmost importance to my Stupa sect. If anything goes wrong, we will disappear completely, and not even a bit of our foundation will be left behind. If we work with him, we can do many things. Of course, the most important thing is to find the pagoda. After Fu Qing said a few words, she stopped talking. Moe had great talent and strength. He even had the possibility of becoming a Dao master. However, his temperament was not enough to keep up with the current situation. The battle between them and Su Yan was merely a momentary dispute of personal feelings. It did not have any meaning. So what if he won? So what if he lost? None of them would harm his foundation. Reaching a cooperation was the most important thing. What's more, after fighting with Su Yan, he really did not have the confidence to defeat Su Yan after they used their divine implement. Since there was no benefit to doing these things and there was not much hope, they would not do it. He felt an enormous pressure from Su Yan. He expected that Su Yan's means were definitely not simple. The Dharma that Su Yan used clearly had the aura of the Shura world. At this time, Elder Moe could only nod and leave. Pagoda, where are you? If Fu Qing knew that the pagoda he was looking for was with Su Yan, he would not let Su Yan leave no matter what. After Su Yan left, he was also sorting out the relationships in his heart. During this conversation, there were many things that were extremely important. One of them was the origin of the 5 counties continent and the boundless battlefield. He had never heard of the 5 sovereigns before. Obviously, their origins were extremely terrifying and their strength was at the peak. Perhaps they were the legendary gods. He had a premonition that the deity-slaying sword might know about this matter. In fact, it was very clear. He even had a feeling that the owner of the deity-slaying sword was one of the 5 kings. However, these were all his conjectures. The next point was the ancestor of the 9 heavens. Previously, Su Yan was testing Fu Qing, but Fu Qing did not mention a person at all. That person was Yang Tai-yi. Yang Tai was a venerable emperor. If he was really from the Pagoda sect and had been suppressed for the sake of the Pagoda sect, then Fu Qing would definitely mention it. After all, the heavenly ancestor was only a venerable emperor. Then, what was the origin of this Yang Tai? There was another matter, which was the immemorial demon god of the Supreme Demon Temple. Su Yan felt that this was an extremely unstable factor. Fortunately, the outcome of today's negotiations had been reached. It was time for him to return to the sect. While he was on his way back, Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely powerful and chaotic aura. It came from the other side of the continent of the 5 counties. What's going on? Why is there such a huge amount of blood qi? Su Yan directly went in that direction. His divine thought spread out and everything was within his range of observation. At this moment, he finally saw the changes in this place. Here, there were actually countless demonic beasts launching an attack, beginning to attack the human city. The city was a majestic one. At first glance, the population of the city was extremely large. However, at this moment, the majestic city seemed to be very fragile. A huge number of monster beasts started to charge continuously. The human cultivators were already defending, and all kinds of spiritual stone cannons were fired continuously. The monster beasts that charged at the front were killed wave after wave. However, this was of no use. The monster beasts seemed to have gone crazy. They did not care about the impact of the spiritual stone cannons at all. They did not seem to fear death at all. In the human city, there was a powerhouse who had actually reached the stage of dragon transformation. He was even more powerful than Yun Wanqing's cultivation at this moment. However, this was not strange. After the spiritual energy began to increase, some people's bloodline talents began to awaken. It was not strange for those geniuses to directly soar into the sky. At this time, the dragon transformation realm was already considered a top powerhouse. However, in the face of such an attack, he was powerless. He had already done very well. The most powerful monster beasts were directly killed by him. However, this was far from enough. Moreover, in the distance, there seemed to be an existence that was even more powerful than him. Su Yan's body was like a stream of light as he directly went in that direction. When he arrived in front of the city, a sword light fell and a large number of monster beasts were directly killed. Then, at this moment, he directly released his majesty. These monster beasts were driven. They were frightened by an extremely powerful aura, so they attacked without hesitation. At this moment, the aura that Su Yan released was like the power of the heavens. Even these monster beasts who had already gone crazy began to fear at this moment. They started to stop. Some even started to turn around and leave. At this moment, countless monster beasts died under the trampling of each other. At this moment, an extremely angry roar was heard. This roar was so loud that the sound waves rushed to the sky. The dragon transformation realm powerhouse could no longer hold on. He was about to be seriously injured by the sound waves. However, Su Yan's power directly enveloped him. Go and rest first. Leave this to me. Before that person could regain his senses, he was already supported by Su Yan's power and returned to the back of the city wall. A dragon transformation realm powerhouse was like a child. However, Su Yan did not have the time to care about his thoughts. He was only thinking about the direction of the monster beast's roar. That roar was not normal. It was definitely not something that an ordinary monster beast could release. This kind of pressure had a naturally terrifying feeling. Such strength was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan was interested in this strange monster beast. At this moment, this monster beast was continuously roaring. This group of monster beasts was originally under his control. However, at this moment, someone actually appeared and directly wiped out a large group of monster beasts. This made him extremely angry. If this was the case, how could he still have a good time playing around? At this moment, his aura suddenly expanded. Su Yan could sense that this monster beast had actually broken through the limits of the dragon transformation realm in an instant and reached the level of an honorable. This monster beast can actually do this. How interesting. This was the first time he had encountered something so strange. Hence, he once again increased his speed. In an instant, he had already appeared in front of this monster beast. Out of Su Yan's expectations, this monster beast was actually a huge human. Its body was exactly the same as a human's except that its body was extremely huge. It was almost 50 meters tall. At the same time, its intelligence was extremely low, like that of an idiot. Even its body was swaying left and right. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in front of its head. This terrifying existence seemed to have discovered Su Yan. At this moment, it directly laughed. Saliva spurted out along with its laughter. The saliva was extremely terrifying and seemed to be highly poisonous and corrosive. If one were to be contaminated by it, one would definitely have to pay a great price. However, this saliva was naturally unable to touch Su Yan. When the saliva fell, an aura naturally appeared outside Su Yan's body and directly destroyed the filthy saliva. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly thought of this word. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a half-demon? At this moment, this word suddenly flashed through his mind. If his guess was correct, this was a half-demon. However, he never would have thought that a half-demon would be reduced to such a state. Damn it! At this moment, the killing intent in Su Yan's heart boiled. Just now, he had released his divine sense and directly analyzed this strange half-demon. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this thing had become this after being modified by someone. Chapter 1108. Female Literature. He must have been a half-fiend. Su Yan had stayed in the Monster Palace for a long time and was very familiar with half-fiends. Half-fiends indeed had all kinds of abilities. This was their talent and also the compensation given to them by the heavens. At that time, there was an inconspicuous guy in the Monster Palace who had the ability to make himself bigger. However, it was definitely not that exaggerated. According to that guy's ability, he could only make himself 3 times bigger at most. This was because his transformation required the support of demonic power. Without the support of powerful demonic power, he couldn't do this. This was the law. Once he broke this limit, he couldn't bear the consequences. However, at this height, it had completely broken this law. Moreover, Su Yan believed that he definitely didn't want to do this. Someone had done something to him. In fact, he was just a test subject. At this moment, the strange half-fiend roared again as if he was excited to find a new toy. Then, his huge palm squeezed toward Su Yan. Su Yan still didn't move. His gaze didn't tremble at all. It was because he was extremely furious at this moment. Living such a sad life. Why don't you get rid of it earlier? Many things couldn't be reversed once they started. Just like the half-fiend in front of him, his vital signs had been completely destroyed. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't reverse the process. Therefore, in Su Yan's opinion, it was better to kill the half-fiend than to let him live like this. The half-fiend's palm had already slapped over. At this moment, Su Yan was like a mosquito, so small and vulnerable. However, his palm couldn't close in the end. That wasn't all. Soon, a scarlet flame appeared on his palm. Let this flame purify your sins. Su Yan's tone was full of sorrow. Su Yan's flame power was powerful enough. It was a new flame that was born after he combined the power of Shura's fire law and the scarlet spirit fire. Shura's fire was unparalleled and was comparable to the thunder of the ninth heaven. On the other hand, the scarlet spectral spirit fire possessed an extremely powerful and terrifying destructive power towards the soul. After the two merged into one, the power that erupted was simply terrifying. At this moment, such power was almost boiling. After the flame appeared, it spread directly at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon, the huge and sinful figure was completely incinerated. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was really depressed. The half-fiend didn't remember what he was until he died, which made him feel extremely painful. Su Yan suddenly thought of his brothers. How were the brothers he met in the monster palace now? Shu Sang, Ratli, and all of you. Are you all well? This became the question that Su Yan was most concerned about at this moment. If they were still fine, then he would feel a little more comforted. Unfortunately, he didn't know how they were doing at this moment. He didn't know if the ancient demon shrine had made a move, but it was able to directly cut off this karmic line. If he was really that powerful, would Su Yan's strength be able to contend against him? After killing the huge half-fiend, Su Yan didn't leave. He was waiting for the real mastermind to come. If the half-fiend was really just a test subject, the mastermind wouldn't have abandoned him. The scientists in his previous life were all like this. They were crazy about what they were researching. Time passed bit by bit. Just as Su Yan was about to lose his patience, a power came slowly. It was a young man with an extremely cold gaze. He had a slender tail behind him. His speed wasn't fast. He was like Feng Su, floating gently in the air. Su Yan's divine telekinesis discovered him. When Su Yan saw his face, he was a little surprised. This was because this face was somewhat familiar to Su Yan. He finally remembered where he had seen this face before. Monster Palace. He had seen this face in the Monster Palace. Snake Wine. When this guy slowly approached him, Su Yan directly called out his name. Snake Wine. In the Monster Palace, he had the bloodline of the jade-scaled viper. His strength wasn't bad. Although he wasn't a genius like Ratli, his combat strength was considered top-notch. This half-fiend had always been very cold. This might be related to his bloodline, so he didn't have a good relationship with many half-fiends. However, when Su Yan was still around, he was also on Su Yan's side. Therefore, Su Yan had a very deep impression of him. You know my name. When Snake Wine heard Su Yan say his name, he was immediately stunned. Then, his small eyes kept moving. At the same time, an even colder aura was released. Su Yan, you're Su Yan. He finally recognized Su Yan. Obviously, he was extremely surprised at this time. At this time, he had changed a lot compared to before, but he could still recognize Su Yan. This meant that his mind was still normal. It's indeed me, Snake Wine. Su Yan was a little happy. After all, this existence could still recognize him. This was the feeling of Nine Nether meeting an old friend again. Su Yan floated towards Snake Wine. Snake Wine didn't move, as if he was thinking. Although he called out Su Yan's name, he didn't seem to have a deep memory. When Su Yan was close enough, he raised his head and revealed a bright smile. I remember. You're Su Yan in the Monster Palace, the husband of senior sister Chu Linger. His words revealed nostalgia and joy. Su Yan said, it's me. That's great. You can still recognize me. Snake Wine approached Su Yan. There's been no news of you for so many years. We thought you were dead, but we didn't expect to see you here. It's great. Su Yan said, I think so too. Is the Monster Palace okay? Su Yan asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. If he could know the safety of the Monster Palace, he would have some assurance in his heart. Monster Palace? Monster Palace. Snake Wine's voice lowered, which made Su Yan a little nervous. At this moment, Snake Wine raised his head, and at the same time, a snake's tongue flew out. If you want to know, go to hell. Green phosphorus strike. The snake's forked tongue turned into a dark green ray of light, heading straight for Su Yan's chest. Obviously, he wanted to kill Su Yan with a fatal blow. This attack could be said to be fast and ruthless. Such speed, as well as the determination shown at the moment of the attack, really showed the essence of a poisonous snake to the extreme. The dark green radiance flickered with an extremely hot and terrifying cold light as it directly pressed towards Su Yan. At this moment, his face also flashed with an extremely excited radiance. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the green light, the chilling laughter continued to spread. However, a moment later, his laughter suddenly froze. Tell me, is this your own subjective decision, or has your will been changed? Su Yan's voice appeared at this time. Then, the green light was directly dispelled in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were as cold as iron. Snake Wine's breath froze, and an extremely terrifying force appeared directly, suppressing him to the point that even breathing became difficult. I don't like to say my words a second time, so tell me your answer. Su Yan's breath became stronger, which made Snake Wine even more unbearable. Su Yan, no, how is it possible? I have already received the monster saint's favor, and my strength is already heaven-defying. But, why are you so strong? This is impossible. He was angry and even began to roar. He felt that everything was so unfair. For the sake of strength, he had sacrificed too much, but at this moment, he was still not Su Yan's match. This was definitely not something that could be described as not a match. He could feel Su Yan's breath, which was a kind of endless majesty that was high above. An aura that was even stronger than the monster saint he had seen. But how was this possible? Snake Wine naturally did not see a monster saint, but a monster clan elder. His cultivation was at the Three Essences venerable realm, but for someone like Snake Wine, he was almost a saint. Su Yan ignored his shock, and said helplessly, "It seems that this is your own will. But, tell me, Snake Wine, why? If this is because of the power behind you, I wouldn't be that surprised. But, what reason do you have to kill me? Tell me, if you tell me, I might spare your life." After all, they were acquaintances. Even if Snake Wine had attacked him, Su Yan didn't want to kill this guy at this moment. It was just that he really didn't know and couldn't understand why Snake Wine wanted to kill him. Snake Wine took a few steps back, because this was the only way he could feel better. But in fact, it was not much different. The pressure he felt did not lessen in the slightest. It was just that he felt a little better in his heart. What reason? Do I need a reason to kill you? You damned bastard, from the moment you appeared in the Supreme Demon Palace, I already wanted to kill you. Huh, why are you always so high profile, as if you are the savior of the world, able to save everything? Why is it you again? You just went to the Monster Palace and got the Queen's approval, and even married Miss Ling, to you. You damned guy, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Snake Wine shouted directly. Just as he said, he had wanted to kill Su Yan for a long time out of jealousy. But in the past, he did not have the strength. In the Monster Palace, so many geniuses had been trampled by Su Yan one by one. What was he? Chapter 1109. Female Literature, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. This was his true thought, coming from the depths of his heart. Back then, he had such a thought, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, at that time, this thought was buried deep in his heart, and he did not dare to reveal it in the slightest. But now, he felt that he had enough strength, so he didn't hesitate to make a move. He wanted to kill Su Yan directly. However, it was a pity that he did not expect the gap between him and Su Yan to be even greater than before. It had even reached the point where he could not see any hope. Su Yan was far from being an existence he could look up to. The world was changing every day. When you thought you were very powerful, you would realize that there were even more people who were more powerful than you. This was perception. If you stopped moving forward, you would never make any progress. Su Yan looked at Snake Wine and suddenly said, I don't know about this, and I don't care about your thoughts. But, for the sake of the monster palace, I won't kill you. But, tell me, where did the monster palace go? Or rather, where is the ancient demon shrine? Su Yan didn't have any intention of killing this guy. To put it bluntly, he was just a pitiful worm. He lived in his own narrow world and didn't know how vast the outside world was. Such a life was actually sad. They lived in their own world and used their own standards to measure the changes in the world. It was like a farmer wondering if the emperor used a golden hoe to work. It was still the same saying, perception determined the boundaries. If you only had the perception of a farmer, then no matter how hard you worked, you would only be a farmer. The ancient demon shrine? At this moment, Snake Wine suddenly raised his head. His slender eyes revealed a look of surprise. He had never expected Su Yan to know about the ancient demon shrine. At that moment, he felt that his biggest secret had been discovered. The ancient demon shrine was where his hope lay. After joining the ancient demon shrine, his strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. Even though Su Yan had displayed overwhelming strength, he still didn't feel completely hopeless. This was because there was a voice in the depths of his heart. It said that the omnipotent ancient demon shrine would definitely raise their strength. However, at this moment, he finally realized one thing, and that was that he seemed to be wrong. Su Yan knew about the ancient demon shrine and was still searching for it. How could this be? Could it be that Su Yan already had the power to go against the ancient demon shrine? In fact, many things needed to be compared. Originally, he thought that the ancient demon shrine was high and mighty, the greatest existence in the world. At this moment, he was relying on this mysterious and terrifying existence. In this case, no matter what, he had his own hope. No matter how strong Su Yan was, he still didn't feel completely hopeless because he had the ancient demon shrine behind him. However, if Su Yan suddenly rose to a position comparable to the ancient demon shrine, then he wouldn't feel so hopeless. Didn't that mean that Su Yan had reached a mythical level? In his heart, he was very clear that the reason why enemies were enemies was because both sides were equal in strength and had the qualifications to challenge each other. If Su Yan couldn't even withstand a single attack from the ancient demon shrine, then he wouldn't be an enemy, but a small stumbling block. At this time, Su Yan was inquiring about the whereabouts of the ancient demon shrine. This meant that Su Yan was very likely to have the power to go against the ancient demon shrine. Although he tried to deny this fact, he was very clear in his heart. This was the truth. If Su Yan wasn't qualified, he wouldn't have dared to do this. Why? You won't tell me? I really didn't expect the ancient demon shrine to have such a place in your heart. This really surprised me. Su Yan said indifferently. At this time, his hand was already covering Snake Wine's head. Su Yan didn't use any power, he just stretched out his hand. But at this time, Snake Wine was already frightened to the extreme. His whole body was trembling. This kind of unspeakable fear made his whole body tremble. No, Su Yan, you said that you wouldn't kill me. At this moment, there was no longer any meaning to his backing. Instead, he treated Su Yan's words as his last hope. Su Yan shook his head gently and said, "You still don't understand? To me, whether I kill you or not is not important, because to me, you are nothing. The reason why I am not killing you is not because I cherish old friendships, but because I am feeling a little lazy at this moment, so I am too lazy to make a move. However, this is on the premise that you can cooperate with me and tell me the whereabouts of the ancient demon god temple, because I want to know about Shu Sang, Shu Li, and the others. But since you're so uncooperative, I can only do it myself. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me, because your soul will contain all the information I want to know. In that case, I don't need to waste my precious time on you." Su Yan's voice was very slow, but what he said was the truth. Indeed, as far as Su Yan was concerned, a person like him was not worth mentioning. There was no need to mention how terrifying his power was. How could a small snake whine affect the big picture? At this time, his cooperation with the Stupa sect was about to begin, and the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Sound of Thunder sect were all in the Heaven and Earth Organization, protected by powerful orioles. The spiritual energy in the 5 counties was increasing day by day. As long as Su Yan had enough time, he could slowly raise the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this time, Snake Wine was completely overwhelmed by fear. I'll tell you, the ancient demon shrine is. Under the shroud of extreme fear, he finally wanted to say what he knew. However, at this time, an extremely powerful force appeared. When that terrifying aura descended, Snake Wine immediately let out a painful roar. Soul manipulation. Su Yan immediately let out a cold snort. He knew this method. Last time, the person from the Dark Demon sect had used this method. At that time, Su Yan was completely unprepared, and his strength wasn't as strong as it was now. Therefore, the Dark Demon sect disciple had been killed directly. However, it was different now. When Su Yan was interrogating Snake Wine, he had already expected that something like this might happen. Therefore, at this time, he directly made his move. His strongest power spread out at this time. At this moment, the raging power had been raised to the extreme. The powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed and penetrated deep into Snake Wine's soul. At this time, Su Yan immediately discovered that in the depths of Snake Wine's soul, there was an extremely terrifying 9-headed snake. He was about to swallow Snake Wine's soul in one gulp. Su Yan shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" Then, at this moment, he directly launched the law of corrosion. The power of the law condensed into a chain and directly rushed toward the 9-headed snake. At that moment, the 9-headed serpent sensed danger and fear. All 9 of its heads released a frenzied roar. A terrifying pressure descended upon the place. Such a violent power directly met Su Yan's law chain. Sure enough, it's at the Tao Master level. At the moment of the collision, Su Yan had already felt the opponent's realm. It was a terrifying power at the Tao Master level. This guy's strength was really strong and terrifying. However, the more it was so, the more the battle intent in Su Yan's heart soared. He was a battle maniac. Now that he met a powerful opponent, he was very excited. Moreover, at this time, his strength had reached such a level that his battle strength was not inferior to that of a Tao Master. The law of corrosion was simply a force to be reckoned with. It directly swept away the power of the 9-headed snake. Not only that, Su Yan's aura rose again at this moment. The endless aura manifested at this time, becoming the most terrifying and terrifying power radiance. It was a great divine light. And Su Yan was that god. Su Yan's method was simply thunderous. At the beginning, the 9-headed snake still struggled, but it was quickly suppressed by Su Yan's power. You want to fight with me with a mere soul seed? I'll make sure you don't return. At this time, Su Yan was not willing to give up. He directly slapped his palm, and a huge palm appeared. It was a powerful handprint that he displayed with the power of the Exalted. After this power appeared, the terrifying radiance directly enveloped the soul. Su Yan's purpose was very simple. That was to refine it. Since it was a soul doppelganger, it must have some aura of the original body. Although Snake Wine came from the ancient demon shrine, he was just a small character and was not important at all. Such a person's knowledge was limited. If he could refine the soul doppelganger of this powerful 9-headed demon snake, he would be able to learn a lot of things. You're courting death, human. If you dare do this, I will definitely tear you into pieces. At this time, the 9-headed snake had already sensed great danger. He immediately let out a fierce roar, but Su Yan did not care about such an empty threat. I'll wait for you. This was Su Yan's response to him. After these words were spoken, he released his powerful energy. After which, he wrapped around the soul avatar and immediately started to refine it. Chapter 11:10. Female literature. The battle was taking place in Snake Wine's Knowledge Sea. As the owner of the Knowledge Sea, Snake Wine could only be a bystander. He could not do anything. Therefore, he saw everything with his own eyes. It was only now that he truly witnessed the terror of Su Yan. The nine-headed demon snake was the god in his heart. The reason why he had such strength and status today was because of the nine-headed demon snake's appreciation. But now, his god had been so easily defeated by Su Yan. Even his spiritual doppelganger had been devoured without any chance of survival. The thing that he feared the most had finally become reality. At this moment, his spirit was on the verge of breaking down. Su Yan continued to ignore him because there was no need to. The nine-headed demon snake's spiritual sense was truly terrifying. It possessed immense power. At this moment, Su Yan was still thinking about the direct battle that had taken place. The nine-headed demon snake's strength was actually extremely powerful and terrifying. His battle strength was even higher than Yan Zhao's. Don't be fooled by how easy it was for him to win. That was only because it was only a soul clone. If his original body was here, it would be hard to say who would win. His exalted power was like a flame. The flame burned bit by bit, digesting all the aura. At this moment, he finally understood one thing, and that was the person behind this guy. The ancient demon shrine. It was no wonder that the pagoda sect was so fearful of them. There was a venerable emperor realm old monster behind this sect. Although the venerable emperor would not easily make a move at this time, Su Yan would not be able to stop him if he did. Su Yan had never underestimated himself, but he would never be arrogant. This was self-awareness. He knew clearly that with his current strength, it was still too much for him to face a powerful venerable emperor. Since that was the case, it was best for him to rush into the ancient demon shrine. The ancient demon shrine was different from the Buddha sect. The reason why Su Yan dared to go to the Buddha sect so arrogantly was because he knew that he would most likely come out unscathed. This was because he had the Buddha seal in his body. The Buddha seal was the foundation of the pagoda sect. The pagoda sect would never kill Su Yan, because Su Yan's strength had already matured. However, there were still too many things he did not understand about the ancient Fei shrine. However, compared to the past where he was completely in the dark, this was much, much better. After refining the information of the soul avatar, Su Yan directly left Snake Wine's Sea of Consciousness. He didn't pay any more attention to the snake wine and let it perish on its own, because at this time, he already knew the information he wanted to know. At this moment, Su Yan was directly outside the ocean of the 5 counties. Demonic Sea Rip Serpent. Su Yan sent out his divine sense to summon the demonic sea rip serpent. Not long after, a slender, eel-like sea serpent emerged from the sea. Originally, the demonic sea rip serpent's body was extremely huge, a true sea monster. However, it was different now. It seemed to have shrunk to a small eel, and did not feel huge at all. However, seeing the demonic sea rip serpent in this state, Su Yan was even more delighted. This was because the demonic sea rip serpent's strength had not decreased because its body had shrunk. On the contrary, this was a standard for the demonic sea rip serpent's strength. A dragon could be big or small, and could rise or fall at will. At this moment, the demonic sea rip serpent was also heading in this direction. Ha ha ha, great master, are you here to admire my beautiful body? The moment the demonic sea rip serpent appeared, it immediately displayed its comical nature. Su Yan was also helpless. This guy seemed to be similar to the Shura demon tiger he had subdued in the Shura realm. It also had a deep comical nature. However, Su Yan did not bring the Shura demon tiger with him when he left the Shura realm. This was because the Shura demon tiger's strength could not be compared to the King of Destruction. Even with the cover of Su Yan's supreme power, it would still be sensed by the will of heaven. Of course, in addition to the Shura demon tiger, there was also the maid. Su Yan had already broken the contract between her and herself, leaving her to fend for herself in the Shura realm. Alright, enough nonsense. I have something here. Do you want it or not? Su Yan directly took out the energy of the soul clone. This was the soul clone of the nine-headed demon snake. After Su Yan obtained the information inside, he did not directly devour the energy. Instead, he brought it over after refining it. At this time, the demonic sea-ripped serpent had also become a holy beast. However, the path of cultivation of a monster beast was different from that of a human. Becoming a holy beast was an extremely long process. The strength of the nine-headed demon snake was definitely above that of the demonic sea-ripped serpent. Devouring the power of the nine-headed demon snake was naturally beneficial for Su Yan. However, Su Yan's accumulation at this time had reached an extremely deep level. His strength was even more unfathomable and terrifying. Even if he devoured this power, he wouldn't be able to grow by much. However, the demonic sea-ripped serpent was different. It and the nine-headed demon snake were both snake-type monsters. It should be able to absorb the power to the greatest extent. Sure enough, when Su Yan took out this energy, the demonic sea-ripped serpent immediately showed an extremely excited expression. I want it. Master, give it to me. I want it. This guy was extremely excited. However, Su Yan's face immediately darkened. This guy really didn't know how to choose his words at this moment. If that was the case, it would be easy for others to misunderstand. Su Yan directly shot out Ashura's flame, and a powerful force directly hit the demonic sea-ripped serpent's body. The power immediately exploded, and the small body of the demonic sea-ripped serpent immediately sank to the bottom of the sea. Su Yan then casually threw the soul avatar of the nine-headed demon snake. This energy sank immediately. The demonic sea-ripped serpent immediately roared excitedly and directly devoured the soul demon god. This devouring process was naturally not a short process. However, Su Yan did not leave immediately. He just stood there. At this time, Su Yan's aura had been completely restrained. His aura was not exposed at all. When the sea breeze blew, Su Yan was just a wisp of the sea breeze. At this time, in the dark corner of the distant sky, a terrifying roar suddenly exploded. How dare you! An extremely violent roar rang out as it charged towards the sky. The terrifying power of this roar was simply unimaginable. At this time, the extremely terrifying power continued to rush at this time. All the power between heaven and earth seemed to be swept up by this power. Then, 9 heads directly appeared in the sky. Damn it, damn it. No matter who you are, you actually want to devour my soul avatar. Then, I will kill you completely. The owner of the angry roar was naturally the 9-headed demon snake. Originally, he was half asleep and half awake. However, at this time, Su Yan directly gave the soul avatar to the demonic sea-ripped serpent. The demonic sea-ripped serpent immediately began to devour the soul avatar of the 9-headed demon snake. This was a huge stimulation for him. It was a kind of soul-tearing pain. Although it was not enough to harm his core, it would greatly reduce his strength in a short time. And he did not know how much he would have to pay to make up for this injury. How could he let this go? Old 9, calm down. At this time, another rough voice was heard. It was also a giant demon. He only showed a pair of eyes, but no one knew what his real body was. In any case, his strength could be said to be extremely terrifying. You don't have to worry about this matter. I can't take this lying down. This kid is too arrogant. Does he really think that my soul avatar can be eaten so easily? At this moment, he directly rushed towards the direction of the soul avatar. At this time, the mysterious suppression of the 5 counties mainland had not completely dissipated. As a Dao master, he really should not have entered their small world at this time. Because once he did, he would immediately be detected by the aura of the mainland. If they went out like this before the change, they would immediately be directly beaten down to a lower level. Even now, their strength would still be suppressed. As for whether this kind of suppression would have any effect on the mainland, this was something that was unknown. But at this time, the nine-headed demon snake obviously could not care so much. For him, this was a huge insult. As the most powerful and great existence in this world, when had he ever been humiliated like this? So at this moment, he directly flew out. He wanted to find Su Yan. Even if his companions tried to stop him, he would not listen. Let him go. He's an interesting guy. Moreover, it's not a bad thing to let ninth brother suffer a little. Another voice sounded. The first voice said, "Fifth brother, do you mean that ninth brother will suffer a little? Is the other party really that powerful? Could it be another ancient sect?" The mysterious fifth brother said, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be those guys from the ancient sect. That's why I said it's a little interesting." The fifth brother's voice was a little lazy, as if he had not woken up yet. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already revealed its original form. Although it was only a soul avatar, its power was extremely strong. Even if it had been refined once by Su Yan, when it was faced with a fatal threat, its power directly launched the most fatal and direct counterattack. At this time, the berserk aura had already reached its peak. Endless radiant power continued to rise in the sky. Wherever the nine-headed demon snake passed, everything was suppressed by its powerful coercion. Its speed was extremely fast. Although the Five Counties mainland was different from other places at this time and it was absolutely impossible for it to tear space, its speed was still amazing. Chapter 11:11. Female Literature. Another half a day passed. At this time, he had already sensed the location of his soul avatar. "You're dead." His speed increased again. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake that was devouring suddenly stopped. He felt a great threat approaching. It was a feeling similar to that of a natural enemy. Of course, the soul avatar that was firmly imprisoned by him seemed to have started to riot at this time. At this moment, his ferocious nature was about to be aroused. However, at this time, Su Yan's voice sounded, "Don't worry about it. Do what you need to do." The moment Su Yan gave his soul avatar to the nine-headed demon snake, he had already guessed that the latter would not give up so easily. At this time, Su Yan would not go to the ancient demon shrine, but he could lure the nine-headed demon snake over. Of course, if the nine-headed demon snake did not care about his soul avatar being devoured, Su Yan could not do anything. However, it was also a good thing for Su Yan. After all, it was equivalent to earning a powerful soul doppelganger without having to pay a huge price. However, the nine-headed demon snake still came. As Su Yan expected, how could he watch his soul avatar be devoured? At this time, on the sea, waves suddenly appeared. Waves that were hundreds of feet high immediately rose up. The violent aura had already reached the sky. Such a terrifying power, at this moment, erupted into an unprecedented wave. "Bastard, you're courting death." The nine-headed demon snake was extremely fast. He found that his soul avatar was in the depths of the sea, so naturally, he thought that Su Yan was in the sea. After all, he would never have expected that Su Yan would give his soul avatar to the sea-splitting demonic snake. It should be known that his soul avatar was extremely powerful. Even a Dao master would be tempted to obtain it. How could he give such a powerful energy to someone else? He directly attacked. Immediately, 9 rays of light appeared. Each ray of light was an extremely terrifying flame. The flames erupted and turned into an aurora-like power that directly suppressed the sea. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake in the depths of the sea naturally felt this terrifying power. It was about to resist directly. However, he recalled Su Yan's words. At this moment, he immediately made a choice, and that was to believe in Su Yan. That extremely terrifying power was enough to take his life, but he still didn't care. He just calmed his mind and then devoured that powerful energy. Su Yan saw all of this with his divine sense. That power was extremely frightening. Although the 9 great powers were not laws, each and every one of them was still ridiculously powerful. Even with the sea-splitting demonic snake's powerful body, if it was hit by this power, it would be severely injured. However, since Su Yan had already made a promise, how could he allow the sea-splitting demonic snake to be severely injured? At this moment, his figure suddenly appeared. "You seem to have picked the wrong opponent." Su Yan seemed to be muttering softly. However, this voice directly exploded in the 9-headed demonic snake's mind. At this moment, Su Yan was not speaking empty words. He used the Sea of Consciousness invasion. Although it sounded like a soft whisper, this voice had already exploded in the 9-headed demonic snake's Sea of Consciousness and turned into boundless thunder. The 9-headed demonic snake only felt that his whole body was constantly shaking. His Sea of Consciousness was in chaos, and the power he released naturally became water without a source and dissipated directly. Who? After all, the 9-headed demonic snake was a powerful great demon of the Tao Master level. Although Su Yan's attack was unexpected, it was still impossible to kill him with one blow. He released his will, and a powerful force immediately returned. At this moment, a terrifying aura directly boiled at this moment. That raging power immediately suppressed everything. The power that Su Yan left in his Sea of Consciousness was directly scattered. At this moment, the 9-headed demonic snake's huge body directly appeared in the sky. His eyes were fixed on Su Yan. At this time, he was finally sure that the person who defeated his soul doppelganger in the Sea of Consciousness and took it out today was the young man in front of him. "Human, it's you." His voice was full of anger. Su Yan smiled and then said, "Well, yes, it's me." Such a calm answer, everything seemed to be so secure. Such disrespect made the 9-headed demonic snake extremely angry. Su Yan's actions had already made him angry. At this moment, it was even more so. At this time, his aura at this time was rising little by little. It was an unimaginably powerful force. At this time, the terrifying aura at this time was constantly rising. In a short time, he had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the fight with Su Yan. Therefore, he knew that he must find an opportunity and absolutely could not continue like this. Therefore, this time, he immediately unleashed his powerful strength. Even if he could not directly suppress Su Yan to death with this attack, he had to directly suppress his aura and let him know how foolish it was to offend him. Su Yan seemed to know what the 9-headed demonic snake was thinking. In fact, this was the right thing to do. If he kept falling into someone else's rhythm, he would only be passive at every step and would not be able to truly grasp his own rhythm. A battle of this level was already extremely thrilling. Victory and defeat were often decided by a hair's breadth. If he could not instantly take the initiative, he would immediately fall into an absolute passive position. The 9-headed demonic snake's aura was indeed terrifying. Su Yan frowned slightly. He had underestimated the strength of this old man. His battle strength was stronger than Fu Qing's. No wonder the ancient demon shrine is feared by the Stupa sect. The power that the ancient demon shrine displayed was simply too terrifying. However, since Su Yan already knew what the 9-headed demonic snake was thinking, he would not let the 9-headed demonic snake succeed. In the face of such a terrifying existence, if he chose to retreat, the advantage that he had previously created would disappear in an instant. Therefore, Su Yan did not choose to retreat. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack. The Taiji divine sword released its power in his body. At this time, Su Yan and the divine sword had already merged into one. Even if the divine sword did not appear, Su Yan could still use a portion of that extremely powerful force. At this time, the power of the Taiji divine sword was directly mobilized. The power of the 3 great laws was directly activated. Since the nine-headed demonic snake wanted to directly destroy his aura, this was actually the best opportunity for Su Yan. This was because if he could suppress this force, then his aura suppression would reach the strongest level. Therefore, this attack was very likely to be the key to determining the outcome of the battle. At this time, Su Yan's power continued to condense at this time. In the end, it directly reached the peak. At this time, his power was directly displayed. The three great laws merged, and then suddenly rushed towards the nine-headed demonic snake. On the other hand, the nine-headed demonic snake had already condensed his power. The extremely terrifying aura directly rose. At this time, the terrifying power solidified and was continuously entangled with the light. Even Su Yan had not seen such power before. Su Yan could already see that the nine-headed demonic snake had not displayed his true power yet. It seemed that for some reason, he was unable to use it. Even so, the nine-headed demonic snake was still terrifying. The nine forces were the embryonic form of the laws. If the nine-headed demonic snake's cultivation level increased, then he might be able to directly transform the nine forces into powerful and terrifying laws. If he really succeeded, then he would be unprecedentedly powerful. That kind of horror was probably not something that anyone could withstand. Even now, after the nine forces merged, the violent aura had already surpassed the ordinary power of the laws. This was under the situation that this guy was currently suppressed by the laws of the land. It was no wonder that this guy directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this time, he had his own power as a guarantee. Su Yan's eyes were unprecedentedly dignified, but he was also extremely excited. This kind of power was enough to thoroughly excite him. The power after the three great laws merged and the terrifying light directly collided. In an instant, a huge mushroom cloud directly spread out. The incomparably terrifying pressure spread out, and the seawater within hundreds of meters was directly evaporated. For a moment, a huge hole appeared in the sea. The attack of the two of them had already reached such a powerful level. The expression of the nine-headed demon snake changed. It was just as Su Yan had expected. The reason why it attacked like this was because it wanted to crush Su Yan in an instant. However, at this time, it seemed that it was simply impossible to do. This was because Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. The power of his attack did not gain any advantage. The power of the two had yet to dissipate, and the terrifying evil energy was still colliding. Now, even he did not dare to casually enter the energy field. Even if such a violent energy field could not kill him, it would be very easy to severely injure him. However, at this moment, his expression changed again. Because he clearly felt that within that terrifying energy field, there was actually a shadow that was flying towards him at a high speed. How is this possible? That kid. He saw clearly with his 9 pairs of snake eyes that this person was Su Yan. It was such a terrifying energy field that contained extremely terrifying destructive power, and even he did not dare to touch it easily. However, Su Yan directly rushed towards him. That kind of strength and that kind of physical body had already shocked him. How can this human's physical body be so terrifying? At this moment, he really had the thought of directly retreating. He did not know what kind of price Su Yan paid for his physical body. When in the cold land of the far north, Su Yan almost directly shattered his own body and then rebuilt it. That kind of pain was unbearable even for a Dao master. It was even possible that he would directly die in the endless pain. Chapter 11-12. Girls' Literature. Only by enduring boundless pain could one gain incomparable strength. At this time, Su Yan once again proved that all his efforts were worth it. If he had not been so crazy last time, he would have been the one being suppressed at this time. And at this moment, he was that high and mighty godlike figure. Even the powerful 9-headed demon snake could not compare to him. I want your soul, doppelganger. I want your real body too. In an instant, Su Yan had arrived in front of the 9-headed demon snake. The difference in size between the two was too big. The nine-headed demon snake was huge, like a monster. In front of him, Su Yan was as weak as an ant. However, at this time, the nine-headed demon snake's momentum was completely suppressed by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was too terrifying and too powerful. However, after hearing Su Yan's words, he immediately became furious. This damn human, what did he say? He said he wanted to suppress him. This was simply a disgraceful thing. He was a dignified nine-headed demon snake. In the case of his real body, he actually let the other party be so arrogant. Human, you are too presumptuous. Su Yan had already arrived in front of him, and a sword light had already appeared at this time. The moment the sword light appeared, the world was silent. The sun and the moon did not shine, and the sword light became the only thing that was eternal. The powerful strength slowly became endless, and the terrible brilliance at this time finally gradually sank. As for the nine-headed demon snake, after a roar, its power also began to change. A strong light directly covered everything. The strength of the two met again. Compared to this time, Su Yan's sword light had shown a dominant pressure. This was the importance of the previous blow. If Su Yan did not have the upper hand in the previous blow, then he would not have been so successful at this time. However, he had already taken the initiative in that attack. So, at this time, he had completely displayed his strength and terror. Under the suppression of that terrifying power at this time, the power of the nine-headed demon snake could only bitterly hold on. Arrogant? So what? You can block one of my swords, but can you block all of my swords? Su Yan continued to attack with his swords, and one terrifying sword beam after another flew out unceasingly. How powerful and terrifying was that power? Such an aura was truly indescribable. Su Yan's strength continued to rise at this time. The more he fought, the braver he became. At this moment, the nine-headed demon snake was in a dilemma. Su Yan's power was incomparably strong, and it was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. However, within Su Yan's power, there seemed to be some extremely terrifying aura. This aura was actually not strong, but the faintly discernible majesty suppressed his power. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. This caused him great pain. At this time, Su Yan's strength was still rising. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his terrifying power seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The two continued to fight under such circumstances. The nine-headed demon snake immediately retracted all 9 of its heads to resist the extremely violent and terrifying attack power. However, he still knew in his heart that this could not go on. Su Yan was truly a freak. After such a long time, his attacks had not weakened at all. Instead, they had become even more powerful. Most of the human beings, even those in the Dao Master realm, could not accumulate as much power as demons. This was something that was determined by nature, but Su Yan in front of him had obviously broken this law. His power could only be described as heaven-defying. Such a violent power was constantly rising, and the terrifying aura was constantly changing. At this moment, everything had been played to the peak. Now, the nine-headed demon snake felt that he was the weak human being, and his opponent was the real terrifying monster. I can't go on like this, otherwise, I will really capsize today. His eyes trembled, and he finally decided that it was time for him to make some changes. If he continued to passively defend, not only would he not be able to turn the situation around, but it would also make his situation more dangerous. At this time, his 9 heads directly lifted up high. A frightening roar sounded, Saint of 9 spirits, Hui Yao. In an instant, the most terrifying light appeared in each head, and such a power rose, and 9 huge holes appeared in the sky. Inside each hole, there was an extremely powerful and terrifying radiance that constantly rotated. All the power was gathered here, fusing all the power together. At this time, Su Yan's power directly broke out. At this moment, it reached a new peak. However, he stopped the power. Because he felt danger. In the 9 holes, there seemed to be a pair of eyes looking at him. Although it seemed ridiculous to think about it, the terrifying feeling made Su Yan dare not be careless and relax. At this time, his aura was already rising, and the violent power at this time was constantly condensing and attacking, and directly reached the peak. At that moment, heaven, earth, sun, and moon had completely disappeared. The 9 holes seemed to have become the brightest sun and moon between heaven and earth. Saint of 9 spirits? What is that? The means of this old demon are indeed endless. At this moment, the Taiji sword appeared, and the power of the Taishang increased. Immediately, a figure appeared behind Su Yan. It was a giant demon, and it was extremely terrifying. The giant demon's shadow was extremely majestic, and the 9-headed demon snake's body was already terrifying enough. However, compared to Zhener's shadow, it was still a far cry. I'd like to see how powerful your Saint of 9 spirits Hui Yao is. Su Yan's power took a step forward, and the sword light flashed directly, as if it was going to reappear and open up a new chaos for this world. Both of these had been deduced to the extreme by the law of power. When the 9-headed demon snake saw the giant demon shadow, it was shocked. It was not clear whether this demon shadow was a real existence in the past. If so, it was simply too terrifying. Not to mention the 9-headed demon snake, even Su Yan himself was a little shocked in his heart. Because at this point in the battle, this was the first time he found that he could summon such a terrifying demon shadow. The horror of this demon shadow was simply beyond Su Yan's understanding. Within this demon shadow, there were too many auras. The aura of the great demon dragon, the great demon heavenly lord, and the like, all merged together. He finally understood that this was a new change of power he had obtained after the cold land of the extreme north. Such power was a completely new domain. For Su Yan, this was a huge advantage. At this time, he directly rushed into the sky with this terrifying majesty. The 9 holes were extremely terrifying. If he was allowed to fully condense his power, then the 9-headed demon snake might be able to turn defeat into victory and suppress his own power. However, no matter what, Su Yan could not accept such a thing happening. Therefore, at this moment, his power began to condense directly, and that terrifying power began to change continuously. The powerful aura was constantly condensing. At this time, a light suddenly appeared in the giant demon shadow's hand, and that light directly turned into a giant sword. The light sword looked exactly the same as the Taiji sword, and the giant demon shadow seemed to be able to break the sky. Finally, it directly rushed into the terrifying power. At this moment, endless lightning danced wildly, and the extremely powerful power was constantly changing at this time. In the world, the most terrifying aura seemed to have condensed in this place. The light sword in the demon shadow's hand directly went against the sky and rushed into the black hole. Su Yan's power took another step forward, and his power was displayed to the extreme at this moment. At this time, the world began to change directly. At this time, the aura was simply so powerful that it was endless. Under such power, it seemed that the world had begun to sink. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared in Su Yan's eyes. It was a terrifying demon shadow. The demon shadow was not the one behind him, but the shadow in the 9 holes. Behind the 9 holes, there seemed to be an endless void. Kill. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. At this time, a powerful force directly rushed up, and that force finally broke out completely. The light sword in the demon shadow's hand directly exploded. Countless rays of light rose up in defiance of the heavens and rushed toward the 9 holes. At this time, the power in the 9 holes seemed to have condensed to the extreme, and an extremely unimaginable light finally completely fell. Such power was extremely powerful, and it was even more terrifying than the previous energy field. The power spread slowly, and the terrifying aura at this time was constantly changing. Outside the 5 counties, a space crack was forcibly torn open. This space crack was not exaggerated, and it was only a little more than a meter long. However, this was already an extremely amazing power. It should be known that the space in the 5 counties was extremely heavy at this time, and it was so strong that even a Dao master like the 9-headed demon snake could not directly open it. However, at this time, the space crack was torn open. It was obvious that the power of the two sides had once again reached a new peak under this attack. The glory of the 9-spirit saint was blocked. The 9-headed demon snake could not imagine that such a blow of his was blocked. At this time, he no longer had any thoughts. He knew that he was no longer a match for Su Yan. If he continued to stay, he was afraid that he would leave his life here. At this time, Su Yan was still under the power of the glory of the 9-spirit saint, and it was the best time for him to leave. Chapter 11-13. Girls' Literature. His body suddenly headed towards the sea. At this time, the sky was full of extremely terrifying energy fields. That was not all. Su Yan's divine consciousness was always in the sky. If he left through the sky, he was afraid that Su Yan would be able to catch up. Therefore, he chose the sea as his escape route. As long as he could enter the sea, he would be able to leave directly. The 9-headed demon snake was good at controlling water. In fact, he was too careless. If this battle had been in the sea, he would not have ended up like this. This was because fighting in the sea would at least increase his strength by a little. Previously, he did not think much of it. He thought that with his strength, it would not be difficult to kill Su Yan, although it would not be easy. However, at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. Su Yan's strength was much stronger than he expected. Under the impact of such a terrifying force, he failed in the end. Of course, he also knew that Su Yan could not fight him in the water. He had been tricked by Su Yan from the beginning. His body sank into the sea. At this time, Su Yan also realized this. However, after realizing this, Su Yan did not make a move. Instead, he watched the 9-headed demon snake escape into the sea. "It should be about time," he said softly. After entering the sea, the 9-headed demon snake immediately headed towards the deep sea. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. No, the aura of my soul clone. As soon as he entered this place, he suddenly realized that the aura of his soul clone had almost dissipated, but he could still feel it. Previously, Su Yan directly attacked him, which made him ignore one thing. That was, someone was devouring his soul clone. His soul doppelganger naturally couldn't be compared to his actual strength, but to be able to devour it, that wasn't something an ordinary cat or dog could do. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura of a monster suddenly appeared. The 9-headed demon snake immediately felt a great threat. The aura was strong, but it was familiar. It was the feeling of being the same kind. At this moment, from the dark bottom of the sea, a light directly shot out. Damn it! It's the Ripping Sea Demonic Snake. The Ripping Sea Demonic Snake was an ancient xenogeniac. It had a very powerful bloodline. The same was true for the 9-headed demon snake. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Naturally, when 2 powerful demonic beasts got close to each other, they would not tolerate each other. It was the sea-rending demonic snake that devoured my soul clone. He would be an idiot if he didn't realize what was going on at this point in time. His soul clone had clearly been snatched away by Su Yan. However, it was now being devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. The relationship between the two was self-evident. Ha ha ha. Foolish 9-headed Yao snake. You dare oppose my great master? You have a death wish. The demonic sea-splitter snake unleashed a formidable aura. Earlier, Su Yan had utilized the power of Very High to cover up his aura. Add to that the fact that Su Yan was constantly attacking the 9-headed snake, and the 9-headed snake had overlooked the demonic sea-break snake's existence. At this point in time, the appearance of the sea-splitting demonic snake was extremely frightening to the 9-headed demon snake. After the battle with Su Yan, the nine-headed demon snake had become extremely weak. Compared to when he was at his peak, the difference was simply too great. Originally, the sea-splitting demonic snake would not be a match for the nine-headed demon snake. However, after devouring the soul clone of the nine-headed demon snake, his strength had increased significantly. On the other hand, the nine-headed demon snake was in a weakened state. With this, the sea-splitting demonic snake immediately gained the upper hand. At this moment, his formidable aura was unleashed. That terrifying power was raised to the extreme. The violent power was so frightening at this moment. His gigantic body coiled around the nine-headed demon snake. Its appearance was too sudden and too fast. Even the nine-headed demon snake was suppressed by it in an instant. After coiling around the body of the nine-headed demon snake, the sea-splitting demonic snake opened his bloody mouth and bit down. Roar! The nine-headed demon snake was in extreme pain. At this moment, his other 8 heads also bit down on the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful and frightening aura suddenly appeared on the body of the sea-splitting demonic snake. It forced the 8 heads to retreat. Ha ha ha, you stupid reptile. Be obedient and become my food. He laughed arrogantly. At this time, the nine-headed demon snake said, "Damn it. You are an ancient mutant. How could you call a human master? You are a disgrace to us." The nine-headed demon snake was furious. He did not understand. As an ancient mutant, did he not even have the least bit of pride? How could he call a lowly human master? Hiss, you can say whatever you want. I will not listen to the nonsense of a food. The sea-splitting demonic snake continued to bite. Although the nine-headed demon snake was restrained by him, he was still an ancient monster. His defense was extremely abnormal. For a moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake could not do anything to him. At this time, Su Yan's body appeared at the bottom of the sea. Su Yan's arrival made the sea-splitting demonic snake very happy. "Master, help me. Help me." At this time, the nine-headed demon snake was panicking. In his current state, even the sea-splitting demonic snake could not defeat him. How could he be a match for the master and the servant? No, I can't let this go on. At this time, he knew that if he did not use some extreme method, he would not be able to escape today. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used his power. Then, an aura appeared. Life-risking strike. At this time, his originally weakened aura suddenly began to surge. A terrifying radiance immediately illuminated the deep seabed. That terrifying aura directly climbed to the peak at this time. In the next moment, let go. Su Yan felt that something was wrong. He directly transmitted his order to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake also felt that the power was very strong. At this time, that power was continuously brewing. If it exploded at this time, it would definitely cause an extremely terrifying killing power. Go to hell. The nine-headed demon snake directly rushed toward Su Yan. Of course, he would not give up his life to perish together with Su Yan. Instead, he paid the price of one of his heads to completely ignite his power in exchange for Su Yan to be severely injured. This was already an extremely terrifying method. Su Yan clearly knew that this was the nine-headed demon snake's escape method. At this time, he had no choice but to let this guy leave. Su Yan's body disappeared in an instant. The nine-headed demon snake felt that it was a pity that he could not severely injure Su Yan. But in the end, he survived. Damn human. When the great change of heaven and earth is completed and my strength is fully recovered, it will be the time of your death. He was full of hatred for Su Yan. He really wanted to directly tear Su Yan to pieces and then devour him bit by bit. But that would have to wait for the future. The only thing he could do now was to leave. Seeing the nine-headed demon snake leave, Su Yan could only helplessly watch. After all, he was not a god. He was only a 3 essences supremacy. His current battle strength was already extremely heaven-defying. Damn it, Master. We actually let that reptile escape. That damn and ugly reptile. The sea-splitting demonic snake was still roaring unwillingly. If he could keep the 9-headed demon snake and let him devour it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Su Yan looked at the snarling sea-splitting demonic snake and felt helpless. You're acting like you're not a reptile. Alright, it's not bad to be able to beat him back. At least I know their approximate strength. Also, you've benefited a lot. Su Yan said calmly. No matter what, they had profited from this battle. The sea-splitting demonic snake had devoured his soul doppelganger, and his strength had increased by another level. Su Yan's strength had increased a lot through the battle with the 9-headed demon snake. At the very least, he had a new understanding of his own strength. For the current Su Yan, as long as he could survive every battle, he would have a new breakthrough. For example, the terrifying demonic shadow at this moment. Even Su Yan himself did not know what kind of existence this demonic shadow was, or what secrets it had. However, he knew that the demonic shadow this time was extremely powerful. As long as he could perfect this demonic shadow in the future, it would definitely become a killing move against his enemies. Alright, Master. Next time there's something good like this, please remember to call me. After saying that, the sea-splitting demonic snake continued to dive into the deep sea. He could not enter the 5 counties continent at will because Su Yan's exalted power could not protect him. However, he could move around the deep sea and support Su Yan at any time. Su Yan said, Alright, you go down first. By the way, pay attention to your surroundings. See if there are any major changes. At this moment, Su Yan had returned to the surface of the sea. After the battle, the sea returned to its calm state, as if nothing had happened. The first battle with the ancient demon god temple. Su Yan had devoured that memory, so he deeply understood how terrifying the ancient demon god temple was. He knew that the 9-headed demon snake was only one of the Tao masters, and there might be other powerful beings like the 9 supremes in the ancient demon god temple. Su Yan did not know how powerful and terrifying they were. He only knew that he did not have much time. Therefore, he had to make himself stronger. Of course, there were many things that he did not understand. One of them was the person who took the Su family away and who was behind Sun Yan. Chapter 11-14. Girls' Literature. Su Yan tossed all these thoughts aside. At this moment, the sky had once again returned to its clear state. It was as if the great battle had never happened. Only Su Yan felt the immense pressure. The world seemed to be undergoing huge changes at every moment. And the existence of changes was bound to lead to chaos. Take the 9-headed demon snake as an example. He was a member of the ancient demon shrine. His strength was already so terrifying. If it were not for the fact that the world still had a suppressive effect on him, preventing him from completely opening the last 9 holes, even the demonic figure that Su Yan had condensed would have found it extremely difficult to destroy this power. This time, Su Yan had the advantage of time, place, and people. But what about the next time? The 9-headed demon snake's words were definitely not empty threats. If he recovered his strength, it was hard to say if Su Yan could still defeat him. At the very least, it was impossible for him to do so in his current state. Of course, there were no ifs in this world. At this moment, Su Yan was the victor, and that was enough. Su Yan had ended the battle, but he did not plan to return to the Heaven and Earth Organization. This was because the Heaven and Earth Organization was guarded by the Oriole, so there should not be any problems. After all, the Oriole was a sacred beast, a Tao master. Even if those ancient forces appeared, they would not be able to defeat him. If something happened, he would be able to contact him directly through the contract. Su Yan was going to the Taihang sword faction's mine. Before he left, Wuxia Xianxia had told him to take good care of it. Even though the Taihang sword faction had sent a venerable from the Feng family, Su Yan was still worried. In the past, a venerable one would be enough to suppress the universe, let alone ensure one's safety. But at this point, this might not be enough. If it was before he came to the 5 counties, he might have had other naive thoughts. However, at this point in time, he would definitely not have such thoughts. Since there was something strange in the mine, it was probably not a small matter. In fact, the Feng clan elder was already in a terrible fix. There was still no reply to the message he had sent to the Taixing sword sect. Initially, he thought that a place like the 5 counties continent wouldn't have anything worth paying attention to. Furthermore, this was just a small mining area. He even felt that Xue Xingchuan had sent him here to avenge a personal grudge. But when he arrived here, he realized that this matter was far more serious than he had imagined. In this place, people died every day. By now, the mining operations in the mining area had completely stopped. However, there were still people dying every day. After he arrived here, he had entered the mining area. The Venerable One's spiritual will was already extremely powerful. However, he didn't find any clues at all. It was as if everything was supposed to be so peaceful. However, after he left, that formless existence started killing people again. At this time, he was finally furious, continuously waiting for several days. Even so, the deaths didn't stop. Finally, he had a chance to fight with that mysterious and powerful existence. That time, the Feng clan elder finally witnessed what happened. An extremely terrifying shadow appeared silently and directly appeared in front of a person. Then, it directly dragged that person to the ground. Now that he had finally seen the real culprit, how could he let that person leave so easily? At this moment, he gathered his strength and directly blasted out his most powerful force. However, the expected move to subdue the enemy didn't happen. Instead, an extremely powerful force directly appeared. The power that he had unleashed had actually been directly countered back at him. What shocked him even more was that this force was clearly his own, but when it was reflected back, this force was actually stronger than before. His entire body was directly sent flying. Fortunately, that existence seemed to have obtained its target and was satisfied, so it didn't continue to attack. After that day, everyone was even more anxious. Due to the situation back then, the Feng clan elder immediately decided to let everyone leave. However, at this time, something terrifying happened. An invisible barrier appeared around them, trapping everyone inside. Ordinary people couldn't even think about leaving. The Feng clan elder could forcefully break open the barrier and leave, but the absentee workers were all members of the Taihang sword faction. He was there to protect them, so how could he abandon them and leave? He was an extremely responsible person, so he could only stay here every day to guard the place. Even so, the situation was getting worse by the day. It was even worse for the past few days. The monster seemed to have become unscrupulous. In the beginning, it was very afraid of the Feng clan elder, so it avoided him when it attacked. However, over the past few days, it had become unscrupulous. The Feng clan elder and the monster fought more and more often, and the ending became more and more miserable. There were even a few times when the monster had the chance to kill the Feng clan elder. At this time, the Feng clan elder immediately realized that the monster was deliberately keeping him alive. In other words, it was a form of confinement. The monster was using him to practice. The Feng clan elder felt very uncomfortable. He was a venerable one, but he was being treated like this by the monster. The Feng clan elder forced himself to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. In actuality, he should have called Su Yan here long ago, but the jade talisman that Su Yan gave him back then was crushed by the mysterious being. Damn it, the Feng clan elder cursed internally. He could feel that the monster's strength was becoming more terrifying, and it was feeding on the people's fear. If this went on, he would become the monster's food just like the absentee workers. The Feng clan elder had made his decision, which was to make one last attempt. If he was still no match for the mysterious being this time, he could only try to leave by force again. But when he thought of the image of so many absentee workers being directly devoured by this terrifying existence, he felt an extremely strong sense of self-reproach. At this moment, the ground began to shake. The Feng clan elder was shocked. Over the past few days, the monster had been torturing everyone as if it was playing hide-and-seek. However, every time he appeared, it was always silent. He had never caused such a huge commotion. However, it was different this time. It actually caused such a huge commotion. The Feng clan elder immediately thought of a possibility, which was that the monster might feel that the time was right, and that the Feng clan elder and the others no longer needed to exist. Therefore, it was time for him to harvest. Evil creature, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? The Feng clan elder directly soared into the sky. His sword burst out with dazzling sword chi at this moment. The sword chi turned into a huge sword and directly attacked the center of the shaking. That ray of light continued to flicker, displaying an extremely violent and terrifying power. Instead of letting the monster continue to torment him like this, it was better to directly force him out. That way, even if he died, he would be able to understand why he died. This was the Feng clan elder's thought at this moment. His power descended from the sky and directly bombarded the ground. Under the impact of such a powerful power, the ground shook even more horribly. Nevertheless, the shaking calmed down after a while. The Feng clan elder's power was extremely terrifying. Therefore, when people looked at the godlike Feng clan elder at this moment, hope emerged in their hearts. Perhaps that damned monster had already been killed by the Feng clan elder with that sword attack just now. Unfortunately, this was destined to be a beautiful hope. At this moment, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. "Elder, elder, be careful." At this moment, someone had already begun to shout. The Feng clan elder immediately disappeared on the spot. Then, he turned around and found that a pair of extremely terrifying eyes were looking at him at this moment. That gaze was so cold, but it was also filled with ridicule. At this moment, the Feng clan elder finally saw the true face of the opponent that had caused him so much headaches. It was a huge and ugly insect with extremely terrifying tentacles and blade-like claws. At this moment, strands of energy revolved around its body. Such an aura was simply boundlessly terrifying. This powerful and terrifying aura had already suppressed the Feng clan elder's own aura. At this moment, the Feng clan elder understood one thing, which was that he might have to die today. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. This terrifying guy had finally waited for the right time to reap his life. "Bastard, this old man will let you know the price for toying with me like this." At this moment, the Feng clan elder knew that he had to go all out. Therefore, at this moment, he did not hesitate at all and immediately began to use his secret technique. The reason why secret techniques were called secret techniques was because they were powerful. Of course, they were also powerful because of the after effects. When the secret technique was used, the terrifying after effects were enough to cause his realm to decline directly. It could even burn his lifespan. However, it had already come to this point. Realm and lifespan were meaningless now. Right now, he only hoped that his death would be able to severely injure this damn thing and let it clearly know that he was definitely not to be trifled with. Even if he died, he would make it pay the price. After using the secret technique, the Feng clan elder's aura immediately soared. At this moment, the Taixing sword intent also erupted. The sword intent rose like the autumn wind, and it was chilling. As the sword slashed down, it was filled with an extremely dense and terrifying killing intent. It was also the determination to die. Chapter 11:15. Female literature. However, the Feng family's elder's sword did not have any effect in the end. The sword that he had bet everything on was easily dodged just like that. The terrifying and dense sword intent directly pierced through the terrifying monster. However, it was only an illusory figure. The terrifying monster actually disappeared in front of the Feng family's elder. It was so silent. What was even more terrifying was that it disappeared in front of the Feng family's elder. However, the Feng family's elder did not notice at all. How terrifying! Such a powerful and terrifying enemy made the Feng family's elder's heart turn cold bit by bit. However, at that moment, a huge force directly bombarded his back. A dignified venerable one was directly bombarded down like a rubber ball. Roar! The terrifying and ferocious insect let out an extremely ear-piercing and unpleasant sound as if it was declaring its joy. The Feng family's elder finally stabilized his body. At that moment, his injuries were already quite serious, and his breathing did not seem to be as smooth as before. Damn it, where did this monster come from? The Feng family's elder muttered to himself. Where did this terrifying existence come from? He was an elder of the Taihang sword faction and knew about many creatures in the endless world. He could definitely be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person. However, he had never heard of the monster that appeared in front of him. Where did such a terrifying monster come from? Even in ancient times, there seemed to be no such records. At that moment, the monster suddenly twisted its body. The Feng family's elder immediately became alert. That fellow's actions were unimaginable. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, he could not guess what it was doing. At that moment, it seemed like it was going to attack again. However, where would it appear? Would it appear behind him? Ah, elder, save me! Just as he was thinking, a tragic cry was heard. That abominable monster actually rushed into the group of workers. Its terrifying tentacles directly wrapped around a few people at the same time. It seemed to be showing off to the Feng family's elder. After swaying its tentacles, it directly swallowed one of them into its stomach. How dare you, evil creature! The Feng family's elder was flustered and exasperated. His sword qi appeared again. This time, it was no longer a powerful sword qi. Instead, it was divided into 10 streaks of sword qi. 10 streaks of sword qi surrounded the monster and trapped it in the middle. At this moment, the extremely powerful and terrifying power erupted with the most dazzling radiance. After the sword qi trapped the monster, he moved like lightning and immediately rushed in front of the monster. Scram! In the end, he still wanted to protect these people, so he swung his sword at the tentacle. His sword was neither a divine sword nor a sacred sword. However, it was already one of the most famous swords in the Taihang sword faction. Its sharpness was unparalleled. Clang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if his sword had struck an incomparably hard steel. At this time, that terrifying power directly rebounded, and the real elder's arm began to feel numb. How could this be? He found it hard to believe that his sword had no effect at all. How could he not be frightened by such power? However, even at this point, he didn't think of retreating. He took another step forward, and his aura rose again. Then, a thought came down directly at this moment. That ray of light was like a meteor. Taihang sword fighting art. At this time, he had already used a secret technique. Under such circumstances, the Taihang sword fighting art had an unimaginably powerful force. Such a strike was already extremely terrifying. The violent power boiled, and a powerful aura rose directly, like the most dazzling radiance between heaven and earth. This was the last attack of the Feng family elder. Under the influence of his anger and his will, he forced his aura to the extreme, and then burst out with this attack. This was his last strength. If this attack didn't succeed, then he really wouldn't have any more chances. Go to hell. He directly rushed out with a ray of sword qi. However, the moment his sword qi burst out to the strongest, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Oh no, it's the power of space. At this time, he finally understood how this guy could disappear so easily and evade his divine consciousness. It was the power of space. He had overlooked this point from the beginning. In his opinion, the spatial barrier of this continent was so strong that he couldn't pass through it himself. Therefore, he naturally thought that others couldn't as well. Even if it was that damned strange insect, he didn't think in this direction. This was because he did not sense any interspatial fluctuation at all. At this moment, he finally understood that everything was because the strange insect's ability was too fearsome. It seemed to be able to directly pass through space with an extremely small movement. At the same time, it did all of this without causing any ripples in space. If it wasn't for the pressure of his sword, which made the giant worm feel enough danger and hurriedly use its power, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to sense it this time. In the end, he wouldn't even know how he died. Having said that, although he understood this, it was too late for him to change his sword intent at this time. The Feng family elder's attack clearly made the monster lose its mood to play around. As soon as it raised its peculiar sickle-like claws, it slashed down hard again. Such an attack could be considered heaven-defying. A pitch-black path mark appeared. If the attack landed, even a venerable one would be slashed in half. Is it dead? I've worked hard all my life to cultivate to this boundary, but I'm going to die in the hands of a monster like this. I'm really unwilling to accept this, the Feng family elder thought. Despite that, the monster's sharp claws did not land on him in the end. A light that was even more fearsome than his flashed and disappeared. Following that, his sharp claws were directly cut off. All of this happened too quickly. That ray of light appeared out of nowhere. The Feng family elder didn't even have time to see it clearly before that powerful and terrifying claw was destroyed. He had experienced how powerful the sharp claws were. Even his famed sword could not shake it at all. Now, not only was the sharp claws sent flying, but they were also directly crushed. What kind of terrifying power was that? What kind of person could do this? It's actually a void insect. A young voice was heard by the Feng family elder. When he looked closely, he finally saw who it was. Su Yan. At this moment, he suddenly felt the joy of surviving a disaster. Su Yan had appeared. In the beginning, the Feng family elder did not think much of Su Yan. However, after the battle at sea, he knew that he was no match for Su Yan. Now that Su Yan had appeared, the Feng family elder immediately felt like he had seen his faith. Su Yan, be careful of this fella. He's very strange. He can use the power of space at will, the Feng family elder warned. He had suffered a lot because of that fella, so he had to warn Su Yan in advance. Su Yan said, "That's a void insect. Even if the space in the 5 counties is heavy, it can still move freely. There's nothing strange about that," he said very calmly. The Feng family elder had never been to the void outside the realm, so he did not have a clear understanding of void insects. However, Su Yan had fought in the void before. The sea-splitting demonic snake had even devoured a void insect. Void creatures were very powerful and troublesome creatures. The environment they lived in could be said to be the worst. In the vast void, there were too many unknown dangers. Therefore, those that could survive in such an illusion were naturally very powerful. They also derived all kinds of strange abilities, such as void flame, spatial flash, and so on. The void insect in front of him clearly had the ability to travel through space. In fact, in terms of real combat power, the Feng family elder was not inferior to him. However, this void insect was too cunning. From the beginning, it did not fight the Feng family elder head-on. Instead, it used its mysterious spatial ability to continuously consume the Feng family elder's power. At the same time, it kept devouring life energy and using it to strengthen itself. "Don't worry, I'm here. It can't run away." Su Yan's gaze had been locked onto this big fella's body, and his spiritual will had unknowingly spread out. No matter how powerful the void insect was, it was impossible for it to break through Su Yan's power field unless it was stronger than Su Yan. If that was the case, the one who needed to escape would not be the Feng family elder, but Su Yan himself. A void creature. I really didn't expect there to be a void creature in the 5 counties continents. Su Yan's body flashed and he appeared in front of the giant worm. He was also using the spatial flicker technique. However, his power was much stronger than the strange insects. His aura directly pressed down, and a bright sword light flashed directly at this moment. It was also sword chi, but Su Yan's sword chi was completely different from the Feng family elders. As soon as his sword appeared, the space around him suddenly became densely packed, like a spiderweb. That terrifying power erupted at this moment and immediately engulfed him. The void insect was terrified. In fact, it knew that things were not good the moment it saw Su Yan and immediately wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. Its spatial ability, which it thought was powerful, was completely useless in front of Su Yan. Under Su Yan's power, it could not even move its position, let alone escape. Su Yan's sword directly landed on its body. Chapter 11:16. Girls' Literature. Su Yan did not just casually swing his sword. Instead, he controlled his strength very well. When the sword fell, the outer layer of the void worm's shell was directly cut apart, but he was still talking. After the shell was shattered, the void worm let out an extremely painful howl. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was in vain. Under Su Yan's powerful strength, he could not break free from Su Yan's power at all. Sure enough. Su Yan grabbed the void worm with his hand and pressed it down. Light shot out from the power. A crystal appeared. It was a space crystal. This was an extremely rare crystal. Although the spatial energy contained in it was not huge, it was extremely pure. Even a Dao master would covet this space crystal. However, at this moment, a force appeared out of thin air and directly slashed toward Su Yan's body. It was a sharp scythe. The moment the terrifying aura appeared, it was enough to make people despair. At this moment, the Feng family elder did not even have time to react. However, Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so?" He did not stop his actions. Instead, he directly took the space crystal. The terrifying sickle directly slashed Su Yan's body. No, to be precise, the power stopped 1 foot away from Su Yan's body. Su Yan just looked at him like that, appearing quiet and steady. At this moment, Su Yan's power was running naturally outside his body. To put it bluntly, even if he was asleep, the protective power outside his body was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was impossible for an ordinary expert to hurt him at all. Sure enough, you're the real void worm behind this. What I killed was just a small worm split from your space crystal. TSK, TSK, TSK. Interesting, really interesting. Su Yan turned around and directly grabbed his hand. Driven by this power, that powerful aura continued to vibrate. Eventually, a huge hole appeared. You're actually hiding in the space crack. As expected of a void worm. This ability is really amazing. He once again ran his power. The powerful force changed and turned into chains that bound the huge void worm. Su Yan had already noticed this when he appeared. He knew very well that the truly powerful void worms were extremely terrifying, especially the void behemoths that could travel to the boundless world. The void worm from before was far less capable than this. Therefore, he guessed that these void worms were not the original generation, but the later generation that had been bred. It was also due to this reason that he didn't kill the insect right away. Instead, he only slashed its shell. Then, he shattered all the power. In this way, the original generation would definitely be able to sense when the later generation was about to die. If the void worm really wanted to hide, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. Unless Su Yan could become a true Dao master and improve his spirit consciousness again to the point where he could control the world with a single thought, he would not be able to see this clearly. Since Su Yan already knew this, there was no way he would let the void worm continue to evade him. That was why he did this. For the mother worm of the void worm, its offspring were extremely important. Of course, this was not to say that the mother's affection for her son was deep, but because its offspring were in existence that provided it with energy. Su Yan had gone to the Divine Demon Island to learn about this. Generally speaking, the meaning of the void worm's existence was to pursue itself. This powerful and strange race would never have the thought of reproducing. Everything they did was for their own sake. Only when their main body was severely injured would they give birth to their own offspring, allowing their offspring to search for energy for themselves. Benefiting from that understanding, Su Yan directly deduced this point. Therefore, he immediately came to this conclusion. The space crystal condensed from the body of the previous void worm was actually extremely precious. However, compared to the real mother worm, it was still far too inferior. Su Yan's power burst out, and the power directly flowed into the void worm's body. All the aura constantly emerged at this time, and the energy chains became real at this time. The void worm had already sensed great danger at this time, and its huge body began to struggle at this time. The power of the void worm mother was very strong. At this level, its strength was probably comparable to that of the dragon clan. If it was an ordinary human, even if they were already a Dao master, they would not be able to compare with it in terms of strength. However, it was a pity that it was facing Su Yan. Su Yan was the real monster. His strength was terrifyingly powerful, and his strength had reached a terrifying level. When his power was fully unleashed, the Void Worm Queen was dragged back even though she was struggling so hard. The violent aura spread little by little at this time. Then, the aura spread and began to turn into the power of space, and the power of space spread out. Su Yan immediately knew that the huge Void Worm Mother wanted to draw its body closer to the space crack. It already knew that Su Yan was not to be trifled with, so it immediately retreated. After all, it was not in its complete form at this time. Su Yan did not know what the situation was, but he was very sure that the Void Worm was in a weakened state. This was the time to kill it while it was weak. At this time, his power directly spread out, and at the same time, the power of the Law of Ice also spread out. As soon as the power of the Law of Ice appeared, it immediately froze everything around it. Under Su Yan's control, the Law of Ice turned into an immutable ice. It was so strong that even the power of the space crack was frozen directly. After the space crack was frozen, the huge Void Worm Mother tried its best to break free, but Su Yan would not give it the chance. Su Yan's power directly erupted at this time, and the violent power turned into a storm and severely imprisoned it. The power of the ice became stronger and stronger, and the space around it was completely isolated. At this time, the Feng family elder was watching the battle between Su Yan and the terrifying Void Worm. He was even more in awe of Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, it was as if he saw Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction. How did he cultivate? How did he reach this level? He felt that it was unbelievable. When Su Yan first appeared in the Taihang sword faction, he was just a little guy who was not bad. When the great ancestor of the Shui family pushed him out, many people thought that the great ancestor of the Shui family had become muddle-headed. However, at this time, they finally realized how wise the great ancestor of the Shui family was. He had seen through everything before. Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan, who were both famous alongside Su Yan back then, had improved their strength at an amazing rate. They could also be considered outstanding. Even in the history of the Taihang sword faction, they could be ranked in the top 10 or even higher. Moreover, they had worked very hard in their cultivation. At this time, they had reached the peak of the dragon realm and could become venerables at any time. It was already very impressive for them to become venerables at such a young age. But what about Su Yan? At this time, the great ancestor of the Shui family did not know what realm Su Yan had reached. He was too terrifying and frightening. He could clearly see Su Yan fighting, but he could not sense Su Yan's aura. He was a venerable after all, so he knew that this was because he had comprehended the power of space to an extreme level and could isolate space. In other words, Su Yan was on a different level from them at this time. Such a battle was truly shocking. This was a battle between venerables. Su Yan had become a venerable at such a young age. Shui Xingchuan was recognized as a genius in the history of the Taihang sword faction. However, even such a brilliant genius had only become a Dao venerate not long ago. Su Yan did not know what the great ancestor of the Feng family was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care. In fact, this was also a very natural thing. At different levels, the things that they thought of were naturally different. The great ancestor of the Feng family found it inconceivable, but in Su Yan's opinion, it was far from enough. It was because he clearly knew that his opponents were all extremely powerful and terrifying. Dao Venerable was just the beginning. After that, there were Sovereign Venerables and even Saint Venerables. Not long ago, he also knew about the 5 great lords. With regards to the existence of the 5 great sovereigns, Su Yan was still unable to understand what level of strength they possessed. He would not compare himself with his peers because it was meaningless. When you were fighting, your enemy would never show mercy to you because of your age. Fighting was to see each other's strength and means. If one's means were not as good as others, then only death would await. Just like now, the battle between Su Yan and the Void Worm Queen. The Void Worm Queen had existed for an unknown period of time. If Su Yan wanted to talk to him about this, then there was no need to say more. The Void Worm Queen's time might not even be a fraction of the Void Worm Queen's time. But now, Su Yan was suppressing the Void Worm Queen. You're the Void Worm Queen. Since you've already appeared here, then why are you still struggling? Humph, just obediently let me seal you. At this time, Su Yan had already made up his mind. His power spread out again. The power of the 3 great laws directly turned into a sharp sword at this time, ruthlessly piercing the Void Worm Queen's body. At the same time, the demonic shadow behind Su Yan appeared again. Chapter 11:17. Female literature. The strength of the Void Worm Queen was extremely powerful. Even at this stage, when Su Yan's 3 swords of law pierced into its body, its huge body still supported it, allowing it to resist with all its might. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan directly summoned the Devil Shadow. The power of Su Yan's Devil Shadow was extremely powerful. When he was fighting against the 9-headed demon snake previously, he had already displayed an extremely terrifying majesty. That was the first time the Devil Shadow appeared, and it had already displayed an extremely violent power. At this time, Su Yan used it again. Unlike the previous time, the Devil Shadow appeared when Su Yan was completely unprepared. At that time, Su Yan kept increasing his strength, and finally summoned this terrifying shadow directly. However, it was different now. After experiencing it once, Su Yan had a better understanding of the control of his own strength. Therefore, the moment his strength erupted, a powerful and blazing light directly rushed out. That power directly exploded in the air. At this time, the power of the Devil Shadow had already reached the purest level. His power directly erupted, and the Void Worm Queen was immediately dragged up. It should be known that not only was the Void Worm Queen's strength extremely terrifying and tyrannical, but at this time, its body was already connected with the half-void space, like the roots of a big tree, directly piercing into the space. Such a terrifying power was almost unimaginable. However, Su Yan's Devil Shadow was actually able to drag the Void Worm Queen in such a state. What kind of terrifying power was this? Su Yan's physical strength was already terrifying, and the Devil Shadow could directly expand his unparalleled strength. After Su Yan's terrifying strength was expanded, how terrifying would the power that erupted be? It could be understood just by imagining it. At this time, the body of the Void Worm Queen was being pulled over bit by bit. This was an extremely difficult battle. The strength of the Void Worm Queen was truly terrifying. Its spatial energy was extremely terrifying. The invisible spatial foot had already taken root in the ground. Even so, Su Yan was still able to suppress him. Humph, Void Queen, you still want to struggle at this point? That's impossible. You're destined to never escape from my grasp. Come here. Su Yan's strength increased once again. The appearance of the Void Worm Queen was definitely a godsend for Su Yan. One of the most special reasons why Dao Masters were so powerful was that they could travel through space at will. This was his mastery of the law of space. This was completely different from ordinary venerables who could temporarily break through space. A Tao Master was so terrifying that he could build a space door. As long as he was strong enough, he would be able to build a huge spatial door and travel through an infinite distance in an instant. It was extremely difficult to truly grasp the power of space. Even with Su Yan's current strength, it was not easy for him to do so. It was also because of this that he was inexplicably overjoyed at this time. The comprehension of the law of space was definitely not a simple matter. If he followed the prescribed order, he did not know how long it would take. However, there was always a glimmer of hope in everything between heaven and earth. For example, the Void Worm Queen was Su Yan's opportunity at this moment. Su Yan wanted to capture the Void Worm Queen directly and then suppress it with his enormous strength. Then, he would obtain the Void Crystal from its body. The Void Crystal was not something that the tiny Void Worm could compare to. Who knew how powerful the power within it was? If Su Yan could completely absorb the Void Crystal, his strength would definitely soar to a whole new level. At this moment, he had already exerted all his strength. The aura that erupted after the Devil's Shadow unfolded was simply terrifying. That berserk energy contained a terrifying might that could destroy everything. The Void Worm Queen's struggle became even more intense because it already knew that its life was in danger at this time. The Void Worm Queen treasured its life the most. At this time, it naturally erupted with all its strength to break free from Su Yan's imprisonment. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give it a plan at all. Su Yan wanted to obtain its Void Crystal, which was the key to his cultivation. This was also a heaven-sent opportunity. If he did not take it, he would really be letting himself down. His aura was constantly revolving, and the terrifying power had already reached an extreme point at this time. The powerful aura rose at this time as if it was the boundless majesty of a god. In fact, the stalemate at this time was extremely advantageous to Su Yan. This was not only a contest of strength, but also the most important thing, which was Su Yan's 3 swords of law. After the 3 swords of law erupted at this time, the terrifying destructive power was almost unimaginable. Therefore, the power was concentrated in one point at this time. The brilliance between heaven and earth was constantly attacking at this time. The nomological laws were the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth. The domineering power of the Shura flame was displayed incisively and vividly at this time. The terrifying flame caused a ton of destructive power at this time. The unimaginable power was constantly attacking at this time, almost annihilating everything. Su Yan's power was constantly increasing at this time, and the light in his eyes began to change at this time. It was an unimaginable and terrifying light, and it was also a strong will that he was determined to obtain. As time passed, the power of his nomological swords became greater and greater. The terrifying power had almost reached an extreme point at this time, and the body of the Void Worm had begun to be divided bit by bit. Hiss! 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 The Void Worm was constantly making strange hissing sounds at this time, as if it was in extreme pain. However, there was also a strange rhythm in it. Under such power, Su Yan's whole body seemed to be going into a deep sleep. It's actually a mental attack. I really didn't expect that apart from the control of space, you actually have such a terrifying technique. At this time, Su Yan was also shocked. He already knew that the ability of the Void Worm was extremely strange. Most of the Void creatures were like this. However, today, he finally witnessed the horror of the void worm. This mental power directly penetrated his sea of consciousness and attacked Su Yan's mind. It was an extremely terrifying hypnotic technique. Even someone as powerful as Su Yan felt drowsy at this time. More importantly, Su Yan did not have much resistance to all of this at this time. Usually, when those powerful mental attacks entered his sea of consciousness, the green lotus and bright moon anomalies in Su Yan's sea of consciousness would erupt with extremely dazzling light. Then, it would directly destroy the mental power. However, this time, Su Yan's two anomalies did not have any reaction to Ive's mental attack, as if they did not feel any changes at all. How could Su Yan not be shocked by such a change? Grand Soul Suppressor. At this moment, Su Yan immediately roared angrily and activated the Grand Sword Soul. The Grand Sword Soul in his sea of consciousness immediately erupted with awe-inspiring majesty. The Taishang Sword Soul was like a great monarch. The moment his power was activated and burst out, that terrifying aura directly turned into an endless abyss. The Void Worm Mother's consciousness was directly devoured just like that. At this moment, Su Yan wiped his sweat. The power of that consciousness was really terrifying. If he hadn't suddenly burst out with such a mysterious power, he might have really been hit by it at this time. At this moment, since the power that invaded his sea of consciousness had been dealt with, Su Yan did not have any worries at this time. He snorted coldly. "Damn worm, you're really quite capable. Nomological sword, annihilation." He roared angrily. At this moment, the power immediately turned into endless ripples. The ripples were like water ripples that immediately spread to the surroundings. Su Yan's aura rose again. At this time, his power had turned into the most mysterious chain. The chain entangled with the void worm's spatial feet and then pulled out the power bit by bit. In order to capture this void worm, the most important thing was to directly cut off the connection between it and the void. If this could not be done, it would be extremely dangerous and terrifying. This powerful void worm might directly erupt with the most terrifying power in an instant and then launch a fatal attack. After all, its ability to devour the power of space was really unfathomable. Even Su Yan might not necessarily be able to predict when it would unleash such an attack. At this moment, Su Yan's power rose again. He now had a huge advantage, but this was still not enough for Su Yan. This was far from what he needed. What he needed was a situation that could determine the outcome of the battle. At this time, his power directly suppressed the void worm, and the terrifying aura rose again. Feeling Su Yan's determination, the power of the demonic shadow also erupted at this time. At this moment, a violent force was about to burst out. His aura had reached the peak at this time. That kind of power was simply earth-shattering. All the power in front of it was so fragile. The spatial feet were finally cut off bit by bit, and the extremely powerful aura reached the peak at this time. Su Yan's body suddenly swayed and directly went toward the Void Worm Queen. "Your time is up. Die." The demonic shadow was still suppressing the Void Worm Queen, but Su Yan's real body directly entered the Void Worm Queen's body at this time. Chapter 11:18. Female Literature. Previously, Su Yan had gradually determined the core of the Void Worm Queen after exchanging blows with it. He knew where the weakness of the Void Worm Queen was. No matter how powerful he was, it was extremely difficult for him to kill the Void Worm Queen in a short period of time. Su Yan did not dare to continue fighting with it because Su Yan had already felt the repulsive force of the space. The Void Worm Queen was constantly absorbing the power of the space. At this point, it had even caused the space to become unbalanced. If this continued, the power of the space would not be able to support it. In other words, the surrounding power would directly collapse. How terrifying would that be? The power of the entire space would directly collapse, and everything would be turned into fine powder. Su Yan could certainly escape, but the terrible consequences of the space shattering would be enough to kill everyone around. This was only one of the consequences. The more serious one was that the void hole would definitely continue to expand. When that time came, everything would be completely destroyed. The 5 prefectures would also be affected. All in all, it was an extremely terrifying consequence. Su Yan did not want such a thing to happen, so he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. The reason why the void beasts were called the enemies of the world was because of this. After they descended to a world, they always wanted to turn that world into a void and make it their hometown. Su Yan was extremely fast. In an instant, he directly rushed into the Void Worm Queen's body. Entering the Void Worm Queen's body was like entering a brand new space. The power of this place was extremely terrifying. The rays of light were constantly flowing, and the powerful and terrifying power had reached the most terrifying point. Is this the Void Worm Queen's body? Sure enough, it has the miraculous ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yan could not help but sigh. This was really an incredible place. It was clearly inside the body, but it was as if he had arrived at another space. The spatial queen worm didn't have any internal organs because to it, the spatial crystal was the foundation of its existence. Therefore, in this world, there were some creatures that humans could not even understand. For example, this void worm did not need meridians to transmit power to each other. The structure of his body was also completely different. Such a change was something Su Yan had never seen before. Su Yan carefully moved forward in his body. In such a place, it was actually very easy to get lost. If one couldn't grasp the rhythm, then they would completely fall into a loss and be unable to find themselves. This was where the Void Queen's strength lay. However, if Su Yan did not have absolute confidence, how would he dare to enter this place? At this time, Su Yan's power was directly displayed at this time. An extremely terrifying light suddenly burst out, and the intense light directly spread out. Law Power, Spatial Ice Seal. Su Yan's Law of Ice was suddenly activated, and the terrifying power of the ice seal spread out. When the power of the Law of Ice was strong to the extreme, it began to be able to seal space. The dense layers of space around Su Yan were directly frozen bit by bit. The ice spread directly, and the powerful force had reached an unimaginable level at this time. At this time, the Void Queen Worm immediately began to roar in pain. He felt that his body was being torn apart bit by bit. Even for someone as strong as him, this kind of pain was unimaginable. This kind of terrible pain had reached the point where he could not bear it. At this time, Su Yan took a step further and continuously activated his power. He had made up his mind to capture the Void Worm in one fell swoop. At this time, his power was constantly operating, and the violent aura had already filled the entire space. In fact, this space was inside the Void Queen Worm's body. In other words, the Void Queen Worm's body was already filled with extremely dangerous energy at this time. The Law of Ice filled his body and then sealed it in ice. No matter how inconceivable his body was, he could no longer struggle after being trapped by such power. No matter how exquisite his space force was, it was of no use. At this time, Su Yan's cleverness was demonstrated. He directly disintegrated the powerful power of the Void Queen Worm from the inside. Otherwise, if he directly chose to suppress the Void Queen Worm from the outside, even if Su Yan's power increased a little, it would still be difficult to capture and kill the Void Queen Worm. This was because when that time came, the Void Queen Worm's spatial power would be stacked and interlocked. If Su Yan was not paying attention, he might even be lost directly. This was not a joke. The Void Queen Worm did have such an ability. However, it was different now. Su Yan's move took the firewood from under the cauldron and directly froze the Void Queen Worm from the inside. How could the Void Queen Worm withstand such a violent power that directly exploded in its body? Under the impact of Su Yan's power, the Void Queen Worm's life aura finally began to weaken gradually. The Void Queen Worm was originally an extremely powerful void beast. Void beasts had been roaming in the void since ancient times and then devouring life. The Void Queen Worm came to the boundless world during the most turbulent era of the boundless world. During that era, the connection between the boundless world and the void was directly opened. Therefore, the demon race, the fire demon race, and many other strange races appeared. The arrival of void beasts was naturally extremely normal. Unfortunately, although the boundless world during that era was the most turbulent, it was also the time when there were the most powerhouses. As soon as the void beasts arrived, they were immediately killed by many powerhouses. The powerful void beasts became the prey of those powerhouses. There were even some powerhouses who directly set up traps and made the void beasts fall into the trap. This was actually how the Void Queen Worm fell into this world. Of course, its luck was not bad. Although it was tricked into this place, its powerful spatial ability allowed it to survive in the end. However, although it survived, it was also severely injured. In addition, at that time, the changes in the boundless world finally began. In particular, the Five Counties continent, which was known as the Boundless Battlefield, was cursed. Those powerful power-nomological laws were directly sealed, and the spirit chi declined. The Void Queen Worm immediately entered a state similar to hibernation. For endless years, it had always been in a long and endless sleep. It was only in these years that the space began to change. The changes that had just begun were not enough for it to completely recover. Therefore, it gave birth to a descendant, which was the Void Worm that Su Yan had previously killed to collect energy for it. However, it was really unlucky. After it woke up, it originally thought that it could hunt to its heart's content, but it encountered Su Yan. Compared to the terrifying existence that had seriously injured it and almost killed it back then, Su Yan's strength was actually not worth mentioning. However, for the current it, Su Yan had the ability to kill it. In particular, Su Yan directly rushed into its body, which made it even more painful. At this point, it already felt that its life was finally beginning to come to an end. At this point, Su Yan had completely suppressed this guy. However, at this time, Su Yan did not dare to let down his guard. He knew in his heart how powerful this guy was. If he let down his guard at this time, even the slightest mistake could be directly turned around by this guy. At this moment, Su Yan spread out his divine thought completely. His purpose was very simple, which was to completely seal the space. For the Void Queen Worm, the power of space was its source of life. As long as it could come into contact with the power of space, it had a chance of not dying. However, now that Su Yan had directly sealed this power, it could no longer escape. Inside its body, it had been completely frozen by the law of ice. At this point, Su Yan once again displayed, Law of Decay, Withering. At this time, the power of the Law of Decay was able to erode its life bit by bit. Time went by little, and in the end, the Void Queen Worm's vital signs finally disappeared completely. If the Void Queen Worm was in its heyday, even an Emperor Master might not be its opponent. After all, the power of space had always been one of the most powerful laws of power. However, now, Su Yan had gained a great advantage. After the Void Worm Queen's death, he immediately sent his divine thought into the Void Crystal. This huge Void Crystal, compared to the previous one, had a much stronger power of space. If it had not been frozen by Su Yan's law of ice at this time, the Void Crystal might have disappeared immediately. The power of space was infinitely mysterious. Although the Void Queen Worm was extremely powerful, it was impossible for it to completely operate at will. Therefore, of course, Su Yan could not immediately turn himself into a Dao Master. But at least, after obtaining this power, Su Yan's control of space would improve again. His strength had improved a lot compared to before. If he could devour this Void Crystal, then not to mention his realm, just his combat strength alone would certainly improve. At that time, how terrifying would his strength be? To Su Yan, a Dao Master was probably no longer a threat. Even if it was a super expert like Xue Xingchuan, Su Yan would not have any fear. Because at this moment, Su Yan already had enough strength. Chapter 11:19. Female literature. In fact, Su Yan had always been like this. He had an extremely deep sense of crisis, and he deeply understood that if one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. If he only looked at what was in front of him and did not improve his cultivation, he would be the unlucky one. He would not let go of any opportunity to improve himself. At this moment, such a rare opportunity was presented. Since that was the case, he naturally could not miss it. At this moment, he was constantly urging his power to directly absorb the space crystal. He could not be careless when dealing with the space crystal. After all, if he was not careful, the space crystal would directly disappear into space and dissipate. These two powers were constantly changing at this moment, and their auras were constantly spreading. It was the space crystal's aura, which was constantly overlapping with Su Yan's aura. If he wanted to absorb the space crystal, he had to let the space crystal adapt to his aura, and he could not let it resist him at all. Otherwise, the space crystal might reject Su Yan. Even if Su Yan painstakingly absorbed it, it was impossible for him to completely merge his power with his own. If that happened, his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, when the Feng family's elders saw Su Yan's current appearance, they immediately understood that Su Yan had finally won. This was truly an exceptionally thrilling battle, and of course, it was also an exciting battle. As Su Yan had already isolated the force field, he could not feel the terrifying aura. However, even if he only watched the scene just now, he knew that it was definitely not a domain that a venerable one like him could touch. At this moment, he already had a mentality similar to worship Su Yan. He did not understand what Su Yan was doing at this moment, but he knew that this was definitely an extremely important process. However, right at that moment, another aura suddenly appeared in the sky. After that aura appeared, it directly broke through the spatial barrier set up by Su Yan and directly charged toward where Su Yan was. Su Yan immediately sensed the change in this place. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes bursting with unimaginable anger. Scram! Clearly, this guy who suddenly appeared wanted to pluck Su Yan's fruit. How could Su Yan tolerate this? He had painstakingly defeated the Void Worm Queen and started to absorb the Void Crystal. But now, this guy appeared without saying a word and directly came to take the fruit. Wasn't this a little too arrogant? How could Su Yan watch the fruits of his labor be snatched away by someone else? In an instant, his power blasted out. He had used all of his strength in this attack, not holding back at all. The powerful power of laws directly turned into a sword of laws and blasted out again. Previously, the sword of laws had directly nailed the powerful and terrifying Void Worm Queen into the void. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. The mysterious existence did not expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fast. His speed was already extremely terrifying. More importantly, his movements were completely silent. It was as if he was invisible. It was impossible for ordinary people to even discover him, let alone stop him. However, at this moment, Su Yan discovered him immediately. In the face of this power, he could not retreat at all, because once he did, he would be giving Su Yan time. He was a sneak attacker, and for such a person, his last chance would always be when he just attacked. If he did not seize this opportunity, it would only be more difficult for him the next time. This person was also an expert who was extremely good at space. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to approach Su Yan so silently. Su Yan did not know the origin of this person, but the means that the other party displayed made Su Yan very apprehensive. His sword of laws finally clashed with the other party's sword. In an instant, the ripples in space flickered again, and the endless ripples began to spread bit by bit, causing the space that had just stabilized to become unstable again. After this attack, Su Yan did not attack again. Instead, he directly shouted, "Who are you?" In fact, there was no point in doing so because the other party would not care at all. Su Yan only wanted to buy a little bit of time for himself. However, to his surprise, this guy opened his mouth. His pronunciation was very strange, as if he could not speak his words clearly at all. To be more precise, this person's language was not the language of this era at all. Su Yan immediately determined that this person was also a person who had awakened from ancient times. Of course, this was not the main point. When this person attacked, it was as if he did not exist in this world. This kind of power was extremely exquisite. If Su Yan's supreme power had not happened to discover this person, Su Yan would have suffered a great loss this time. After this attack, the mysterious person's expression changed. Su Yan's strength surprised him. Just as Su Yan had guessed, he was indeed a person from ancient times who had just awakened. However, after awakening, he had experienced some things and understood that the strength of the modern people on the continent of the 5 counties had not increased after the continent was unsealed. Now, there was a gap in time. At this time, he should be extremely powerful. However, today, he had met his match. Forbidden Space Annihilation. He had directly launched a sneak attack, but Su Yan had reacted hastily. Under this attack, he was still at a disadvantage. Therefore, at this time, he did not hesitate and attacked again. With this strike, the space around him began to crumble. Even Su Yan's eyes were filled with apprehension after seeing such power. He prepared to gather the power of the Taiji sword. After all, his own power needed to suppress the space crystal and merge with his body and absorb it. However, at this time, the mysterious person suddenly disappeared. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared in the first place. This made Su Yan not know whether to laugh or cry. He now understood that the Forbidden Space Annihilation was extremely powerful, but in fact, it was just a facade. The so-called Forbidden Space Annihilation only looked and felt that way. It was a technique to use space. Even Su Yan had been deceived at the beginning. The mysterious person had seized the opportunity when he was about to be cautious and disappeared. However, since the mysterious person had retreated, Su Yan did not waste any more time. He increased his power and began to devour the space crystal. This incident made him even more aware of one thing, which was that this world was definitely not peaceful. You never knew when someone would suddenly appear and cause trouble for you. Only by becoming stronger could you ensure that nothing would go wrong. Otherwise, Su Yan's space crystal might have sunk into oblivion due to the previous attack. A powerful force burst out, and the violent and terrifying power began to devour the space crystal. As the power devoured the space crystal, waves of space power folded, and this place seemed to have formed a space power valley. Su Yan and the space crystal were the core of this valley. The power of the two was constantly shaking, and their auras were constantly increasing. Gradually, the unstable space finally calmed down. Su Yan's powerful strength finally began to gain the absolute upper hand. Although this power was terrifying, it finally began to be straightened out under the suppression of Su Yan's power. Su Yan knew that the most dangerous moment had passed. Now that he had subdued this spatial energy, the next step was to assimilate and fuse with it. However, at this time, the aura on the other side of the space crystal appeared again. It was that guy again. Ha, I'll kindly accept this space crystal. As soon as he appeared, he had already displayed incredible power. At this time, his purpose was very simple, and that was to steal the power of the space crystal. He couldn't beat Su Yan, so he naturally couldn't snatch it. Since that was the case, he would steal it. At this moment, Su Yan was also taken aback. He did not notice when this guy had arrived at this place. This was the first time that his spiritual sense didn't have any warning in advance. Emptiness hand. The man stretched out his palm, and an extremely strange power spread out at this time. This power directly passed through the space that Su Yan had just straightened out, and wanted to snatch the power of the space crystal in an instant. Get lost. Su Yan once again shouted these two words. A powerful force suppressed down again, wanting to kill this person directly. However, at this time, he laughed arrogantly, "Haha, how can I, the son of Kong Kong, return empty-handed? If I do, won't the reputation of my Kong Kong sect be ruined? So what if you're strong? You still have to drink the water that I wash my feet with." At this time, his hand had already touched the space crystal. In his opinion, he was already the final victor. He admitted that Su Yan's strength was indeed extremely terrifying, but so what? In front of him, he was still defeated. However, at this time, his mood was indeed very good. That was a space crystal, and it was such a huge and pure space crystal. In fact, he had been wandering around this place for a long time because he found traces of the Void Worm Queen. However, he knew that he was no match for the Void Worm Queen, so he didn't make a move. Later on, when he saw that the Void Worm Queen was getting stronger and stronger, he already had the thought of leaving, but he didn't expect to encounter such a good thing today. Chapter 11:20. Female literature. The energy of this space crystal was too powerful. Even in his most prosperous era, he had never seen such a thing. He never thought that he would see it at this time. That great change in the world back then was simply too terrifying. The Kong Kong sect that he belonged to did not survive in the end. Those sects with a strong foundation, like the Buddha sect, had the ability to open up their own small worlds and isolate that place from the 5 counties. That was why they were not affected by the disaster. But their Kong Kong sect did not. In fact, the most important thing for a sect to be able to open up a small world was the space crystal. Those sects had powerful space energy, so powerful that it could form a small world. Unfortunately, when their Kong Kong sect was still in existence, they tried their best to obtain such a treasure. But they did not succeed. In the end, the sect was annihilated. But, this was a miraculous fate. He never thought that after countless years, he would be able to see such a space crystal after he revived. The so-called Kong Kong sect was actually the penniless thief sect. It was a sect that developed the art of stealing to the extreme. The people of this sect came and went without a trace, and they had extremely powerful space talents. In that era, the existence of the penniless thief sect was also very famous. But that was a bad reputation. This group of people had madness in their bones. For example, the goal of others was to continuously become stronger, and then to reach a higher realm, so that they could achieve immortality. But they were different. Their goal was very simple, and that was to satisfy their cravings. How could they satisfy their cravings? It was very simple, and that was to steal. As long as they could steal what they wanted, it would be satisfying. Later on, their goal was difficult to achieve, and they would be more passionate about it. Back then, whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they did not like this sect. There was even a demon supremacy who personally wanted to destroy this sect. But unfortunately, the people of this sect were too cunning. In the end, that powerful demon supremacy did not even find the penniless thief sect's nest. It had to be said that this was the strength of their sect. If it were the other sovereigns, they would have been wiped out by the demon sovereign. However, it was a pity that such an interesting sect could not escape the punishment of the heavens and earth in the end. This also proved that no matter what, only one's own strength was the most reliable. If his strength was not enough, then when the great calamity arrived, he would eventually turn into ashes. Back then, he, the son of emptiness, should have died as well. It was his senior brothers who placed all their hopes on him. Then, they joined forces to use the success of time, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. That was the reason why he was able to live until today. Of course, it also had to be said that those senior brothers had entrusted him, the son of emptiness. Back then, emptiness' ancestor had fallen in love with a woman from a powerful sect. However, that woman was simply too domineering. Even with emptiness' ancestor's astonishing talent, he was no match for this woman. Back then, when he confessed to that woman, there was no need to say what happened to him. Other than being rejected, there was no other outcome. It really wasn't a big deal. Being rejected after confessing was a very normal thing in this world. However, it was definitely abnormal for something like this to happen to a super Chinibu like Emptiness Ancestor. This guy actually thought of a new goal, which was to steal. Of course, he was a thief and not a rapist, so naturally, he would not think of stealing this woman's heart. All he wanted was to steal this extremely powerful woman's underwear. It had to be said that in this world, the only person who could have such a suicidal thought was Ancestor Emptiness. Back then, his senior brothers and master had given Emptiness Ancestor a goal before they died, which was to fulfill his senior brother's wish. Back then, Emptiness Ancestor felt that his motivation to live was really shameful. If it weren't for the fact that his senior brothers were already dead, he would really want to flip the table. Of course, he was extremely satisfied to be able to obtain such a spatial crystal at this time. Just as he was about to take the space crystal away and use it as a resource for his cultivation, he suddenly realized something. He didn't know if the person who made his senior brother so angry was still alive, but no matter what, his strength was the most important. If he wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't be able to steal what he wanted. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to see the other party. Ha ha ha, silly boy, remember my name. I'm Emptiness Ancestor. Thank you for your hospitality today. He was extremely pleased with himself. After all, his power had already enveloped the space crystal. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be able to achieve his goal. But in the next moment, his expression froze. This was because he realized that he couldn't move at all. It was not known what method Su Yan had used, but he had actually managed to seal this power. His expression instantly became very ugly. Damn it! What kind of trick did you use? His timing was almost perfect. He clearly had this power in his hands, but he hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur at this time. At this time, Su Yan directly sneered, "If I really let you come and go as you please, then what face do I have left?" His power burst out at this time, and that powerful light began to directly shroud the area. Seal of the Four Directions, suppress. Su Yan's power burst out directly. Then, a world descended directly at this moment. Seal of the Four Directions. The treasure of the Stupa sect, the Seal of the Four Directions. The Seal of the Four Directions had been suppressed by Su Yan all this time, because he already knew that the Stupa sect definitely didn't have good intentions towards him. However, his strength had increased greatly recently, and even the power of the Stupa heart had started to fuse with his body. In this way, he was bold because of his skills. At this time, he started to blood bond with the Seal of the Four Directions again. The Seal of the Four Directions was indeed a treasure of the Stupa sect, but this didn't mean that Su Yan couldn't erase the Stupa sect's imprint directly and then infuse his consciousness into it. If he was just an ordinary person, he naturally wouldn't be able to do this. However, one shouldn't forget that his power was the power of the supremacy. The power of the supremacy was best at infiltrating and analyzing. That was the true power that defied the heavens. It was also because of this that Su Yan dared to blood bond with the Seal of the Four Directions. Of course, he didn't spend all his effort on it. Instead, he separated a small part of his consciousness and slowly infiltrated it. In this way, over time, the Seal of the Four Directions would be completely infiltrated by him. Of course, the Seal of the Four Directions was far from reaching this stage, but this didn't matter. This was because Su Yan's understanding of the power of space had increased again. He was already confident that he could control a part of the power of the Seal of the Four Directions. The Seal of the Four Directions was actually a prototype of a space world, and it was also a collection of spaces. However, the potential of this space was too small, and it couldn't develop into something like the Stupa's secret territory. This was why the powerhouses of the Stupa sect had sacrificed it and turned it into a seal. They could use it to suppress many tyrannical existences in this world. At this time, Su Yan had his own plans. The Seal of the Four Directions was such a powerful treasure. It would be too much of a pity if he really did not use it. Since that was the case, he would make this power his own. Therefore, after he devoured and absorbed the power of space, he wanted to directly implant the remains of the space crystal. The value of this space crystal wasn't because of its power of space, but because of the space crystal itself. This space core was actually the core of the Void Worm Queen, and it was equivalent to a human's heart. If Su Yan could successfully implant this thing into the seal of the Four Directions, it would be equivalent to finding a heart for the seal of the Four Directions. At this point, the heart of the space crystal was actually Aya. Back then, Su Yan's consciousness had entered the seal of the Four Directions. He had a good relationship with the weapon spirit Aya and Dagang. However, the current Su Yan would no longer be constrained by these things. After all, a weapon spirit was only a weapon spirit. His consciousness was not his own consciousness. Instead, it was just a strand of his master's will that was forcefully implanted into his body. Such an existence was actually a tragedy. Therefore, Su Yan wouldn't give up on his plan just because of some feelings in the past. At this time, Son of Kongkong's sudden counterattack was indeed beyond his expectations. He didn't expect this guy to be so brave. At the most critical moment, he directly made a counterattack. This guy was indeed difficult to deal with. He had concealed his aura to an extreme extent. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yan's powerful divine sense had discovered him right before he made his move, it was likely that he would have succeeded. However, it was a pity that before he could react, Su Yan had already made his move. Su Yan's power radiated out and activated the seal of the Four Directions. The seal of the Four Directions immediately formed a brand new space and imprisoned this power. In this way, that guy finally had no way to retreat. Humph, son of Kong Kong. Interesting. Since you dared to attack me, you should be prepared. The power of the seal of the Four Directions rolled and directly sucked him in. Chapter 1121. Female literature. Su Yan naturally wouldn't let this guy who was courting death go. In fact, after experiencing this battle, Su Yan had already seen that this guy's combat strength was actually not that strong. However, his control of his own aura and the power of space was terrifyingly strong. After all, up until now, there were not many people who could avoid his divine will so easily. Even a Dao master could not do it. When he fought with Fu Qing in the secret realm of the Pagoda sect, he was able to lock onto him in a very short time. Su Yan's divine thoughts were extremely strong, but he could not find him this time. This could only mean that this son of Kongkong's control of his own aura had completely surpassed the level of a Dao master. Although this sounded unbelievable, he was an anomaly himself, and his strength was extremely strong and terrifying. Therefore, it was not strange to meet another anomaly at this time. Son of Kong Kong exclaimed, "No, let me go, and we can still be friends. Otherwise, I will steal all your belongings. I'm warning you, I'm serious." Even at this time, he was still threatening Su Yan. This made Su Yan's eyebrows twitch. This guy was really a role model in courting death. However, this was no longer important. The power of the square seal swept over, and he was finally completely suppressed. And this was only the beginning. Su Yan displayed his power again. This time, his powerful aura completely swallowed the space crystal. Of course, he did not refine and absorb it directly. Son of Kongkong's behavior just now was a direct slap to his face. He was indeed too arrogant before. These few times, he had not lost every time he attacked. It seemed that this had already made his heart a little different and changed. Continuous victories would undoubtedly make one more undefeatable, but it would also easily make one arrogant and conceited. Su Yan had always been very strict with himself. He clearly knew what kind of person he wanted to be and how he wanted people to control him. After he collected the space crystal, Su Yan directly landed below. "Su Yan, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would already be dead." The elder thanked Su Yan. This was the second time that Su Yan had saved his life. Su Yan smiled and said, Elder Feng, you don't have to be so polite. I, Su Yan, am also a member of the Taihang sword faction. This is what I should do. However, Elder Feng, I'm sure you already know that the 5 counties are very different from before. The spiritual qi here has awakened, and the danger level has greatly increased. The elder wryly smiled and said, yes, I already knew about this, so the moment I found out, I wrote a letter and used a secret method to pass this information to the sect. Perhaps it won't be long before the sect can respond. Su Yan nodded. The 5 counties and the continent of the 9 provinces had always been connected. However, because the 5 counties were sealed, the true experts wouldn't enter this continent. Therefore, this connection didn't seem to be very important. Even so, the various sects still made many arrangements in this place. For example, the Taihang sword faction had already occupied a mine on this continent. The other 10 sects were more or less the same. Now, the 5 counties were recovering. More importantly, it was impossible for the natives of the 5 counties to increase their strength in such a short period of time. Therefore, this was an excellent opportunity. It should be known that the 10 sects had already formed a relatively stable situation in the continent of the 9 provinces. They had already divided up all the territories. Of course, after the huge change in the boundless demon sect, the continent of the 9 provinces was once again in turmoil. They started to fight for territory. However, compared to the revival of the 5 counties, this was not worth mentioning. The revival of the 5 counties was very meaningful to them. If they could gain the upper hand here, it would be a huge boost to the strength of the sections. Since the Taihang sword faction could receive the news, the other sects would definitely be able to as well. At this time, a new round of fighting was about to begin. Su Yan naturally understood all of this in his heart. He also knew that he was unable to stop such a thing. Of course, he had never thought of stopping it. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the fundamental law of the world. For the 5 counties, the arrival of the people of the 9 provinces would be a heavier burden. However, there was no other way. After all, the strength of the people of the 9 provinces wasn't enough. If the strength of the people of the 9 provinces had reached a certain level, there would be no need to worry about this. However, this time, the people of the 9 provinces should be mentally prepared. After all, the natives of the 5 counties couldn't become strong in a short time. However, those who had awakened from the ancient times weren't easy to deal with. When that time came, there would be another round of fighting. However, fighting had always been the law of the world. If one day, the fighting stopped, that would be really abnormal. Even when Su Yan was on Earth, which was known as the most civilized era, the fighting never stopped. Let alone in a world like this. Don't worry, I know. I've already told the sect master about the situation here. Therefore, the one who will come to the 5 counties this time is probably Shui Xingchuan. At this time, Shui Xingchuan was already the most powerful person in the Taihang sword faction, second only to the sect master. His strength was so strong that he could drown out all other voices. Moreover, he had shown extremely terrifying results in several battles. Moreover, during the fights in the 9 provinces, he had repeatedly taken action. Needless to say, the Wind sect, the Scorching Flame sect and the Taihang sword faction had a good relationship with each other. Even the Royal sect, which was far away on the other side of the continent, had heard of his name. In fact, Su Yan had already guessed that he would come because he was the only Dao sovereign in the Taihang sword faction who could move around freely. Sect Master Zhang Zhe's strength was also extremely terrifying, even more powerful than Shui Xingchuan. However, he was still the sect master and needed to stay in the sect. It was impossible for him to come to the 5 counties. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Since it was that person who came, Su Yan naturally had nothing to worry about. Although Su Yan's strength had greatly increased and he was confident that he could fight with Shui Xingchuan. However, he didn't have enough confidence to defeat Shui Xingchuan. After all, he hadn't seen Wuxia Xianxia fight for a long time. He was indeed growing rapidly. However, Wuxia Xianxia definitely wouldn't stay in the same place. Wuxia Xianxia was a truly powerful person who could be called a shocking talent. There was no need to doubt his terrifying strength. In fact, when they met last time, Su Yan already felt that Wuxia Xianxia's strength had increased again. It was just that they hadn't fought yet. Okay, when Wuxia Xianxia comes, let me know. I'll give you my communication mark again. Remember, don't be careless in the future. If there's a problem, contact me immediately. Su Yan solemnly warned. This time, he was really lucky. If Su Yan did not have a sudden impulse to come here to take a look, then they would definitely be dead today. However, this actually had a lot to do with himself. This elder of the Feng family was overconfident in his strength at the beginning. He also wanted to save his face, so he didn't immediately send the message to Su Yan. Later, when he really wanted to send the message, it was already too late. At this point, it was already too late. The void worm was extremely sensitive to danger. The moment Luo Yunyang took out the talisman, the void worm had already sensed it. Therefore, it immediately used a secret spatial technique to destroy the talisman. The Feng family elder was ashamed. This time, it was really a mistake on his part. It was also because of this mistake that so many people had lost their lives. Although he was already a high and mighty venerable, he wasn't like the demonic path, who treated human lives like grass. In fact, he didn't choose to leave alone at the beginning. Instead, he stayed behind to protect the absentee workers. It could be seen that he wasn't a person without emotions. It was also because of this that Su Yan was willing to help him. After Su Yan dealt with these matters, he didn't talk to him anymore. He entered the mining area again and scanned it with his powerful divine sense. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities in this place, he finally left. Now, he wanted to return to the Heaven and Earth organization to completely absorb the power of this interspatial crystal. The Heaven and Earth organization had an aureole. Even today, when the world was changing, it definitely wouldn't be easy to defeat the aureole. With the aureole's protection, Su Yan could truly cultivate in peace. Not long after Su Yan left, an inconspicuous absentee worker suddenly made a strange sound. "Woo, it's dead, it's dead." This sound was like the chirping of an insect, but it was definitely not a sound that a human should have. It was also at this moment that a cold hiss was heard. The sound didn't come from his mouth, but from his abdomen. If Su Yan was in front of him, he would be able to see that there was a young insect in this human's abdomen. That insect was the size of a mantis, but it had an extremely terrifying aura. More importantly, it was clearly in this person's abdomen at this time, but it seemed to have drifted away from the space he was in. That was spatial power. Chapter 1122. Female literature. Su Yan didn't know about this because he had already left at this time. Su Yan's divine telekinesis was indeed powerful. He carefully checked all the places and all the spatial fluctuations, and found a few strange places. Those were the eggs left behind by the Void Worm Queen. Such a void monster treasured its life very much. Therefore, no matter what, he would always leave some eggs behind in case of emergency. Although the eggs would consume its life force, it was not a huge amount. Generally speaking, other than the eggs that it needed to use as labor, the rest would not be hatched. In the end, it would eat them to replenish its energy. However, once it was in danger, it could transfer its life essence to its offspring through a unique method. Even if its original body was dead, it was still alive. The void creature was indeed cunning. From the very beginning, he had guessed that Su Yan would not let him go. After all, he had already seen Su Yan's means. Therefore, it made a drastic decision and hid one of its eggs in a human's body. As for the other eggs, they were all discovered by Su Yan and were taken away by Su Yan. This was because even if it was just an egg, it still contained extremely powerful energy. If it could be swallowed by the larva, its growth speed would increase a lot. However, there was nothing it could do. After all, if it could not survive, everything would be in vain. However, it was fortunate that it survived in the end. As long as it was still alive, everything would be fine. Su Yan, Su Yan. At this time, it had firmly remembered Su Yan's name in its heart. However, he soon let out a smug laugh. Although each of the void beasts was powerful, almost all of them acted according to their instincts. Very few void beasts could be born with superior intelligence, just like the Void Worm Queen. The Void Worm Queen was the same. Its life-saving means were only its instincts, but it did not know how to think. Therefore, it was used by Su Yan to lure it out. In fact, it was also a coincidence that he managed to escape into this human's body. At that time, it felt that it had nowhere else to go, so it went straight to the human that attracted it the most. Although it was just a larva, it still had the powerful law of the all-night space, and it was also split from the mother insect. How could an ordinary worker defend against it? However, when he entered the human's body, he immediately underwent a new change. His insect body directly implanted into the human body, and then began to closely integrate with the human body. To him, this human was naturally extremely weak. But it didn't matter, because at this time, he was still a child. As long as the human body was properly trained, it could also become extremely powerful. Su Yan had already proven this point. Moreover, back then, he had also been hurt by the words of a human. Towards humans, he was already extremely fearful to the point of no return. Furthermore, to his pleasant surprise, he discovered that he seemed to have evolved after combining with a human. In the past, he would not feel happy at all. Only the satisfaction of finding prey was a kind of instinct. But now, he understood the true meaning of joy. At the same time, he also understood other emotions, such as anger and hatred. Gradually, he began to accept his new identity. He was no longer a void beast, nor was he a human. He was a completely new individual and life form. Su Yan. His words were somewhat stuttering and dry, but this did not stop him from expressing his anger. At this time, he had already made up his mind to become even stronger. He had this opportunity. Although the void crystal was taken away by Su Yan, his essence still existed. He was a powerful void beast. Although he had now combined with a human, he could still feel the power of the void. At the same time, he began to possess human wisdom. Time. As long as he was given time, he could directly improve himself to an absolutely powerful level in a short time. Su Yan, and that damned human who lured him here a long time ago and almost killed him, they all had to die. At this time, Su Yan had already returned to the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Organization was naturally safe and sound under the protection of the Oriole. Moreover, the Heaven and Earth Organization had already opened up to the surroundings, allowing people from the nearby sects to enter the range of the Heaven and Earth Organization's great formation. This was to better improve the strength of the human race. They knew very well that only by improving their overall strength would they have more confidence in doing certain things, such as becoming the masters of the 5 counties again. The heavenly Tao was actually fair. Although their current realm was not high, these people had all improved their cultivation in that difficult illusion. When there was enough spirit chi, most people's cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. Their cultivation speed was simply inconceivable in the past. But in fact, this was also inevitable. This was the so-called lifting heavy things as if they were light. They had adapted to cultivating in a difficult environment. In an environment where spirit chi was thin, their cultivation could also reach this level, which made their foundation stronger. At this time, their era had arrived. The spirit chi was rich, so the speed at which they devoured spirit chi was naturally extremely fast. As a result, their realm was also extremely fast like a rocket. If this continued, it would not take long for their overall strength to increase by a level. Those guys who had just awakened from the ancient times had actually seen this point. Therefore, at the very beginning, they directly took action, wanting to directly harvest the top sects of the 5 counties. This way, the biggest threat to them would be eliminated. Unfortunately, people were always inferior to the heavens. These few days were the will of the heavens, so it was something that could not be stopped. When they were carrying out their plan, Su Yan directly appeared. In addition to Su Yan, many powerhouses appeared in other places to protect the human race at this time. They had become the guardians of the human race. The appearance of these powerhouses immediately ruined the ancient sect's plan. Time flew, and in a flash, 3 months had passed. These 3 months could be considered as the darkest 3 months in the 5 prefectures. No one knew how many people had died in these 3 months. However, there were also many people who had undergone nirvana in these 3 months. Their strength had increased by a large realm. Originally, there were not many people in this continent who could reach the dragon realm. But now, experts in the dragon realm were appearing one after another. Among them, there were many powerful geniuses who had even reached the late stage of the dragon realm. If this was in the past, this would definitely be an unbelievable process. But at this time, these powerhouses appeared one after another. At this time, experts from the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Leitang sect also appeared. Among them, the most outstanding was a disciple of the Leitang sect. His name was Zhang Daqian. Before this, his cultivation had always been average, and could only be considered to be in the middle. But one day, his strength suddenly increased, and the speed of his cultivation was simply shocking. At this time, his realm had even surpassed Lei Wanjun of the Leitang sect. One had to know that Lei Wanjun was already at the peak of the square sphere realm. After the spirit energy tide, his strength directly increased rapidly. However, Zhang Daqian's speed of improvement had indeed surpassed his. Of course, Lei Wanjun was not surprised by all this. Instead, he was extremely surprised. He deeply understood that it was a good thing for the rising stars to continue to appear. If the rising stars could not stand out and had to rely on an old man like him, that would be a tragedy. Of course, in addition to Zhang Daqian, the Leitang sect also had a large number of powerful juniors who had improved. The Heaven and Earth Organization was also not bad. There were already 12 people who had reached the dragon realm. Although there were top experts like the Leitang sect, the number of people in the dragon realm exceeded them. The Heaven and Earth Organization sect leader, Yun Wanqing, had also reached the peak of the dragon realm. If one could break through the peak of the dragon realm, they would be honorable. Such a cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Of course, the spirit energy had started to erupt all of a sudden. Yes, it was because the people here had accumulated a lot of energy. But in reality, it was also because of fate. The recovery of the continent of the 5 counties was destined to be plagued with disasters. There was even the danger of being directly destroyed. Therefore, the continent naturally wanted to save itself. The way the continent saved itself was actually very simple. That was to increase the number of talents here and produce more geniuses and experts. Of course, this was a matter of fate. Only the real super experts could know about this. This was already a matter that involved the origin. Even the level of Dao Master was too shallow for such a thing. They were not qualified to know about it. At this time, Su Yan was refining the void crystal with all his strength. The void crystal was no small matter. When Su Yan imprisoned it previously, he had already spent a lot of energy. When his aura was fully released, it was simply unimaginably powerful. Even if there was a large formation to suppress it, if it was not handled well, the power would spread directly, and then it would cause extremely terrible consequences. The Heaven and Earth Organization would probably be the first victim. Such a violent power would directly devour these spaces. The changes in space were simply endless. Once the void gate was opened, the spatial gate would be directly swallowed up. That was an extremely terrifying thing. The entire heaven and earth organization would be directly banished into the void. Chapter 1123. Girls' literature. However, Su Yan would never let such a thing happen. At this time, he had made extremely comprehensive preparations. The violent aura was completely set up at this moment, forming a fault in the surrounding area. The existence of this fault was to isolate Su Yan. If such a situation really happened, it would only banish him. Of course, this was only an absolute defense. Unless the opponent was a sovereign with absolutely terrifying power, it would be difficult to break this aura. At this time, Su Yan's aura was growing stronger and stronger. His demonic shadow appeared again at this time. Of course, this demonic shadow was not as huge as before. It now had a feeling of returning to its original state. This demonic shadow was inextricably linked to Su Yan. Although it could not be said that this demonic shadow was Su Yan's incarnation, in fact, it was almost the same. It could even be said that this was another version of himself. Of course, that was a completely different version of himself from Su Yan. However, this was an extremely complicated relationship. Even Su Yan himself might not be able to explain it clearly. Moreover, the most important thing for him at this time was to improve his strength to the extreme. He hoped that he could become a Dao master in the shortest time possible. A real Dao master. Su Yan now had the strength to defeat a Dao master. If he could become a real Dao master, his strength would become even more terrifying. However, this was destined to be an extremely long process. After all, Su Yan was only a 3-origin venerable at this time. Now, he had reached an extremely abnormal level. He could only increase his strength by 1 origin by condensing a Dao law. This made his cultivation even more difficult. At this time, Su Yan began to condense his consciousness and strength. As all his strength was condensed, Su Yan's aura had reached an unimaginable level. Then, the terrifying will gathered directly at the center. When all the power was condensed to a point, the demonic shadow suddenly opened up and was about to swallow the entire void crystal. His actions were simply insane. At this time, the space changed rapidly. Spatial ripples had even appeared around Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't care at all because he had already expected such a thing to happen from the very beginning. This was inevitable. After all, it was a void crystal. At this moment, Su Yan took out the square seal again. The square seal was a small spatial prototype. Now, Su Yan wanted to embed the void crystal within it and use this process to devour the powerful energy. This was his plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, as soon as the square seal appeared, the son of emptiness began to roar, "Let me out! Hey, I won't steal from your family anymore. Let me out." His words were still so clumsy, but this guy was also a calm person. His life and death were already uncertain, but at this time, he still wasn't so calm and didn't look anxious at all. Su Yan didn't care at all. At this moment, an extremely heavy aura suddenly appeared in the space, but it turned out that a huge black tortoise had appeared in the square seal. The black tortoise moved step by step, looking incomparably slow. However, it only moved 3 steps and was already in front of the son of emptiness. Then, its huge body began to suppress him. The son of emptiness was shocked. He clearly knew that if he was suppressed by such a power, it would be a huge injury. Even if he didn't die, he would end up with a broken bone. Therefore, he immediately activated his escape technique, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. It had to be said that his strength was indeed not bad. In just a short while, he had already moved himself to another place. However, before he had time to be proud, a huge figure had already suppressed him. That was the black tortoise. This damn old tortoise, how could he be in front of me? At this moment, he was truly bewildered. He knew very well that the space here was not restricted. In the previous moment, he had indeed moved his body horizontally. However, at that moment, the black tortoise still appeared above his head. It felt as if the black tortoise already knew that he would appear here from the beginning and was one step ahead of him to suppress him. How could he be willing to give up? He once again used his powerful escape technique. However, the outcome was the same this time. He used it 9 times in a row. In such a short period of time, he was able to tear the space 9 times, which was very powerful. Perhaps even Su Yan would find it difficult to do so. This showed that this person's spatial power was really terrifying. Su Yan suppressed him here but didn't kill him directly. In fact, he had the intention of learning from him. Although this guy had launched a sneak attack at the beginning to steal Su Yan's fruit, he didn't have the intention to kill Su Yan directly. It seemed that he had some kindness in his heart and didn't want to really kill someone. It was also because of this that Su Yan still spared his life at this moment. If he had already intended to kill Su Yan when he attacked, then Su Yan naturally wouldn't have let him go. At this time, the black tortoise had already arrived above his head. Son of Kong Kong cried out in grief. He knew that he couldn't avoid it no matter what. However, since he couldn't avoid it, he couldn't be bothered to. He just had to face this attack head-on. At this moment, his power surged out and a ray of light shrouded his body directly. At this moment, his power was so terrifying that everything started to spread. However, even in the end, he didn't feel any pain. Just as he was feeling bewildered, he suddenly realized that the huge tortoise had changed. At this time, the huge black tortoise had turned into a giggling tortoise. At this moment, the tortoise was actually lying on his head and spreading its limbs as if it was about to fall asleep. "Hey, you old tortoise, what are you doing? If you want to sleep, go somewhere else. Don't lie on my head. Don't." At this moment, he began to shout at the top of his lungs. "Do you know that this is really ugly?" At this moment, he seemed to have suffered the cruelest thing in the world. Hey, let's talk nicely. I'll agree to whatever you want me to do. Don't let this tortoise lie on my head. It's really ugly." At this moment, he was no longer able to use his power. The tortoise didn't just climb on his head to bask in the sun. There was also an extremely powerful and terrifying power that directly suppressed him. However, at this time, Su Yan was helpless. At the beginning, he was still thinking about how to make this person speak and tell him the information he wanted to know. However, it seemed that this kind of thing wasn't that difficult. This guy was too spineless. How could he be dealt with so easily? Of course, the most important thing at this time was the void crystal. Su Yan didn't have the time to deal with this Chinibu. The appearance of the square seal directly froze the surrounding void. Only then did Su Yan feel at ease and began to devour the power. When he began to link his power with the four-way seal, it was both a form of tempering for himself and the four-way seal. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a 2-pronged approach. However, it was actually extremely difficult to achieve this. Without great strength, it was simply impossible to achieve this. After all, rashly touching it without strength was like stepping into a minefield. It was an act of courting death. Since Su Yan dared to do this, it meant that he had enough confidence. At this moment, the terrifying shadow was constantly swaying at this moment, and all the power began to be devoured and refined. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was also constantly increasing at this moment. At this moment, Son of Kong Kong looked at Su Yan at this moment and was simply stunned. This guy, he's only a 3 essences supremacy. Son of Kong Kong was originally not a Dao master. However, because of his special control of space and the uniqueness of his sect's cultivation technique, he was not afraid even when facing a Dao master. After all, the goal of his ancestral master was to steal the underwear of an extremely terrifying existence. As his disciple, if he couldn't escape in front of a Dao master, it was really inexcusable. However, he never thought that Su Yan was not a Dao master. Instead, Su Yan was a 3 essences Dao master. In terms of realm, he was much lower than a 3 essences Dao master. This could be said to be an extremely terrifying thing. Such a person was already a heaven's pride. Even in their original era, there were not many people who could reach this level. However, Su Yan did it. Son of Kong Kong was really unlucky. He had just come back to life and encountered such a terrifying existence. With such terrifying power, if he grew up in the future, it would be terrible. At that time, there were also such terrifying freaks. Although Son of Kong Kong was also given such a title, he never thought so. This was because he actually had a clear understanding of himself. He was actually not weak in strength, but he was not good at fighting. Therefore, he never thought of himself as a freak. Of course, he also knew that such a freak was actually more terrifying than a normal Dao master. When such a freak became a true Dao master, his strength would be even more terrifying and unparalleled. Chapter 1124. Female literature. Really, why do I have to meet such a freak? Looks like there's no hope for revenge. After all, not everyone is as thick-skinned as my ancestral master. He sighed helplessly. He didn't know why, but he suddenly remembered the terrible dark history of his ancestor back in the day. Legend had it that after his ancestral master had made a grand wish, he had taken action several times. Unfortunately, each of his actions had ended in failure. Furthermore, he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood each time. Although he had never met his ancestral master, he knew that he must have been miserable. Just thinking about it makes my liver ache. It's so tiring. Why are the ancestral teachings of our sect so funny? I definitely won't court death like the ancestral master. As for this pervert, he won't really kill me, right? Or does he have some kind of special bad fetish? So the question is, if he really does have one, how should I choose between my life and my moral integrity? My liver hurts so much. If Su Yan knew what this guy was thinking at this moment, he would probably explode. How could there be such an amusing person in this world? No, that was no longer something that could be described with the word amusing. That was someone who had no moral integrity at all. Su Yan's aura was rising bit by bit. He was already preparing to break through to the four-origin realm. He would never forget that in this world, having great strength was the most important thing. If he didn't have great strength, then everything would be in vain. His aura was sometimes as vigorous as fire, as if it was going to melt the space around him. Other times, it was as cold as ice, as if it could seal everything in ice. As his power fluctuated, his aura became purer. And the power of space also directly integrated into his body during this change. At the moment, Su Yan's accumulation was too strong. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to increase his cultivation base at every level. As he continued to devour the power of space and the space core started to fuse with the square seal, a huge amount of energy condensed in his body once again. If all this energy was converted, who knew how terrifyingly powerful it would be? If it was an ordinary venerable, it would have been enough to push their cultivation base to another level. However, all this didn't seem to change Su Yan at all. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The terrifying power had already formed an extremely violent majesty. If it wasn't for the fact that he had sealed this space, his powerful might would have been released. It was likely that everyone in the Heavenly Cloud sect would have been suppressed by this frightening power. At this moment, Yun Wanqing, Lei Wanjun, and a group of Dragon Realm powerhouses gathered in the Heaven and Earth organization. Today was an extremely important day, because the people from the Buddha sect were coming. Wanqing, the people from the Buddha sect are coming. Do we need to make any preparations? Lei Wanjun asked. Lei Wanjun's cultivation base had broken through again, increasing his lifespan by a lot. He looked even younger now. Before Yun Wanqing could speak, Zhang Daqian spoke first. Master, you're too nervous. Isn't it just the Buddha sect? Right now, we have the protection of the formation and the sacred beasts. Even if the Buddha sect comes, what can they do? This is no longer their era. Those who have already decayed are vainly trying to return at this time. This is already a joke. Moreover, they are the ones who need our help now. Therefore, there is no need to make any more preparations. Zhang Daqian was a tall young man with the warmth of the sun. Right now, among the disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization, he was fully deserving of the title of number 1. He was at Dragon Realm level 8 and was about to reach Dragon Realm level 9. This cultivation base was enough to make him proud. Originally, he didn't brag because his cultivation base back then wasn't that outstanding. However, after entering, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had also cultivated the sect's thunder technique to a new height. Even Lei Wanjun himself might not be a match for him at this point. His words were filled with extreme confidence, as if there was no one in the world who was more powerful than him. Lei Wanjun frowned when he heard his words and said, "Daqian, don't talk nonsense." Lei Wanjun naturally doted on such a disciple. However, at this time, Yun Wanqing was in charge. Zhang Daqian's words were like a declaration of war. Zhang Daqian seemed to realize that he had spoken too quickly, so he apologized to Yun Wanqing. "Sect Master Yun, I was a little agitated. I'm sorry." When he spoke to Yun Wanqing, he tried to make his voice low and gentle. Yun Wanqing was a beautiful woman. In everyone's heart, there was only one word that could match her: perfection. For such a beautiful woman, who wouldn't want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly? At the very least, Zhang Daqian had such a fantasy in his heart. However, he clearly knew that Yun Wanqing was Su Yan's woman. In the entire Heaven and Earth organization and Leitang sect, everyone knew who Su Yan was. In everyone's heart, Su Yan was a god. The powerful spirit-gathering formation of the Heaven and Earth organization was created by Su Yan. The terrifying guardian saint beast of the Heaven and Earth organization was Su Yan's monster beast. In the past, it was also Su Yan who saved the Leitang sect from the crisis of destruction. He was like a god, simply omnipotent. Even if Zhang Daqian's strength improved rapidly, he wasn't so stupid to compete with a godlike existence for a woman. Therefore, he could only suppress this admiration in his heart. Of course, in the two sects, there were many disciples who had the same thoughts as him. After all, a perfect woman would always move a man's heart. Yun Wanqing didn't seem to notice the admiration in Zhang Daqian's eyes. She just said calmly, "Old Lei, Zhang Daqian is right. We don't have to be on guard. We just need to perform the most basic etiquette. The place for the stupa sect to stay has already been vacated. However, remember to restrain the disciples. Although our disciples' strength has improved by leaps and bounds, we are still no match for the disciples of ancient sects like the stupa sect. There are many things we need their help with." Yun Wanqing had already displayed the boldness that a sect master should have. She was truly unfazed by favor and humiliation. She didn't panic at all. No one could say anything bad about her arrangements and handling of the situation. While everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. "Moe of the Stupa sect has arrived with the disciples of the Stupa sect. We hope that the sect master will not hesitate to meet us." This shout had already displayed Moe's powerful strength. Moe was currently at the Venerable Realm. His aura was so deep that Lei Wanjuan's expression changed when he heard it. His strength had improved, but compared to a Venerable Realm expert, he was still a far cry. "Pass down the order. Tell him to wait outside the array formation. We will be there soon," Yun Wanqing ordered immediately. Outside the stupa sect's array formation, Yi Xingxing's expression was a little ugly. The last time he had been here, he had been extremely arrogant. His strength had been enough to crush everything here. Even the great protective mountain array had seemed inadequate in front of him. He had been so awe-inspiring back then. However, it was also in this place that he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. That man had left an incomparably deep impression on him. This memory was something he would never forget for the rest of his life unless he could kill Su Yan. However, could he really do that? That was a powerhouse that even great elder Fu Qing couldn't deal with. Yi Xingxing's strength wasn't weak, but compared to Su Yan, he was still a far cry. Su Yan was like an undefeatable monster that would always exist in his heart. Mo Yi's message had been delivered, but the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization did not come out personally. He only sent someone to ask them to wait for a while. This made Mo Yi's expression turn ugly. Although he had spent a long time in the secret realm, the Stupa sect had once been so glorious. Not to mention a venerable realm existence like him, even a mere disciple of the square circle state would be treated as a distinguished guest in other sections. But now? A small Heaven and Earth organization was asking him to wait outside the array formation. Mo Yi's temper was actually very bad. Fu Qing knew this very well. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that many of the other elders of the Stupa sect were fighting in the outer realm and had not all returned, Fu Qing would not have asked Mo Yi to come. However, Mo Yi was the last choice. After all, his cultivation was there for all to see. Yi Xingxing said, "Elder, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization seem a little too rude, don't they?" Yi Xingxing was also a proud and arrogant person. He was really unhappy to be treated so coldly. However, at this time, the elder smiled coldly and said, "Shut up." Mo Yi didn't like Yi Xingxing at this time. Although he was impulsive, he wasn't stupid. After all, this guy was the one who angered Su Yan and showed off his power in the Stupa sect. This person really didn't know the severity of the situation. Great Elder Fu had told him to treat Yi Xingxing with respect, but he actually did such a thing when he saw the sect leader's beauty. If it weren't for this special period, Yi Xingxing would have been sent to the outer realm to hunt void creatures. In fact, strictly speaking, he was also implicated by this idiot. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't be in this situation. How could the Heaven and Earth organization be nice to him when he went overboard last time? After all, the Heaven and Earth organization was not a pushover now. At this time, the Great Array was slowly activated. After the Great Array was activated, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization finally appeared in front of them.